Chapter 10:27. Sensing the energy fluctuation ahead, Lin Rei's heart tightened. That direction was where Lu Chantian was. Hurry up. Something might have happened to my little disciple. Shui Lingtian reminded Shui Lingtian. Then, he increased his speed and shot out like a sharp arrow. His speed was so fast that it made people click their tongues. F***CK. Shui Lingtian was shocked when he saw Lin Rei increase his speed again. He did not expect that the speed just now was not Lin Rei's fastest speed. However, when he heard that something had happened to the little guy he was waiting for, Shui Lingtian did not think too much about it. He increased his speed and chased after Lin Rei. In the distance, Lu Chantian was standing. At this moment, Lu Chantian had transformed into a war god. He held a 3-foot cold light in his hand and looked at the tiger demon in front of him with murderous intent. Kill! As soon as he said the word, Lu Chantian's figure moved. He was very fast. In a short moment, he had arrived in front of the tiger demon with a long sword in his hand. He raised his hand and stabbed at the tiger demon's vital point. His actions were clean and efficient. There was no hesitation. It looked like he wanted to kill the tiger demon with a single strike. Bang! The sound of weapons colliding rang out. Lu Chantian's long sword pierced the tiger demon's throat. However, what shocked Lu Chantian was that the long sword did not pierce the tiger demon's throat. He did not even hurt the tiger demon. Lu Chantian even suspected that he was just scratching the tiger demon's itch. How is this possible? Sensing the tiger demon's strength, it was too late to retreat now, because the tiger demon was enraged. Roar! His murderous intent rose. He stared at Lu Chantian as if he could not wait to tear him apart. Roar! Roar! The tiger demon was enraged. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. He could not tolerate it. Roar! It lowered its head and opened its bloody mouth to bite Lu Chantian. However, Lu Chantian was already prepared for this. Seeing that the demonic tiger's bloody mouth was about to reach him, Lu Chantian decisively gave up on continuing his bombardment and rushed towards a blind spot of the demonic tiger. Bang! Another sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Lu Chantian did not give up attacking after leaving. He then used the fighting style that he had been practicing all his life, slashing and stabbing wildly at Lu Chantian. Dazzling light sword, cotton water sword technique, roaring flame palm, chasm fist. One set of combat techniques after another was used, and the series of actions could be said to be very cool. The scene entered a white-hot state. However, others might not know, but Lu Chantian himself was very clear. He had already used all his means. His body was not strong, and he had only learned so much. He had used all his strength, and even exceeded his strength, but he was still unable to hurt Lu Chantian. This made him feel very busy. Right now, the only thing she could hope for was that her master, Lin Rei, would arrive as soon as possible. Otherwise, the only thing left for her would be that cold corpse. Sigh. She let out a long sigh. Her small figure quickly twisted her body to avoid the demonic tiger's attack. Otherwise, if the demonic tiger's palm was too heavy, she would probably lose half her life. Roar! Suddenly, just as the demonic tiger was chasing Lu Chantian, the demonic tiger that was originally filled with anger and murderous intent suddenly stopped. It looked around, and the murderous intent in its eyes disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with fear. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that the demonic tiger's huge body was trembling slightly. In the dark, seeing the demonic tiger's action, everyone turned to look at the blood spirit sky and understood what was going on. Lin Rei had already hidden in the dark and did not go out. He only wanted to see how his disciple could deal with the demonic tiger. But now, it seemed that Lu Chantian did not disappoint him. Although he was still unable to kill the demonic tiger in the end, at least he dared to fight a demonic tiger that was higher than him. It was already not easy. If it were someone else with a weak will, they would either stay where they were and wait to be eaten, or they would get up and run away. But in the end, they would still be eaten. Lin Rei was very satisfied with Lu Chantian. He stood up and walked out. Lu Chantian, who was fighting with the demonic tiger, suddenly saw a person appear in his peripheral vision. He turned his head to look. What entered his eyes was his master, who was looking at him with a sinister and cunning smile. However, when he saw Lin Rei's arrival, Lu Changtian's originally panicked heart immediately calmed down. The biggest taboo in a battle is to be distracted. It's easy for the demonic tiger to take advantage of you like this. Looking at Lu Changtian, who was looking at him, Lin Rei began to teach him. He looked like a master. Bang! As soon as Lin Rei finished speaking, Lu Changtian's figure was sent flying. The appearance of this scene caused Lin Li's heart to freeze. An endless amount of killing intent surged out from his heart. Bastard, you dare to touch my disciple in front of me? Do you think I'm dead? After saying that, Lin Rei moved. His figure flashed quickly as he used the stellar finger. With his foundation establishment stage cultivation, he arrived in front of the demonic tiger at an unimaginable speed. He raised his hand and rushed towards the demonic tiger's throat. Open for me. Even though the stellar finger was at the bottom of the cultivation world, but in this era where spiritual energy was scarce, the cultivation world's low-level techniques were simply god-level techniques. Poochie, the sound of flesh being pierced sounded. At this moment, Lin Rei's hand was already in the demonic tiger's throat. Little guy, you shouldn't have slapped me. Otherwise, I might have let you go, but you won't have the chance. Harark! An explosive roar came out from Lin Li's mouth, and then he formed a sword finger with his right hand, causing an astonishing burst of sword energy to appear. A woo! As if it felt something that could threaten its life, the demonic tiger, which was originally filled with killing intent, started to beg for mercy. Its low voice was really funny. If it was a kind-hearted person seeing the demonic tiger beg for mercy, they might have let it go. Unfortunately, it met Lin Rei. In Lin Rei's view, no matter who you are, whether you are a man or a woman, as long as you touch his reverse scale, you must die. Lin Rei's rule was that those who touch his reverse scale will be killed without mercy. Ignoring the demonic tiger's begging, he waved the sword chi in his hand and slashed towards the demonic tiger's waist. Poochie, the bloody scene appeared, and Lu Changtian was scared stiff. He even forgot about the pain in his body as he stared blankly at the scene before him. As for the blood spirit Sky, it was the same as Lu Changtian. The two of them had seen Lin Rei's true killing, so they didn't feel anything. The demonic tiger's body was cut in two by Lin Rei's hand. Its life was instantly extinguished without any room for recovery. Clap, clap. Withdrawing his hand from the demonic tiger's throat, he clapped his hands and used the imperial water art. Instantly, a stream of clear water appeared out of nowhere, washing away the blood stains on Lin Li's hands. After doing this, he turned to Lu Changtian and the blood spirit Sky. Seeing their current appearances, Lin Rei helplessly shook his head. Little guy, go clean up this demonic tiger. We'll eat in a bit. Lu Changtian didn't dare to disobey Lin Rei. He nodded. Okay. Lu Changtian turned and went to clean up. But before he left, Lu Changtian didn't forget to sneak a glance at Lin Rei. His expression was full of desire. A little guy. Lin Rei sensed Lu Changtian's gaze. As someone who had lived for thousands of years, he could tell what Lu Changtian wanted with a single glance. It seemed that Lu Changtian had taken a fancy to his astral finger. Regarding this, Lin Li only smiled. Regarding a low-level technique like the astral finger, Lin Li would teach it to him, but not now. After all, with his current strength, he was not strong enough to use this technique. You? The blood spirit Sky's voice rang out, but he couldn't finish his words. What's wrong with me? He looked at the blood spirit Sky doubtfully. You, where are you going next? Here? Or, that's the problem. Lin Rei sank into contemplation. He had thought about this problem before. After all, he was currently guarding a treasure trove. Although he couldn't enter, as long as his cultivation reached a certain level, it would only be a matter of time before he entered. Furthermore, he also wanted to take advantage of this time to properly raise his cultivation base. After all, only those with a high cultivation base would have ordinary abilities. Just like this time, If he hadn't coincidentally encountered the primal chaos dragon spear, he probably would have already become food in the blood spirit sky's stomach. Let's do it here. After pondering for a long time, Lin Ray said, "My cultivation base hasn't recovered yet, and there's an immortal cave here that hasn't been opened yet. The spiritual chi here is pretty good, so why don't we cultivate here for a while? Once our cultivation base has increased a bit, we can explore that immortal cave before leaving." "All right, I'll listen to you." The blood spirit sky nodded. He didn't really care. After all, he had lived here for who knew how many years. The two of them fell silent. As for Lin Ray, he found a clean place and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The spiritual energy in an area of 10,000 kilometers, because of Linley's training, began to grow restless. Whoosh, whoosh, a mighty gust of wind blew past. The divine valley, which had been filled with spiritual energy, suddenly disappeared as soon as Linley began to train. It was as though it had never been there in the first place. The appearance of this phenomenon startled the blood spirit sky. He turned to look at Lin Ray with a shocked expression. Although Lin Ray had already given him a lot of surprises before, Blood Spirit Sky found that Lin Ray was capable of shocking things in an endless stream. He simply couldn't view Lin Ray as a normal person. "I really don't know what this guy was like when he was at his peak. Now that he's only at the foundation establishment stage, he can actually absorb the surrounding spiritual chi in an instant. If I could have such a method, then imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. This kind of thinking was just imagination. If he really wanted to realize it, he would need Lin Ray to teach him." The blood spirit sky returned to his original calm and collected the shock in his heart. He lay down on the ground again and ignored everything. As for Linley, all of the spiritual energy within 10,000 kilometers had instantly disappeared. This made him extremely unhappy. "Looks like I still don't know about spirit gathering formations." Thinking about spirit gathering formations, Lin Ray couldn't help but sigh. It was quite exciting. He wouldn't even look at such formations. After all, such low-level formations were useless to him. But to the current him, not only were they not useless, they were actually very useful. Thinking about the past, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Sighing, he waved his hand, and a spirit-gathering formation appeared around him. Whoosh, whoosh! The instant the spirit-gathering formation appeared, the surrounding spiritual chi was instantly replenished. Not bad, but this power... Sensing that the spirit-gathering formation's power wasn't as great as he had imagined. As he thought about this, another 10 or so soul-gathering formations appeared around his body. Although it still wasn't at the level Linley wanted, compared to before, it was already very good. "Forget it, I'll just put up with it. After all, this isn't the divine realm, so I can't ask for too much." Thinking about this realm, Lin Ray finally compromised. However, he really couldn't figure out why he would appear here. Even if he was sent to a realm like the divine realm and the immortal realm, it would be fine as long as spiritual chi was abundant. But now, because of the lack of spiritual chi, even cultivation was a problem. Blood Spirit Sky had been watching everything Lin Ray did. He began to believe what Lin Ray said before. Although he had seen Lin Ray's strength before, only now did he truly believe it. Perhaps following him will really bring me and my Blood Flood Dragon clan to greatness. In the ceremony hall of the Lin family, Master Lin looked at the injured disciples below with a flash of guilt in his eyes. These disciples were the mainstays of the Lin family, but he didn't expect that in just 2 days they would be ambushed by so many mysterious forces. Regarding this matter, Master Lin was seething with anger. He ordered his family shadow guard to take action. If they were alive, he wanted to see them. If they were dead, he wanted to see their corpses. No matter what, they had to find the culprits. Unfortunately, Master Lin was disappointed in the end because the shadow guard that was sent out was injured and thrown at the Lin family's gate, just like the Lin family's disciples. What was this? Provoking the Lin family? Or was it purely to disgust the Lin family and disgust him, an old man who had 1 foot in the grave? He thought a lot about the secret forces. The royal family, the Huangfu family, or for some retired aristocratic families in the Yin country. However, he couldn't think of anyone who could injure the Shadow Guard except for a few in the entire Yin country. He couldn't think of anyone who could do anything to the Shadow Guard. One had to know that the Shadow Guard was very united in groups, especially when the Shadow Guard had a set of joint attacks. Even if he wanted to kill or injure a Shadow Guard, it would be very difficult, not to mention that the Shadow Guard was injured. Judging from the wound, it was obvious that the other party didn't kill him. He believed that. If the other party had killed him, perhaps his Shadow Guard wouldn't have been able to come back. Sigh, if only Ray was here. Maybe he would have a way to deal with those mysterious people. Thinking of his grandson, the old man's face was full of pride. Chapter 10:28. Regarding the mysterious assassination, Master Lin eventually decided to deal with it by sticking to the status quo and suppress this matter. As the saying goes, one is in the light while the enemy is in the dark. Unless they were completely dealt with, there would always be trouble. Regarding this, the only thing Master Lin could do was to order the entire Lin family to seal the mansion and not allow the disciples to go out. As for food and other things, they were all bought by those with strong cultivation. In the Divine Valley, it had been a year since Lin Ray decided to cultivate in the Divine Valley. In the past year, Lin Ray could be said to have worked very hard. However, no matter how hard he worked, it was useless. After all, there was only a small amount of spiritual energy every day. After cultivating, he still had to wait for the spiritual energy to condense again. Fortunately, Lin Ray knew how to concoct pills. There were also some elixirs in the Divine Valley that could be used to concoct low-grade pills. Lin Ray was very satisfied with this. A year's worth of time, combined with his usual training and the consumption of pills, finally allowed Lin Li to break through to the mid-stage of anedia. He was only a step away from the late stage. It was a pity that just one step was enough to trap Lin Ray for more than 10 days. Conservatively speaking, if he wanted to break through, he would need a huge amount of spiritual energy to support it. If he were to cultivate like before, it would probably take 1 or 2 months. Moreover, he would also need to use pills. Otherwise, wanting to break through in 1 or 2 months was simply a fool's dream. In the past year, not only did Lin Ray break through, Lin Ray also didn't forget to supervise and guide Lu Changtian during his free time. Of course, this was only during his free time. After all, Lu Changtian's cultivation was a little slow. Fortunately, with the help of Lin Ray's pills, he improved a lot in a year. Lin Ray had too many pills that could raise one's cultivation level. However, although these pills sounded good, they had a lot of effects on one's foundation. Lin Ray wouldn't allow this to happen to his disciple. As his disciple, Lin Ray's first rule was that you could eat vegetables, but you couldn't carelessly use pills to increase your strength. Rather than that, it was better not to eat and just obediently eat half a bag. Bang! A rumbling sound could be heard from afar. Lin Li, seated in the lotus position, didn't frown at all. He opened his eyes and raised his head to look. When he saw the source of the sound, his frown slowly relaxed. What is this kid doing? Doesn't he know that I'm cultivating? Lin Ray was a little puzzled. In the past, Lu Changtian wouldn't be like this. Thinking about it, he stood up with doubt and disappeared. In the distance, Lu Changtian was lying on the ground, his clothes in tatters. Blood Spirit Sky was coiled on the ground, looking at Lu Changtian with a frivolous expression, as if to say, "Come here." "What? Do you want to continue now? You're not my match at all. Save it. When you become a cultivator like Master, you can come find me again. With your current cultivation method, I'm afraid you'll need a very long time to defeat me." Lu Changtian's voice echoed in Lu Changtian's mind. Lu Changtian wasn't surprised at all. After all, he was used to it. However, when Lu Changtian heard Shuai Ling Tian speak for the first time, he was shocked like a country bumpkin for several days. Hearing Shuai Ling Tian's words, Lu Changtian climbed up from the ruins with difficulty. He looked at Shuai Ling Tian and said, "Don't forget how old I am now and how old you are. Moreover, I haven't reached the minimum requirement to practice the cultivation method given by my master. Therefore, when I can practice the cultivation method given by my master and reach a certain level of cultivation, the first thing I will do is to ruthlessly torture you. I will repay you for all the care you have given me during this period of time. Lu Chantian emphasized the word taking care. Xueling Tian understood the meaning of the word taking care. He pursed his lips and smiled with disdain. He believed that Lin Rei could torture him because Lin Rei was too strong. As for Lu Chantian, regarding Lu Chantian's words, the blood spirit sky only listened and didn't take it seriously. You two are really in a good mood. While the two were silent, Lin Rei, who had been standing in the dark, walked out. He didn't forget to talk to the two as he walked. Master. Lin Rei's appearance stunned Xueling Tian. Obviously, he didn't know about Lin Rei's arrival. Master. Seeing Lin Rei's arrival, Lu Changtian's expression changed. His head drooped quickly. Thinking about how he was tortured by Lin Rei in the past year, he shuddered. Looking at the two of them, Lin Li nodded, then stood between them. I didn't expect that the two of you would actually spar. However, he turned his head and looked at Lu Chantian. Are you injured? No. Lin Rei's words stunned Lu Chantian. He didn't expect Lin Rei to ask such a question. This was obviously different from the usual Lin Rei. If he had seen this before, he wouldn't have appeared. Instead, he would have waited in the dark until Lu Chantian was tortured beyond recognition. But now, amen, that's good. Hearing that Lu Chantian was fine, Lin Rei let out a long breath. Since you're fine, pack up and leave the Divine Valley. What? Two shocked voices sounded at the same time. Obviously, it was Lu Chantian and Xueling Tian. Looking at the two, Lin Rei understood. I'm letting you leave because of a promise from a year ago. A year ago. Hearing this, Lu Chantian recalled. That's right. A year ago, his master had personally said that he would only give the Sword Sect 1 year. Within 1 year, he would be sent to the Sword Sect to challenge and exterminate them. Now, 1 year had passed. With his current strength, Lu Chantian was confident that not a single person in the Sword Sect could escape from him. However, he had some friendship with the Sword Sect. So, Lu Chantian had always thought that this was a joke and didn't take it seriously. But now, it seemed that he had misunderstood Lin Rei's intentions. Seeing that Lu Chantian was deep in thought, Lin Rei spoke. I think you've realized that I wasn't joking when I told you to exterminate the Sword Sect 1 year ago. Of course, this is just one of your many missions. What else is there? Master, please tell me. Lu Chantian couldn't disobey Lin Rei's orders. This time, after you return, the first thing you need to do is to exterminate the Sword Sect. As for the second thing, after pondering for a moment, he continued, it's very simple. After you return and deal with the Sword Sect, go to the Lin family and see how the Lin family is doing. If the Lin family encounters any trouble, just deal with it. However, you must remember that if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again. Just like the Lin family, if you encounter any other families that are trying to harm the Lin family, you don't need to know who did it. Just exterminate them and spread the word that if anyone dares to harm the Lin family, they will end up like the Sword Sect. Lin family? Are you really the Lin family member who was in a coma for 8 years? Although he had followed Lin Rei for more than a year, Lu Chantian didn't dare to ask too many questions. Now that he heard this, he was confused. You can take it as that. Of course, this is only a temporary body that I'm living in. One day, I will return to my original body. Lin Rei didn't intend to hide anything from Lu Chantian. What? Lu Chantian was shocked. What did he mean by temporary body? What did he mean by returning to his original body in the future? This method shocked him. That's enough. This isn't what you think now. When you reach a certain height, you'll be like me. Seeing Lu Changtian's reaction, Lin Rei interrupted him. Remember my words. After you leave, go to the Sword Sect. I'll leave the Sword Sect to you. As for the specifics, you can do as you see fit. I trust that you won't make your master busy. As for the Lin family, tell my mother that I'm fine and don't let her worry. If they ask when I will return home, tell them that it will be 3 years. Only a little over a year has passed. There's still 2 years left. I will definitely return home in 2 years. Then Lin Rei told Lu Chantian some things to pay attention to. Apart from a sword sect, the rest were related to the Lin family. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Lin Rei finally stopped talking. Plop! Suddenly, Lu Chantian knelt on the ground and kowtowed twice. He looked at Lin Rei with gratitude. Master, thank you for accepting me as your disciple. If it wasn't for you, I would still be a frog at the bottom of a well. If it wasn't for you, how would I know that the world of cultivation is so wonderful? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have the strength I have today. Haha, get up. This is just the beginning. With a wave of his hand, a majestic spirit energy rushed out. A hand formed from spirit energy lifted Lu Chantian up from the ground. Okay, hurry up and go. Waving his hand at Lu Chantian, he turned to Xue Lingtian. Go, and send Chantian out of the Divine Valley. Oh, why me? Xue Lingtian looked at Lin Rei and asked. Haha, because I'm strong. You don't want to accept it? A look of if you don't accept it, come and fight me. Bastard. Seeing Lin Rei like this, Xue Lingtian felt stifled. He cursed inwardly, but immediately agreed. Okay, I'm most willing to do this. PFFF, seeing Xue Lingtian like this, Lu Chantian couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't that Lu Chantian was easily amused. It was just that this was the first time he saw Xue Lingtian being humiliated like this. It was hard for him not to be unhappy. Are you leaving or not? Whether it was because Lin Rei was beside him or something else, Xue Lingtian roared at Lu Chantian's laughter. Then, he twisted his huge body and rushed towards the exit of the Divine Valley. Haha, okay, hurry up and follow him. Sensing the look on Blood Lingtian's face, Lin Li chuckled, not minding. He spoke to the nearby Lu Chantian. And I understand, Master. Lu Chantian didn't waste any more words. Seeing that Xue Lingtian's figure was about to disappear from sight, Lu Chantian used all his cultivation and used the butterfly steps that Lin Rei taught him to chase after him. Let's go. I'm afraid this place will be quiet soon. Feeling the silence, Lin Rei felt that something was missing. Usually, when Xue Lingtian and Lu Chantian fought each other, it was very lively and he didn't feel anything. But now that the two of them had suddenly left, the quiet surroundings made Lin Rei feel a little uncomfortable. The Sword Sect. The Sword Sect was very lively at this moment. Of course, it wasn't because of some kind of happy event, but because the 1 year's time was up. The thing they were most worried about had come. In the Sword Sect's ceremonial hall, the sect master and the elders gathered together. The atmosphere was very solemn. Among them, the most worried person was Wang Yun, who had seen Lin Rei fight back then. He didn't have the slightest bit of resistance against Lin Rei's strength. He knew very well how powerful Lin Rei was. Not to mention that there was no one present who could fight against Lin Rei. It was wishful thinking to be able to survive a single attack from Lin Rei. Junior brother Wang Yun, do you think that powerhouse will really come? Jian Lingzi broke the silence. That's right, junior brother Wang Yun. Because of the news you brought back, we were on tenterhooks for an entire year. Are you sure that the powerhouse will really come back? Perhaps we can ask this. Are you sure that the powerhouse is very powerful, so powerful that we aren't his match? At that moment, doubtful voices sounded one after another. Looking at everyone's reaction, Wang Yun was taken aback. He understood what they were thinking. Sigh. He allowed a long sigh. Senior brothers, it would be great if this matter was as you said. If you were there back then, you would understand how I felt back then. Even now, I feel that I'm really lucky to be able to survive back then. What he said was true. Now, that Wang Yun thought about the situation back then. He felt that it was fortunate to be able to survive back then. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly back then. Otherwise, not to mention standing here, safe and sound, he wouldn't have been able to bring back the news that Lin Rei was going to the Sword Sect. Everyone frowned, and their expressions were solemn. If what Wang Yun said was true, then this matter would be difficult to handle. After all, who in the entire Sword Sect could be a match for him? Senior brother sect leader, what should we do now? That's right. Senior brother, If what junior brother Wang Yin said is true, how should our sword sect face such a powerhouse? Senior brother sect leader, how do you think we should handle this matter? After all, this concerns the destruction of the sword sect. This is a big matter. Do you think we need to ask the patriarchs for instructions? As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze landed on the last person who spoke, including Ling Jianzi. Upon hearing this, Ling Jianzi, who was the sect leader, fell silent. The sword sect had 3 patriarchs. As they had been in seclusion for a long time, very few people knew of their existence. However, as the higher-ups of the sword sect, they knew very well how powerful the 3 patriarchs of the sword sect were. However, what gave Ling Jianzi a headache was that the 3 patriarchs had said before they went into seclusion that no matter what happened, they were not to disturb them. If they disturbed them because of this matter that they didn't know was true, the consequences would be obvious. Chapter 1029. Senior Martial Brother, the survival of the sect is the most important thing. As for the rest, we will shoulder it together after this matter is over. Right now, the most important thing is to protect the sect. That's right. Senior Martial Brother Sect Master, the survival of the sect is the most important thing. Although we are not sure if the other party will come, it's always good to be prepared in advance. What's left is nothing. After all, this matter concerns the survival of the sect. We don't dare to be careless in the slightest. You all. Ling Jianzi was stunned when he saw the reactions of his fellow disciples. The troubled expression on his face disappeared as his gaze fell on Wang Yin. Junior Martial Brother Wang Yin, you were the first to inform us of this matter. I wonder if you can make a trip with me. After all, you're the one who knows the most about this matter. You see, as soon as Ling Jianzi said that, the remaining elders of the sect all gathered their gazes on Wang Yun. Their eyes were filled with pleading as if they were afraid that Wang Yun would not go with them. Looking at the crowd, Wang Yun understood their worries. Senior Martial Brother Sect Master, you don't have to say anything about this matter. Everyone seemed to have misunderstood Wang Yun's meaning. When they heard Wang Yun's words, their expressions changed. Well, what I mean is, even if Senior Martial Brother Sect Master didn't say anything, I would still go with you. After all, I was the one who knew about this matter first. Furthermore, I still hope to be on good terms with the other party. I believe that even if the 3 old ancestors were to come out, they would not be a match for that expert. Therefore, we still have to look at this matter from the perspective of seeking peace. What? Everyone agreed. Although they were not very clear about the strength of the sect's old ancestors, their legends had always been circulating in the sect. It was said that the 3 of them were once from the Central Province continent. Furthermore, it seemed that the Sword Sect was also a branch of the Central Province continent. Of course, other than the 3 old ancestors, only Ling Jianzi, the sect master, knew about this matter. Of course, the 3 ancestors that Wang Yin mentioned were no match for that person. This made them even more curious about the expert that Wang Yin mentioned. Why had they never heard of such a person before? Similarly, fear was born along with curiosity. It was like a maggot in one's bones, impossible to get rid of. Alas, Wang Yun understood the shock in everyone's hearts very well. Let's not talk about this matter for now. As for how powerful that person is, let's wait for him or Lu Changtian to come before we know. Previously, Lu Changtian's cultivation was only at the level of a martial general. Looking at how strong Lu Changtian is now, if it's really as that person said, that Lu Changtian can challenge the entire sword sect in 1 year, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Seeing Wang Yun pause, Ling Jianzi asked curiously. If that's really the case, then our sect is in danger. After all, the dignity of an expert can't be trampled on, and their words can't be changed. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was speechless at Wang Yun's words. At this moment, apart from worry and fear, they didn't show anything else on their faces. All right, let's end this matter here. From now on, everyone should be careful and keep an eye on your disciples. During this period of time, don't cause any trouble. If anyone violates the order this time, there's no need to say anything. Just abolish their cultivation and expel them from the sect. Looking at the elders below, Ling Jianzi continued, "It's the same even for your personal disciples. You don't have to plead for leniency, understand?" The elders, who understood the seriousness of the matter, nodded obediently. "We understand." Ling Jianzi nodded in satisfaction at the response of the junior brothers and then waved his hand. "All of you may leave. Don't tell the disciples about this matter first, lest they panic. Yes, we'll take our leave. Go." After everyone said that, they bowed respectfully and turned to leave the main hall, heading to their respective palaces. Of course, apart from Ling Jianzi, Wang Yun was the only one who didn't leave the main hall. "Senior brother, although this matter is ultimately based on seeking peace, we can't guarantee that the other party won't stop. In this case, we still have to think about the issue of the inheritance of the disciples." After everyone left, Wang Yun spoke to Ling Jianzi. This was a problem that he had been considering. After all, if the sect was really destroyed, what would happen to the inheritance of the sect? If there was no inheritance of such a huge sect, it would mean that the sect had completely disappeared from this domain and become an inconspicuous grain of sand in the long river of history. Wang Yun didn't want to see this happen. Although the Sword Sect wasn't the strongest sect in the entire domain, it was still a large sect with a legacy of thousands of years. Yes, junior brother Wang Yun's words make sense. He had also thought about this problem, but he couldn't figure out who exactly should inherit this huge responsibility. In that case, does senior brother sect leader already have someone in mind, or have you thought about what to do? Wang Yun was curious. Ling Jianzi didn't deliberately hide anything from Wang Yun. "Junior brother, to tell you the truth, although I've thought about this matter, I don't know who to let inherit this inheritance. Although there are many outstanding disciples in the sect, you also understand their thoughts. Not everyone is like this, but it's possible that there are people from other sects or wealthy families in the secular world, kingdoms, and dynasties among them. There are many ancient books in the sect. If they're passed to the secular world, you can imagine what kind of disaster it will bring." Hearing this, Wang Yun fell silent. He understood the importance of this. After all, if the sect cultivation method was obtained by the royal family of a secular kingdom or dynasty, they would use the cultivation method to create an army of cultivators. In the end, the only ones who would suffer would be those weak, ordinary people. In this way, the final karma would be counted on the heads of the Sword Sect. It would never disappear. If that's the case, then, okay, let's not talk about this matter for now. Wang Yun seemed to want to say something, but he was interrupted by Ling Jianzi as soon as he opened his mouth. "Let's go and meet the three ancestors together. The sooner we let them know about this matter, the better it will be for the Sword Sect." "Well, okay." Wang Yun nodded. As for what he wanted to say before, he didn't say it after being interrupted. "Let's go," Ling Jianzi said. Then, his figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Wang Yun was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and chased after him. At this moment, the two of them didn't know that just as they were thinking about how to solve this matter, the thing in person they were most afraid of had already arrived. Not far from the Sword Sect, in a city called Dream Cloud City, Lu Chantian was sitting by the window in a restaurant in the city. There was a hesitant expression on his face. Regarding the task Lin Ray gave him, to be honest, he was really unwilling to start a massacre. After all, those people didn't have any deep hatred with the two of them. Even if there was a deep hatred, it wouldn't involve the entire sect. Although the Sword Sect was no longer a lofty existence in his heart after he met Lin Ray, the Sword Sect didn't usually do all kinds of evil. They also didn't condone their disciples to bully men and tyrannize the world, kill people, and rob them. Towards such a sect, he couldn't do it. However, he couldn't disobey his master's orders. If he disobeyed the first task Lin Ray gave him because of this matter, then it would be a little unreasonable. F***ck, so annoying. He grumbled. Then, he picked up the wine on the table and took a big gulp. He raised his hand and sent out a spiritual seal. A paper crane formed by spiritual energy floated in the air. Seeing the paper crane form, a smile appeared on his face. As expected, Master's cultivation method is too powerful. I'm afraid that even ordinary martial emperors can't do this. Lu Chantian was wrong about this. It wasn't that ordinary martial emperors couldn't do it. Even a martial god couldn't condense a spiritual crane. After all, this method was only used by cultivators. As for martial cultivators, they just used the simplest method, which was to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper their bodies. Even if they could absorb spiritual energy, it was only the origin energy separated from the spiritual energy. Looking at the spiritual crane, Lu Chantian said, "Elder Wang Yun, I'm Lu Chantian. I'm currently in Dream Cloud City's Dream Cloud restaurant. Why don't you come and see me if you have time?" After saying that, he waved his hand. The spiritual crane turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Wang Yun. Lu Chantian hadn't completely understood the spiritual crane's discovery. Similarly, he didn't know how fast the spiritual crane was. Swoosh! A stream of light streaked across the sky above the sword sect. At this time, no one was idle. Even the elders of the sect didn't notice it. At the back mountain of the sword sect, Ling Jianzi flew quickly and rushed toward the forbidden area of the sword sect. "Junior brother, hurry up." Ling Jianzi, who was flying for 1,000 years, felt a wave of fluctuation behind him. He turned his head and saw a stream of light rushing down from the sky. It rushed to Wang Yun at a speed that couldn't be followed by the naked eye and stopped in front of her. The appearance of this scene shocked Ling Jianzi. What kind of means and what kind of realm was this to be able to do something like this? The spirit crane had flown here to look for Wang Yun, and the sect's grand array did not even put up any resistance. This made him feel very surprised. After all, he was in control of the sect's large array. If there were any changes in the large array, he would be the first to know. But now, the thing in front of him had arrived in front of the two of them, but the sect's large array didn't fluctuate at all. Fortunately, this was a paper crane. If it had been a shrinking cultivator, it would have been terrible. As he thought about it, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't dare to imagine the consequences of such a phenomenon. Seeing the spiritual crane land in front of him, Wang Yun hesitated. He was wondering if he should catch it, but at the same time, he was afraid of danger. After all, there were very few people in the world who could do this. At the very least, he had never heard of or seen such a person. "Elder Wang Yun, I'm Lu Chantian. I'm currently at the Cayenne restaurant in Yunmeng City. Why don't you come and see me when you have the time?" Just as Wang Yun was hesitating whether to catch it or not, Lu Changtian's voice exploded in Wang Yun's mind. "What? It's really here?" Upon hearing this news, Wang Yun's mind buzzed and went blank. He had wanted to put up a defense previously, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Seeing that his junior brother was in a daze, a hint of worry surged in his heart. Junior brother, you're awake. Senior brother, you can go to the patriarch's place by yourself. I have an urgent matter and have to go there. I can't leave. That's all. I'll leave first." After coming back to his senses, he said to Ling Jianzi, who was beside him. Then, he turned around and rushed to the sect's gate as fast as he could. Looking at Wang Yun who disappeared, Ling Jianzi was in a daze. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Although he didn't know why Wang Yun was so anxious, he vaguely guessed that it should have something to do with the spirit crane that appeared just now. "I hope nothing bad will happen to him," he prayed in his heart. Then, without thinking too much, he turned around and rushed to his destination again. As for Wang Yun, after receiving Lu Chantian's message, he rushed to Dreamy Cloud City without stopping for a moment. He didn't dare to stop at all on the way. It was not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't, because this might be related to the survival of the sect. So, a few hours later, Wang Yun finally arrived at Cayenne Restaurant in Dreamy Cloud City. He walked into the restaurant and glanced at everyone present. Finally, his eyes fixed on Lu Chantian, who was sitting by the window. A smile appeared on his face as he walked over. If someone looked carefully, they would see that behind that smile, there was melancholy and worry. "You're here." Sensing that someone was approaching, he turned his head and saw Wang Yun's figure. He smiled and waved his hand to greet him. Nodding his head, Wang Yun sat opposite Lu Changtian. His eyes fell on the other party. His original expression disappeared and was replaced by shock, and disbelief. How is it possible? Your cultivation. Wang Yun noticed that Lu Changtian's cultivation was unfathomable to him. Even Lu Changtian was like an insurmountable mountain in front of him. This was an earth-shaking change from Lu Changtian a year ago. A year ago, the two of them were in the same realm. At that time, Wang Yun was very confident that he could defeat Lu Changtian. But now, not to mention defeating Lu Changtian, Wang Yun felt that Lu Changtian could kill him with just one finger. This change made Wang Yun feel a little speechless. Of course, there was jealousy, but there was no hatred. After all, this was the result of their own efforts. He did not blame the heavens or the earth. He only wished that he was incapable. Who asked him to be incapable? It's nothing. I'm cultivating with my master. This little improvement is nothing. After all, in my master's eyes, I'm so weak. Lu Changtian did not lie about this. It really happened. Your master is really strong. At this moment, Wang Yun's heart was in turmoil. He had mixed feelings. It's all right. When he thought of how his cultivation had grown by being tortured, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and his expression became unnatural. Let's not talk about it anymore. He did not want to mention Lin Rei anymore. After all, whenever he mentioned Lu Changtian, he would feel endless hatred. His gaze became serious again. I think you should understand the purpose of my visit this time. A year ago, my master said that he would let me come to the sword sect and destroy it. At that time, you thought it was a joke. But now, you can see that I'm here, so is there no other way? Chapter 10:30. He understood the current situation, but he still wanted to fight for it. After all, he didn't see Lin Rei here. At the very least, this was a good sign. No. However, to Wang Yun's disappointment, Lu Changtian's answer was unexpected. This is master's decision. I can't go against it, so I'll go back and do it. Of course, for the sake of our past friendship, I can give you a few days to rebuild the sword sect. This is the biggest step I can take now. Looking at Wang Yun, a trace of guilt flashed across his face. I've given you a chance. I hope you can grasp it. Of course, you can stay in the sword sect for the next few days. You can even come here, but the sword sect must be destroyed. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to master. Wang Yun fell silent. He understood that these were the best conditions Wang Yun could give. If it were Lin Rei who came here personally, not to mention giving them time, they would be lucky if he didn't destroy them directly. Understanding Wang Yun's depression, Lu Changtian changed the topic and picked up his glass to chat. Haha, let's not talk about this for now. Let's drink. We haven't seen each other in a long time. How have you been? Recently. Looking at Lu Changtian, he wanted to say that he was worried because of his arrival, but he knew that it would be inappropriate for him to say that. Nothing much. I've been taking care of things and teaching the disciples cultivation every day. He tilted his head back and drank. A spicy feeling made him temporarily forget the depression in his heart. What about you? You've exhausted so much of your cultivation. I think you must have gone to some incredible place. I remember Senior Lin saying that he would go to the Divine Valley. You guys are? Yes. That's right. In response to Lu Changtian's question, Lu Changtian didn't hide anything. For the past year, I have indeed been cultivating with Master in the depths of the Divine Valley. Tis TSK, that life is still fresh in my mind every day. Thinking about his life in the past year, Lu Changtian couldn't help but shudder. In his eyes, those days were like the devil's, no, it was even more demonic than the devil's. It was simply not a life that a human should live. Is he really like Kamitani? Originally, Wang Yun had just said it casually, but he didn't expect Lu Changtian's response to be true. This made him even more shocked. Seiji knew about the Divine Valley. As a place of death, there was probably no one who didn't know about it. As for the rumors about the land of death, he was well aware of them. So, when he heard that Lin Rei and Lu Changtian had actually entered Kamitani and were doing so well, he was shocked. especially when Lu Changtian's cultivation was so strong. He was even more jealous. After all, everyone wanted to have a strong cultivation. Faced with Wang Yun's surprise, Lu Changtian seemed to have already prepared for this. Indeed, although there are many rumors about Kamatani, when you enter, you will discover that it is completely different from the outside world. Inside, it can be said that there are dangers everywhere. If you're not careful, you will be torn apart by the monster beasts. Especially after reaching the middle of Kamatani, there, let alone entering the middle of Kamatani, it is troublesome to even pass through the outer area. Listening to Lu Changtian's words, Seiji really had the impulse to go and investigate. However, there were still things that had not been resolved yet, so he couldn't leave. However, he had already made up his mind. After this matter was over, he must make a trip to Kamatani. Although there were many rumors outside, in order to improve himself, he was willing to go all out. Just like this, Lu Changtian began to tell Wang Yin everything that happened to him in Kamatani, including how he was ravaged by Lin Ray every day, without missing a single word. Of course, there might be some things that he couldn't say, so he didn't mention it. Wang Yin also understood this, so he didn't ask too much. Time passed as the two talked. The originally scorching sun in the sky dimmed at this moment, and the touch of white on the horizon made the entire bounded domain mysterious. Unknowingly, night came. The night wind was always so cool, causing people's bodies to tremble. Well, Brother Lu, let's end it here today. I have to go back and discuss with Senior Brother Sect Leader. We should deal with it as we wish. After saying that, he stared at Lu Changtian. Brother Lu, when do you plan to enter my sword sect? Lu Changtian was silent. To be honest, he hadn't thought of a specific time. After all, he was also very hesitant about this matter. And that's right. As the host, shouldn't you be waiting with good tea? Ha ha. Wang Yun's laughter filled the entire room, but if one listened carefully, one could hear the bitterness in his laughter. Okay. Lu Changtian nodded and responded. Since Elder Wang is so hospitable, I must give face and go as soon as possible. After saying that, Lu Changtian cupped his hands and walked outside. As for Wang Yun, he also stayed in place and didn't leave. Originally, he said that he was going to leave, but before he could react, Lu Changtian had already disappeared. After watching Lu Changtian disappear, Wang Yun chose to leave. In the Sword Sect's main hall, Lu Changtian told Ling Jianzi everything that happened today. Senior Brother Sect Leader, this is what happened. Today, Lu Changtian has already said that he will give the South Gate some time. What do you think about this matter? Wang Yun's face flashed with a touch of embarrassment. Well, this matter really needs to be considered carefully. Coincidentally, I went to look for the three ancestors today. Who knew that after going there, I found out that the residence of the three ancestors was covered in dust. Obviously, they haven't come back for a long time. Is that so? Hearing this, Wang Yun frowned, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he wasn't too surprised. After all, he didn't have much hope. Then what should we do? In 2 days, Lu Changtian will arrive. If the ancestors are not here, then our sect will really be destroyed. I see that Lu Changtian's will is resolute, so this matter might be more serious than we thought. Although I know you have your plans, we still have to speed up the progress of the successor. After all, we are now in a race against time. There is not much time left for us. Well, I understand. Ling Jianzi nodded repeatedly. After all, Wang Yun now had the right to talk about this matter. Well, in that case, I'll go first. After saying that, Wang Yun left without looking back. He left the main hall and returned to the main hall, where he was to deal with the matter. Of course, the matter he was dealing with was nothing more than telling his disciples to leave the sect and return to their families to cultivate. Without his summons, they were not allowed to return to the sect. Similarly, such a situation occurred in other places of the Sword Sect. Although they didn't want to leave, the disciples under them were innocent. They didn't want these weak disciples to bear the burden with them. In the distant divine world, in the chaos divine realm, there was an endless dark space. Of course, this was a place that was not recorded anywhere in the divine world. It wasn't because he was very mysterious, but because this place had just appeared recently. No one knew about it. The Chaos Divine Realm was in a mountain range in the southeast corner of the 9th region of the Divine World. There was nothing in the Chaos Divine Realm, but in the center of the Chaos Divine Realm, a young man was lying in the center. His eyes were closed, his complexion was rosy, and his breathing was smooth. If an unknown person saw him, they would think that the young man was sleeping. However, that wasn't the case. If Rual Lin Lei saw the young man's face here, he would definitely jump up in excitement. He would use his soul to leave his body, and then merge his soul into the body of the young man who was lying on an altar. It was because the young man lying on the altar was Lin Rei's original body. System, tell me how long Lin Rei's time is up. Don't forget that Lin Rei doesn't have much time left. He still has to enter the Holy World. Moreover, you didn't say that the place you would send Lin Rei to is the Age of Chaos, where spiritual energy is scarce. In the system space, the little dragon woke up from its deep sleep. When it found out about Lin Rei's recent situation, it was furious. This was because Lin Rei's current situation was something it didn't expect. It originally thought that the system would send Lin Rei to a planet with abundant spiritual energy, or at least enough to support Lin Rei's cultivation. However, when it heard that the place the system sent Lin Rei to was actually a planet with an extreme lack of spiritual energy, where even cultivation was a problem, the little dragon was unwilling. Now, what's wrong? Does your heart ache? The system teased. Nonsense, doesn't your heart ache? The little dragon asked back. You clearly know that Lin Rei's cultivation method requires the last bit of spiritual energy to be able to cultivate. However, we didn't send Lin Rei to a better planet to cultivate, but you sent him to a place where even birds don't shit. You're afraid that he won't be able to return within the stipulated time and will run over here to be obliterated by the system, right? The more it spoke, the more agitated Lin Rei became. It was very worried about Lin Rei's current situation. It was worried that Lin Rei couldn't eat well, worried that Lin Rei was distressed because of the lack of spiritual energy. As the little dragon who could be said to have single-handedly raised Lin Rei, it was very distressed for the little dragon's current situation. Haha, the system laughed. What did I do? You still have the nerve to laugh. The little dragon was furious at the system's behavior. Ha, the more the little dragon was like this, the happier the system laughed. All right, you don't have to worry about this matter. If Lin Rei can't even overcome this little difficulty, then what will he do in the future? You have to understand, the future Lin Rei will enter that kind of place. That kind of place isn't as good as the place Lin Rei is currently in. Then this matter is still too early. Isn't it a little too early for you to start training Lin Rei after eating? After all, if Lin Rei wants to cultivate to that kind of place, it's impossible without hundreds of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. You're a little too early. Is it early? Looking at the little dragon, the system's tone was very decisive. I don't think it's early at all. On the contrary, it's just right for him to start from now. All right. As if not wanting to continue this topic, before the little dragon could finish speaking, it interrupted. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. If you have the time, you might as well use it to cultivate and recover a bit of your strength. When you really return, you'll have the strength to protect Lin Rei. Now, let this little guy go on his own. As for the mission given by the system, don't worry. With me around, you don't have to worry about the little dragon being obliterated by the system. Hearing this, the little dragon, who was originally filled with dissatisfaction, fell silent and did not refute. All right, do as you see fit. However, you have to remember, nothing can happen to Lin Rei. Otherwise, I won't let you go, even though I know you're very strong. After saying this, the little dragon's figure disappeared. This guy is still as stubborn as before. Looking at the place where the little dragon disappeared, the system said. Then it fell silent. No one knew what had happened in the antediluvian realm of gods. Not even Linley himself knew. In the Divine Valley. Deep in the Divine Valley, Lin Rei was sitting on a mountain peak, looking in the direction of the Sword Sect. A trace of nostalgia flashed across his face. This little guy left. Thinking about it, He should have reached the sword sect by now. Probably, but at this time, Shui Lingtian, who was lying behind Lin Rei, spoke. Are you sure that little guy will listen to you and destroy the sword sect? Hearing this, Lin Rei looked back at Shui Lingtian with a playful expression. Don't you know that kid? You want him to destroy a sect for no reason. Do you think he can do it? In any case, I don't believe it. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Shui Lingtian was stunned. Then before, you let him, Shui Lingtian was confused by Lin Rei's words. He did not understand what Lin Rei meant. You, looking at Shui Lingtian's ignorant face, Lin Rei turned into a lecturer and began to speak to Shui Lingtian. The reason I let him go is not to kill people, let alone the entire sect. If he really destroyed the sword sect because of my words, I would not hesitate to cripple his cultivation. What? You? Shui Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Lin Rei to say this. And looking at Lin Rei's serious expression, it did not seem like he was lying. Are you surprised? Lin Rei asked. Yes. Shui Lingtian nodded subconsciously. Actually, there's no need to be so surprised. Of course, killing people is still necessary. After all, they provoked me first. But I only killed 2 or 3 of them. A smile flashed across his face. You are ruthless. Shui Lingtian had thoroughly experienced Lin Rei's treachery today. But thinking about what if Lu Chantian really listened to him and destroyed the sword sect, then what if he really destroyed the sword sect and came back to report to you? You are also not right? Seeing Lin Rei finish his sentence, Shui Lingtian nodded and replied, Yes, you are the one who ordered me to do it. Now that he has completed it, you want to cripple his cultivation. You're also unreasonable. Heh. You must know that I, Lin Li, want a benevolent and decisive disciple. Right now, I'm training him to be benevolent and decisive. If he can't even pass this stage, then there is no need for him to become my disciple, because he does not have the qualifications. F*CK. At this moment, Shui Lingtian could not help but shiver. He had a new understanding of Lin Rei's treachery. You are too ruthless. Chapter 1031. Really? I think it's okay. After joking, he stopped talking and fell into silence. In response to this, Blood Lingtian quivered, then retreated from Lin Li's body, charging off into the distance. He only had one thought now. He must not offend Lin Rei. Otherwise, he would be killed or on his way to be killed. For days passed in the blink of an eye. In Dreamcloud City, Lu Chantian had waited for so many days. To the people of the sword sect, he had done his best. Sitting in the restaurant, he raised his head and looked at the people coming and going outside the window. A trace of melancholy flashed across his face. It's time to move around. Thinking that he was about to go to the sword sect, his heart was very heavy. After all, he was not going there for sightseeing. He was going there to kill people. Logically speaking, as a cultivator, killing people shouldn't be a big problem for him. However, he was different. After all, he used to be a city lord. It was inevitable that there would be some hurdles in his heart that he couldn't get over. He got up and threw the gold coin to the ground. Then he walked out of the restaurant and looked at the sword sect. Then he walked toward the sword sect. He didn't walk very fast so that he could give the people of the sword sect the opportunity and time to do so. What he didn't know was that after he exited the inn, his whereabouts were completely different from the time he was in Sword's Gate. The moment he stepped out of the restaurant, his message was sent out by Shun Jian to the higher-ups of the sword sect. At this moment, in the main hall of the sword sect, all the elders and sect master of the sect were gathered. However, the scene was different from usual. It was weirder and more depressing. Moreover, each of the elders had a gloomy and worried expression. They were worried and afraid. They were afraid of what would happen to the sword sect after Lu Chantian arrived. Would it be the Azura battlefield or hell on earth? Would their sword's gate be destroyed, just like that? Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, we just received news that Lu Chantian has left the restaurant. I don't think I need to tell you where he is going. You should know, right? We understand. Since that's the case, everyone, how about following me to welcome them at the Myriad Mountain Gates? Although the other party is here to kill, As the elders of the Sword Sect, we naturally cannot lose our hospitality. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right, we'll listen to senior brother Sect leader's arrangements. Seeing that his junior brothers did not refute him, Ling Jinzi nodded with relief. In that case, come with me. Yes, we will obey. Everyone cupped their hands and followed Ling Jinzi toward the mountain gate. During the journey, the number of disciples in the Sword Sect decreased significantly. In the past, the disciples of the Sword Sect could be seen sitting together to discuss sword Dao and cultivation, but now, alas, Ling Jinzi sighed. His face was full of dejection. He had never thought that his Sword Sect would have such a day. Thinking back to the glory of the Sword Sect in the past, it was just a pipe dream. The group moved very quickly and arrived in front of the mountain gate. The two disciples who had been guarding the mountain gate were standing upright and doing their duty. When they heard footsteps behind them, the two of them turned their heads to look. When the two of them turned their heads and saw the appearance of the person who came, they were shocked and hurriedly bowed. Disciple Lu Hai from Guangzhou greets sect leader and elders. Well, you're not bad. Looking at the two of them, Ling Jinzi's expression eased a little. Looking at his disciples, although their cultivation was not satisfactory, he could guarantee that their character was solid. This was also the reason why the Sword Sect was established. The Sword Sect did not care how powerful the sect was. As the saying went, it could accommodate all rivers. The Sword Sect could tolerate your poor talent, but not your bad character. Thank you for your praise, sect leader. Hearing Ling Jinzi's praise, the two disciples' faces bloomed with joy. At this moment, if they were asked to stand here for a few more years or decades, they would probably be able to do it. Well, keep up the good work. After saying that, Ling Jinzi stopped talking and went out of the mountain gate. He came to a conspicuous open space and waited. Behind him, the two of them were stunned when they saw their sect leader and all the elders gathering, so many people. Lu Hai, who do you think the sect leader and the elders are waiting for? Guangzhou's voice sounded in Lu Hai's mind. This. He also wanted to know the answer to his companion's question. It was also his first time seeing such a scene. It should be a big shot coming. Thinking about it, Guangzhou did not want to let the other party see that he did not know anything. So he just said casually. However, perhaps even Guangzhou himself had not thought that he had guessed correctly. Time passed by little. In the blink of an eye, it was already morning. The person Ling Jinzi was waiting for still had not come. However, they did not have the slightest dissatisfaction in their hearts. What's going on? Didn't Lu Changtian leave the dreamy cloud city? Looking at Wang Yun, Ling Jinzi transmitted his voice. It's reasonable to say that it's only half a day's journey from the dreamy cloud city to here. Moreover, Lu Changtian has such a high cultivation. Ling Jinzi's doubts were exactly what he was puzzled about at this moment. Just like what Ling Jinzi said, it was reasonable to say that with Lu Changtian's cultivation, he would come here for at most 2 to 4 hours, or even more. Why was there no trace of him now? Could it be that he got lost? This idea was rejected as soon as it was born. It was impossible for Lu Changtian not to know that Lu Changtian had come to the Sword Sect in the past. Moreover, he was the one who received him, so it was impossible for him to get lost. Since he was not lost, then why? For a moment, Wang Yin could not figure out Lu Changtian. While the Sword Sect leader and elders were waiting for Lu Changtian was sitting on the ground on a mountain peak, not far from the Sword Sect. In front of a bonfire, Lu Changtian held a chicken that was almost roasted in his hand. However, although Lu Changtian seemed to be roasting the chicken, his eyes had been fixed in the direction of the Sword Sect. Yes, he was stalling for time, trying to buy more time for the Sword Sect. He was soft-hearted. Really, I don't know what Master is thinking. Why did he ask me to come and exterminate the sect? He knows that I used to be the city lord, and I can't stand violence and killing the most. Thinking of the mission Lin Ray gave him, Lu Changtian was very conflicted. Forget it. Let's eat first. We'll talk about it when we reach the Sword Sect. I've already given them so much time. I think they should have left by now. After saying that, the chicken was roasted and he picked it up to eat. If Wang Yun and Ling Jianzi saw this scene at this moment, they would probably faint from anger. They were a little cold in front of the mountain gate, but he was eating roasted chicken. However, if they knew what Lu Changtian was thinking, they would not be angered to death. Instead, they would be very grateful. After all, Lu Changtian was doing this for the sake of the Sword Sect's disciples. The moon was bright and the stars were shining. In the blink of an eye, night came. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and Ling Jianzi and the others were still waiting quietly. However, at this moment, Ling Jianzi and the others were no longer as calm as before. Some of them had already begun to complain. Really, if you want to come, then come. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Why are you taking so long? Aren't you just letting us roast over the fire? Yeah, I really don't know what the other party is thinking. Then one person spoke, followed by another. Ling Jianzi wanted to say something, but when he thought of the other party's behavior, he acquiesced to their discussion. Among the few people, only Wang Yun did not participate in the discussion. He knew how powerful the other party was, and he also knew that the other party was not coming because of something. Moreover, we were willing to wait, not because the other party suggested it. Now that you can't wait, you're complaining. Are you crazy? These were just Wang Yun's own thoughts. As for why he said it out loud, sorry, was he kidding? If he said it out loud, would he still want to stay in the sect in the future? However, Wang Yun's head was about to explode when he heard everyone's words behind him. For a moment, he couldn't help but shout angrily. Shut up, all of you. If you don't want to wait, go back to your own mountain. No one asked you to wait here. However, since you've chosen to wait, then wait obediently and quietly. Don't keep chattering behind me like a sissy. Aren't you ashamed? As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly fell silent. Behind them, the two people from Guangzhou were shocked when they heard Elder Wang Yun's sudden words. The scene was quiet. Ling Jianzi, who was at the side, was also stunned by Wang Yun's anger. He didn't expect Wang Yun, who usually looked weak, to be so strong now. Clap, clap, clap. The silence was broken by a sudden round of applause. Not bad. I didn't expect the Sword Sect to be like this. I've learned something today. Just as everyone was in a daze, a teasing voice came from afar. It could be heard that there was a hint in this voice. The sudden voice pulled everyone back to reality from their daze. They turned their heads and focused their gazes in the direction of the voice. You are looking at the smiling young man in the distance. Ling Jianzi subconsciously spoke. However, he regretted it as soon as he spoke. Wasn't this King obvious? Why did he ask such a stupid question? Wang Yun, who was at the side, looked at Lu Changtian. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled bitterly. You still came? Yes. I can't help it. I can't disobey my master's orders. Lu Changtian wouldn't do anything to Wang Yun. After all, Lu Changtian was very clear about his character. As for those people who were talking about him just now, it was hard to say. At this moment, the elders of the Sword Sect standing behind Wang Yun could tell from the words of the two that the young man in front of them was the person who came to destroy the sect. They looked at Lu Changtian with curiosity and vigilance. Their gazes began to size up. It's nothing. Why does junior brother Wang Yun seem to be very strong? Middle stage martial general. That's all. It seems that junior brother Wang Yun is overthinking. He wants to destroy our sword sect with such a cultivation base. He's really delusional. Of course, these words were just in their hearts. They didn't say it out loud. As the saying goes, the older you get, the wiser you are. Leave a way out for yourself in the future. They wouldn't say such desperate words out loud. Ignoring the curious gazes of the crowd, he slowly walked to Wang Yun's side and transmitted his voice. How is it? How many disciples of your sword sect have left? Isn't it time for me to complete my mission? Hearing this, Wang Yun looked troubled. Some of the disciples of the sword sect had left, but some of them were unwilling to leave this scene that was etched in their minds. Why? Wang Yun's hesitation made Lu Changtian's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition surged in his heart. Although the disciples of the sect have left, less than 1/10 of the total number of disciples in the sect are still standing. Tell me, how should we deal with this? As soon as he said this, Lu Chantian knew that he couldn't make a move in today's battle. He originally thought that it would be easier for him to make a move after the disciples of the Sword Sect had left. But now, although they had left, what was the difference between this and not having them? Thinking about it, he felt that it was very troublesome. He would rather be tortured by Lin Rei. At least this way, it was simple and he could be loyal. Why don't we go to the Sword Sect and sit for a while first? As for this matter, how about we talk about it during dinner? Knowing that Lu Chantian was in a difficult position, Wang Yun quickly spoke up. Well, that's the only way now. Looking at Wang Yun, Lu Chantian knew that he had to roll his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't tolerate it anymore. The disciples had not been evacuated, and there were so many people in the sect. If he really made a move to kill a disciple of the Sword Sect, he was afraid that he would be hunted down by the other sects in the domain and be accused of being an evil cultivator. That's great. Seeing that Lu Chantian was temporarily settled, Ling Jianzi immediately gave Wang Yun a thumbs up. He was getting more and more used to this junior brother of his. At this moment, Wang Yun felt much more relaxed. Lu Chantian didn't pay attention to Ling Jianzi's words. Instead, he followed Wang Yun to the Sword Sect and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Sigh, another one that I can't afford to offend. Ling Jianzi's impression of Lu Chantian had decreased a lot in his heart. Let's go, let's follow them. Seeing that Wang Yun and Lu Chantian's figures had disappeared, Ling Jianzi said to the rest of the junior brothers and then followed them. Soon, the originally bustling entrance of the sect, after everyone had left, the two gatekeepers finally dared to breathe. Damn it, I'm suffocating. Isn't that so? But who was that young man who appeared just now? Why were the sect leader and elders so respectful to him? Even Elder Wang Yun was so respectful in front of Lu Chantian. This question made the two people dumbfounded, and their expressions were full of confusion. Let's not think about it. Who cares who he is? Anyway, this matter is not something that we can handle. Well, I agree. The two people nodded at the same time. Then they no longer had the chance to think about what had happened just now and shifted all their attention elsewhere. In the Sword Sect, Wang Yun brought Lu Chantian directly to his residence. He thought that the servants would cook, but Lu Chantian didn't expect that the person who cooked in the end was Lu Chantian, a martial cultivator at the martial general level. Are you sure the food you cooked is edible? Lu Chantian couldn't eat Wang Yun's food. After all, he had never eaten Lu Chantian's food before. However, Ling Jianzi was different. Chapter 1032. Senior, let's just wait. Ling Jianzi suddenly appeared in front of Lin Rei and said, Senior, let's just wait. Oh, seeing Ling Jianzi's action, Lu Chantian vaguely understood something and looked at Wang Yun. At this moment, Wang Yun's face was full of smiles. Could it be that the food made by Wang Yun is really that delicious? Lu Chantian began to feel a little suspicious about this. However, as a foodie, Lin Rei was only curious about the food made by others. Speaking of delicious food, he had eaten a lot at Lin Rei's place. It could be said that he would never get tired of eating it. Now that he thought about it, he really missed the days in the Divine Valley. Although he was abused every day, at least he could eat the most delicious food in the world every day. Brother Lu, just wait. I will call you when it's done. After saying that, Wang Yun didn't say anything and turned around to leave, leaving Lu Chantian and Ling Jianzi in the room. For a time, the room was quiet, and the atmosphere was very strange. Lu Chantian was fine, but Ling Jianzi was different. He could feel the pressure coming from Lu Chantian's body. At this moment, being under the same roof as Lu Chantian made him feel a little uncomfortable. This feeling had not appeared for a long time. The quiet atmosphere in the room made Lu Chantian frown. He didn't like this feeling. He looked at Ling Jianzi and saw that he had been silent for a long time. In the end, he couldn't help but speak. Sect leader Ling, I wonder if you have anything to say? The silent and strange atmosphere was broken by Lu Changtian. Ling Jianzi was not very comfortable. Now that he suddenly heard Lu Changtian's question, he became even more nervous. I say, what do you think of me destroying the Sword Sect? Looking at Ling Jianzi, Lu Changtian asked. It's just a chat. Don't be nervous. It's fine. All right. Hearing Lu Changtian's words, Ling Jianzi's nervousness subsided a little. Then he spoke his mind. Senior, you actually came to the Sword Sect. I am unwilling to see the destruction of the Sword Sect. However, with your strength before me, no matter what I think, it will still be up to you. However, to put it bluntly, our Swords Gate has always been a law-abiding organization, and we have never done anything that offends the heavens and reason. Even our Swords Gate has a good reputation. Therefore, your arrival is a little out of place. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Changtian understood. Of course, he understood what Ling Jianzi had just said. After all, he used to be the city lord of a city, so he naturally had the reputation of the Sword Sect. That's right, Senior. Furthermore, I don't think it's very rational for us to convict an elder of our sect for wanting to take in a disciple. If the other sects in the heavenly fate realm hear that you single-handedly destroyed an entire sect because of a trivial matter, you can imagine what they would do. Speaking up to this point, Ling Jianzi paused for a moment and glanced at Lu Changtian from the corner of his eyes. After seeing Lu Changtian's usual smile, Ling Jianzi heaved a sigh of relief and continued speaking. Let's not worry about whether they'll think you're an evil cultivator. Based on your strength alone, they indeed won't allow you to appear. Why? Lu Changtian asked. Looking at Lu Changtian, Ling Jianzi revealed the whole story. Let me ask you, which sect would want to see someone stronger than them? Moreover, that person is a loose cultivator. If I were the sect master or elder of those sects, I would definitely gather the other sects to attack an existence like you who threatens their status. As the saying goes, the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. A tall tree attracts the wind. Hearing this, Lu Changtian smiled. He had also thought of this idea before. However, when he thought of Lin Rei's strength, he felt relieved. He absolutely believed that if those sects dared to make a move, his master would not sit idly by. If they provoked Lin Rei, it was not certain who would be killed in the end. At this point, Ling Jianzi felt that the foreshadowing was almost done, so he quickly said, So, Senior, do you think you should reconsider? Ha! I really didn't expect that a dignified sect master would actually set a trap for me. That's amazing. How could Lu Changtian not understand Ling Jianzi's intention? To be honest, he didn't want to do this. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who would kill. If it weren't for the mission, he probably wouldn't have come to the Sword Sect. Senior, please forgive me. When Lu Changtian's smile fell into Ling Jianzi's eyes, it was very terrifying. He directly stood up and bowed to apologize. Senior, this junior is ignorant. However, this junior just wanted to protect the sect. After all, this is the location of my sword sect for thousands of years. Those disciples are innocent. If they lose their lives because of this small matter, then our sin will be too great. His gaze fell on Ling Jianzi. I didn't know if it was because of excitement or fear, but his body was trembling. Such a Ling Jianzi made Lu Changtian sigh inexplicably. Thinking back to the past, when he hadn't met Lin Rei, when he saw the current Ling Jianzi, he would probably be trembling like him now. One had to admit that Ling Jianzi was indeed very good as a sect master. He was always thinking about the sect and its disciples. In a sect, the disciples were the strongest backing and the strongest foundation. If there were no disciples, then no matter how many things there were, it would be useless. In the beginning, he also wanted to enter the sword sect because he had such a philosophy. Unfortunately, he didn't take it seriously at that time. Then tell me, what do you want to do? Looking at Ling Jianzi, Lu Changtian said, Of course, if I don't kill anyone, it will be a bit unreasonable. After all, this time I came to kill people, so... Speaking up to here, Lu Changtian didn't continue. He believed that as the sect master, even if he didn't say it, the other party should understand his thoughts. Sure enough, after hearing this, Ling Jianzi's worried expression faded a little, but he still hesitated. He understood Lu Chantian's meaning. After the conversation just now, he probably understood Lu Chantian's thoughts. He didn't want to kill people, but it would be unreasonable if he didn't. Therefore, he still had to kill people, but not wipe out the whole sect. If that was the case, he only needed to kill the first few people. But, as Huang Zhong's senior martial brother, the headmaster of Swords Gate, he had to sacrifice his own junior martial brother to protect the sect. This made him feel unbearable. Of course, he hesitated. Although the elders didn't seem to get along well with each other, they were indeed friends, brothers, companions, and relatives who had grown up together. Now that he had to choose, it was undoubtedly digging his heart out. Don't worry, take your time to choose. I'll give you 3 more days to think about it. If you still haven't made a choice after 3 days, I won't give in no matter what you say. Lu Chantian understood Ling Jianzi's hesitation, but at this moment he didn't give in. Yes, I understand. Seeing that Lu Chantian had already said those harsh words, he knew that no matter how hard he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. However, he had to admit that the current situation was already good. After all, there was no need to wipe out the sect or relocate it. But here came a problem. Was he really going to abandon Huang Zhong's brothers, relatives, friends, and family for the Sword Sect and the disciples of the Sword Sect? This choice gave Ling Jianzi a headache. He didn't want to make such a choice. He didn't want his junior brother to suffer any harm. But if he did, the sect would, for a moment. Ling Jianzi fell silent. Sitting on the chair, his brows were tightly knitted together, and his face was full of hesitation. Haha, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Sect leader Ling, I hope you understand this. After explaining to Ling Jianzi, Lu Chantian didn't say anything else. Instead, he released his Grim Reaper perception. Found it. He strode out of the room, leaving Ling Jianzi alone in a dilemma. He also left the room and walked toward the kitchen. Although he had never been here before, under the effect of his perception, Lu Chantian came to the kitchen door with ease. Damn, it smells quite good. When he came to the kitchen door and smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen, Lu Chantian's appetite was aroused. He had an impulse to rush up and pounce on the food like a hungry tiger. Ahem. Well, Brother Wang, I wonder if you've finished cooking. Lu Chantian couldn't help but cough softly and say, Wang Yun, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the sound behind him and immediately turned his head. Perhaps it was because of the noise in the kitchen. Wang Yun didn't seem to hear what Lu Chantian said. Brother Lu, when you came here, seeing Lu Chantian, Wang Yun was stunned for a moment before he spoke. As he spoke, Wang Yun didn't forget to look around as if he was looking for Ling Jianzi's figure. You don't have to look for him. Ling Jianzi didn't follow me out, and I'm afraid he doesn't have time to eat at this moment. With that, Lu Chantian walked in openly. The moment he entered the door, his gaze fell on the dishes that had been prepared on the kitchen table. After taking a deep breath, the fragrance of the dishes that filled the air entered Lu Chantian's nose. Well, indeed, feeling the impatience from his taste buds, Lu Chantian smiled. Indeed, he had to admit that Wang Yun's dishes were very good. Of course, compared to Lin Rei's dishes, he preferred Lin Rei's dishes. He wasn't sure about other things, but he absolutely had this confidence. This was what it meant to say that this dish only existed in heaven and was rarely seen in the human world. Although Wang Yun's dishes were very fragrant, he still felt that Lin Rei's dishes were more flavorful. Ignoring Wang Yun behind him, Lu Chantian continued to eat. If Lin Rei was here, he would have directly slapped him. Wang Yun, who was looking at the side, was full of doubts at this moment. He knew that his senior brother Ling Jianzi liked his dishes the most. It was impossible, but he hadn't started yet. He wanted to investigate, but when he thought that Lu Chantian was still here, he immediately dismissed this idea. *### at. Lu Chantian's voice suddenly sounded, but because his mouth was stuffed, Wang Yun didn't understand a single word he said. He turned around, and looked over with a puzzled gaze. However, when his gaze fell on Lu Changtian, he accidentally glanced at his food. F***. Suddenly, Wang Yun cursed, and his face turned red. As if he understood what Wang Yun meant, Lu Changtian touched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm really sorry, I didn't eat so. However, your dishes are indeed delicious, so I couldn't help but eat a little more." You. Hearing Lu Changtian's words, Wang Yun rolled his eyes and said angrily, "You call that eating a little more? I obviously ate all of it." Raising his hand and pointing at the plate that was already full, Wang Yun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lu Changtian to like eating so much. Seeing Wang Yun looking at him strangely, Lu Changtian felt uncomfortable. "Well, let's not talk about this for now. I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Seeing Wang Yun's response, Lu Changtian was delighted. He knew that he had successfully changed the topic and diverted Wang Yun's attention. "I have 2 missions this time." At this moment, Lu Changtian couldn't help but become serious. He was no longer as frivolous as before, and everything he did seemed to be a joke. Sensing the change in Lu Changtian, Wang Yun felt how unusual the next thing was for Lu Changtian to be like this. The first mission is to come to the Sect to fulfill the promise back then and exterminate the Sect. "I know about this." Next, not wanting to hear about this matter, Wang Yun directly skipped over it. The second mission is to go to the Lin family and see if there's any trouble in the Lin family. If there is, we'll solve it together to prevent future trouble. Lin family? Hearing this, Wang Yun was energized. "Yes, the Lin family. You mean that Senior Lin Rei is really the grandson of the Master Lin of the Lin family, who has been in a coma for 8 years? Wang Yun was shocked. Although he had heard about it before, he thought it was a joke. After all, if it was true, then Lin Rei was only 15, 16, or 18 years old when he left home. He had such a powerful cultivation at such a young age. This made him feel that his worldview, values, and outlook on life had been completely overturned. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. What I mean is that you can use this matter to make up for it. Of course, I still have to kill people, but I'll kill the source. Your sword sect will also remain intact. As for those disciples, I can't be bothered to care about them. What do you think?" "I think it's very good." As soon as Lu Changtian finished speaking, Wang Yun's voice sounded immediately. The excitement in his voice could not be suppressed, and he smiled. This smile was very relaxed, without the heavy feeling from before. "Yes." Seeing Wang Yun like this, Lu Changtian smiled and continued, "What do I mean? I want to let the disciples of the Lin family enter the sword sect to cultivate, and the sword sect will also send a few experts to oversee the Lin family. They will also announce to the outside world that the sword sect and the Lin family are inseparable. Thinking about it, those arrogant people will not find trouble with the Lin family anymore. Of course, if they do, they will definitely be strong enemies. They will be so strong that even your sword sect is no match for them." Chapter 1033. Looking at Wang Yun, a smile appeared on Lu Changtian's face. "Of course, this will also benefit your sword sect. At the very least, I won't do anything to the sword sect. If your sword sect joins forces with the Lin family, I think your sword sect will be in trouble. Perhaps my master will help." As soon as Lu Changtian said this, Wang Yun's face was full of excitement. The sword sect was most worried about Lin Rei's anger. If they had the Lin family as a burden, the sword sect would be fine, and the sword sect would also have Lin Rei as a layer of protection. Thinking of this, how could Wang Yun not be excited? If a sect had the backing of a powerhouse like Lin Rei, it could be said that the sect's future prospects would be very promising. Just like in a small place like the Yin country, the sword sect wanted to develop. However, because there weren't many powerhouses in the sect, and they didn't have a particularly strong foundation compared to those forces, they could only hide in a small place. If it was like what Lu Changtian said, with Lin Rei as a layer of protection, it could be said that everything was ready to develop the sect in the future. Just thinking about it made him excited. If he really succeeded, then the scene. For a moment, Wang Yun seemed to have seen the direction of success. He also saw the Sword Sect standing at the peak of the Destiny realm, and the thousands of Sect below had submitted. The scene was magnificent and pleasing to the eye. On the side, Wang Yun, who was watching, had a silly smile on his face. Lu Chantian was stunned and rolled his eyes. I say, what are you thinking about? It's not even set in stone yet, and you're already thinking about those things. You're really good. Although he didn't know what Wang Yun was thinking, he was sure that he was thinking of some unrealistic fantasies. When Lu Chantian's voice pulled him back to reality, he felt awkward. He coughed twice and scratched his head in embarrassment. Tell me, what should we do? Wang Yun was serious. After all, this was a major matter that concerned the sect. Seeing Wang Yun's expression change faster than flipping a book, Lu Chantian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Half of the matter here is over. You'll come with me to the Lin family. When the time comes, you can explain your purpose for coming. As for the rest, it's up to me. Then, thank you very much. If this matter succeeds, then you will be the great benefactor of my sword sect. Yes, that's right, great benefactor. Lu Chantian. Lu Chantian was completely speechless at Wang Yun's words. What great benefactor? He didn't even know what to say when he returned. However, he didn't have the time to think about this now. After all, this was the only way to protect the Lin family without exterminating the entire sect. After all, he had to leave eventually. Moreover, he knew the Lin family situation when he was still the city lord. So, all right, that's all for now. I'll go back first. Lu Chantian walked out of the door. All right. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped at the door. I've only given you enough time. As for that matter, you can consider whether to hand over the source of the matter, Huangzhou. After saying that, Lu Chantian didn't stay any longer. He took a step out and disappeared from Wang Yun's sight. Wang Yun's excitement disappeared. He was just thinking about something good and forgot about the important matter. Thinking of what Lu Chantian said before he left, he fell silent. He really couldn't do it to hand over Huangzhou. Although he didn't have a good relationship with Huangzhou, he was a member of the sect, after all. Moreover, he was an elder of the sect. If he were to hand him over, the sect would lose a part of its strength. In an instant, good things and bad things came together, which put Wang Yun in a difficult position. In the starry sky, the three of them had also encountered the most dangerous thing in their lives. A space-time storm. This was what the three of them didn't want to encounter the most. Previously, they were praying that they wouldn't encounter it. But after a short while, a space-time storm that left them helpless appeared. In front of them, a shocking pressure slowly approached. Now it was moving slowly in space. The three of them tried to escape, but the surroundings were extremely spacious. Besides, ever since the uncontrollable storm appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be confined by a mysterious force. They could only move forward, and the path of retreat behind them was controlled by the energy. As the saying went, there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. At that moment, the three of them were facing such a situation. What made them feel the most despair was that the uncontrollable storm had sealed off the surrounding space. Yes, they could only move forward. Ahead of them, an uncontrollable storm in the form of a tornado appeared. Some of the surrounding star fragments and planets were instantly destroyed after coming into contact with the uncontrollable storm, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The appearance of this scene stunned the three of them. An unprecedented fear filled their bodies. However, it was fortunate that the three of them had always been by Lin Rei's side. After encountering such a situation, apart from being filled with fear, they didn't do anything particularly embarrassing, such as peeing their pants or collapsing on the ground to wait for death. Looking ahead, the uncontrollable storm was getting closer and closer. Lin Tian's heart was filled with desolation. I didn't expect that Lin Tian, would die here. With a self-deprecating laugh, the days he had spent with Lin Rei flashed through his mind. He thought of the scene when he was bought back by Madame, and the scene after Lin Rei brought him into the cultivation world. The most important scenes of his life flashed through his mind like a movie. Young master, I wanted to bring you back, but now it seems that I can't do it now. Thinking that he was about to die, he wanted to go to Lin Ray's side even more. This was because his wish was that even if he died, he wanted to die by Lin Ray's side. Because Lin Ray was his only family. On the side, Ing and Bing didn't know what Lin Tian was thinking. Of course, even if they knew, they wouldn't say anything. After all, they were helpless in the face of the uncontrollable storm. Although they were already saints, in the face of an uncontrollable storm, even saints with Tao fruit like them were useless. In the face of such a powerful existence, there was nothing they could do other than escape. Because even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Husband, what should I do? How can I escape from here and safely reach the space where you are, meet you, and see you? Husband, I haven't seen you for the last time yet. I don't want to. The two women began to miss the days when they were with Lin Ray. Unfortunately, these are just thoughts. In the face of an uncontrollable storm, they had never heard of anyone who could escape from such a level of existence. Of course, there were some, but the probability of such a thing happening was very small. At the very least, they had never heard of it. Whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind mixed with the spirit energy of heaven and earth swarmed over. Fortunately, the three of them had decent cultivation. Otherwise, who is it? Who dares to hurt him? When he looked up, he saw a fat man with a fat head and big ears. It's you. You heard him? When Lin Ray saw the fat man, he already recognized him. It was Lin Ergu, who had slapped his predecessor to death. Oh, isn't this our great genius young master? You're not dead yet. Huh. Hearing Lin Ergu's words, the corners of Linley's mouth naturally curled up, revealing an expression as if he was looking at a fool. However, from beginning to end, Linley's eyes revealed a callous and ice-cold look. Yes, Lin Ergu originally wanted to tease and humiliate Lin Ray. However, when he saw Lin Ray's eyes, Lin Ergu's feet unconsciously took a step back. What's going on? When did this brat's eyes become so terrifying? Moreover, his temperament has also changed. It's only been a few days since we last met. But when he saw Linley's level of cultivation, that foot, which had been forced to take a step backwards in fright, came back to him. Little bastard, it seems that the lesson I taught you a few days ago was in vain. Since that's the case, I'll let you know my rules today. Come, beat me. Upon hearing Lin Ergu's words, the people who had followed him immediately charged forward, throwing punches at Linley, who was lying on the bed. A group of dog slaves who don't care about their lives. I think you've forgotten the rules of the family. You're just insignificant slaves. Since you want to offend your superiors, don't you want to live anymore? Do you really think that I, the second young master of the family, am someone you can hit whenever you want? Just when the three people were staring at the uncontrollable storm in front of them, the two people didn't notice that beside them, Lin Tian's face was gloomy and ferocious. Lin Tian's eyes were fixed on the front, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the killing intent of Lin Tian was so strong that it alarmed the two people beside him. Feeling the killing intent beside them, the two people's hearts were full of doubts. They turned their heads and saw that Lin Tian's body was wrapped in a special force at this moment. What's going on? Feeling that the situation today wasn't very good, they turned their heads to look at Bing and asked curiously, No, I don't know this. Staring at Lin Tian, the two people fell into deep thought. At this moment, only Lin Tian himself knew what kind of situation he was in. At this moment, in front of Lin Tian's eyes, a familiar and infuriating scene appeared in front of Lin Tian. It was none other than the scene when they were in the Celestial Wonders world, when the two people of the Lin family were bullied. Seeing that scene, Lin Tian really wanted to rush in and kill all those who bullied Lin Ray. The scene continued. After hearing Lin Ray's words, the few people who were about to attack suddenly stopped in midair and turned their heads to look at Lin Ergu with a troubled expression. Lin Ray, stop pretending. Who in the entire Lin province doesn't know that you're just a concubine's son? And The most important thing is that when you were born, the head of the family found someone to test your talent. In the end, the result was that you didn't have the qualifications to cultivate. The head of the family has already given up on you. Now you want to use that identity to suppress me? Do you think it's possible? When Lin Ergu mentioned Lin Rei's sore spot, he had a proud smile on his face. But when he saw Lin Rei's expression, Lin Ergu was stunned. Ha ha! Lin Rei looked at Lin Ergu's expression and laughed without restraint. He laughed very calmly. What are you laughing at? Seeing Lin Rei laugh, Lin Ergu panicked and frowned in confusion. I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at how naive you are. Even if I'm not talented in cultivation, so what? I have the title of the second young master of the Lin clan. As long as I have this title, you have no right to touch me. Of course, unless you disregard the rules of the clan, but if you do, your cultivation and even your life will be gone. At this point, Lin Rei couldn't help but look in Lin Ergu's direction. He wanted to see Lin Ergu's expression and actions. He was afraid that Lin Ergu would notice something wrong. If that was the case, then he would be in trouble today. But after seeing Lin Ergu's expression just now, Lin Rei heaved a sigh of relief. Little bastard, you're lucky today. We'll see. Don't let me see you in the future, or I'll let you know the consequences of offending me today. Let's go. After Lin Ergu said a few threatening words to Lin Rei, he waved his hand at his subordinates and left. But before he left, he didn't forget to kick Lin Tian. The moment Lin Ergu walked out, Lin Li's face instantly turned gloomy. If you looked carefully, you would see that Lin Li's fingernails had already dug into his flesh, and blood was flowing out from the wound. However, Lin Li didn't seem to see it. He just kept staring at the door with a gloomy face, and his eyes were already bloodshot. After a while, Lin Rei finally recovered and looked at Lin Tian apologetically. He didn't expect that he would implicate Lin Tian. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Lin Tian woke up from his coma. Lin Rei didn't know if he woke up because of the pain or because he woke up on his own. But the most important thing now was to heal Lin Tian's injuries. Lin Rei moved his body and found that it was no longer painful. He quickly got up from the bed and slowly walked to the side of Lin Tian, who was lying on the ground moaning in pain. Little Tian, I'm sorry. Lin Rei apologized to Lin Tian with a guilty heart. His tone was very sincere. Cough, cough, young master, what are you doing? You don't have to apologize to me. Lin Tian saw his young master apologizing to him. Moreover, Lin Tian clearly saw the apology in Lin Rei's eyes. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt that the pain he suffered was no longer a big deal. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my incompetence, you wouldn't have been injured. If it weren't for my incompetence, they wouldn't have looked down on us. Even my so-called biological father is the same. I've only seen him once or twice since I was born. He's my biological father. Speaking until here, Lin Rei didn't continue because he didn't know what to say. The words just now were all left in the memory of the predecessor. Lin Rei took this opportunity to say it all at once. This way, it wouldn't affect his mood in the future. Young master, let me help you up. Your condition just got a little better. You can't sit on the ground anymore. Otherwise, it won't be good if your condition worsens. After speaking, Lin Tian wanted to stand up, but when he stood up halfway, his vision suddenly turned black. Lin Tian's whole body fell towards Lin Rei. Fortunately, Lin Rei's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. Otherwise, he might not have been able to catch Lin Tian. Oh, this silly child. You are so sick, but you still want to help me up. Bastard, what the hell is going on? Today, he was very clear that the scene in front of him wasn't real, but he couldn't get out of this state. Chapter 1034. Lin Tian's Tao heart, which was as firm as a rock, began to waver as he watched the events of the past play out in front of him. The desire to rush in and kill instantly ignited Lin Tian's heart. Why is this happening? No, you bastards. You can't do this to my young master. You all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. All of you, die for this emperor. Die. In the eyes of Ing and Bing, Lin Tian was standing in the air. He was like a madman who was squandering everything around him. A long spear had appeared in his hand, and he was using all the skills and techniques he had learned in his life. World Piercer, Azura Palm. Battle techniques appeared one after another, and his magnificent performance left the two women dumbfounded. This situation had happened too suddenly, and for a moment, the two women were thrown into disarray and began to worry. They had never treated Lin Tian as their subordinate, but rather as family. This wasn't just Lin Rei's idea, but also their own. What's Lin Tian doing? The two women were filled with confusion, but they knew that Lin Tian must have encountered something unpredictable. The moment this thought appeared, a faint smile spread from Lin Tian's body. The two women's hearts sank as they looked at Lin Tian. Oh no, this guy can't have triggered his inner demons at this time, right? Ying had never encountered such a situation before. In her world, breaking through cultivation wasn't difficult, but she had no experience with such things. I don't think so. Bing was the same, as she didn't dare to be sure. Of course, only he knew what was going on. He understood his current situation, but he couldn't get out of it. Bastard, you're actually taking advantage of the situation. That's enough. Lin Tian muttered to himself as he sensed his Dao heart wavering and his inner demons growing. If Rual Lin Lei were here, seeing Lin Tian in this state, he probably wouldn't just stand by and watch. He might even use all the forces he could mobilize to help Lin Tian. As for Lin Tian's inner demons, if possible, Lin Rei would personally destroy them to ensure Lin Tian's safety. Sure, now that Lin Rei wasn't here, everything could only be resolved by Lin Tian himself. You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? If you do, tell me. Don't hold it in. Seeing that Lin Tian had awoken, Lin Li immediately went forward and asked worriedly. He didn't want his first friend to die in front of him. Young master, I feel much better. Lin Tian was about to get off the bed, but before he could do so, he was stopped by Lin Rei. Little Lin Tian, it seems like even you don't listen to me. Lin Rei quickly put on an unhappy face and looked at Lin Tian. Oh, no, young master. It's just that this is young master's bed. As a servant, how can I sleep on my master's bed? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Rei was instantly unhappy. What servant? When mother was still alive, she wanted to take you in as a foster son, but she passed away before she could. Moreover, I've never seen you as a servant. In my heart, you've always been my younger brother and my only family. Oh, young master, it's enough to hear your words. Even if I die now, I'll be satisfied. Haha, what death? We still have a long way to go. Along the way, I want you to be the witness of me becoming strong. Not only me, you have to become strong too. That way, won't you be able to follow me forever? Seeing Lin Tian crying again, Lin Rei quickly comforted him. Yes, I won't cry. I'll definitely follow in young master's footsteps and become strong. That way, I'll be able to follow young master forever. Lin Rei didn't know that because of his words, he had created a giant in the future world. Of course, this was a story for another time. Come, eat this first. If you don't heal yourself, I'm afraid you'll be finished. After saying so, Lin Rei took out a healing medicinal pill from his inventory and handed it to Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He took the medicinal pill and swallowed it. A moment later, Lin Tian's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, all of Lin Tian's injuries were healed. At this moment, Lin Tian, who had sensed all of this, was very surprised. He had never seen this kind of medicinal pill before, especially one with such a strong recovery ability. What made Lin Tian even more surprised was that this medicinal pill was actually taken out by his young master. When Lin Rei saw Lin Tian's expression, he couldn't help but tease Lin Tian. Ha, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you recognize me? No, young master. I just didn't expect you to have such a miraculous medicinal pill. Moreover, I noticed that ever since young master woke up, your aura has completely changed. If I hadn't been by your side all this time, I wouldn't have dared to recognize you. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Li was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Little trash, come out. My young master is here. Just as the atmosphere became extremely awkward, a very uncoordinated voice sounded. All right, Linley frowned, then stood up and walked towards the door. It's you again. Just what you want. When Lin Ray arrived at the door, he immediately saw Lin Ergu, who had just left not long ago. He was accompanied by a group of people, the most conspicuous of which was the young man leading the group. Oh, it's only been a few days since we last met. Cousin, your words have become so unyielding. Moreover, I heard that you threatened my subordinates and said that they would be punished by the clan's rules if they beat you up. Is this real? The young man asked Lin Ray with a face full of disdain. Lin Ji, just what are you trying to do? No matter what, I'm still your clan's brother, your elder. What? I helped you teach a few people a lesson, and now you're causing trouble at my place. You want to be my elder? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? What qualifications do you have? You're just a concubine's bastard, and you don't even have the slightest talent for cultivation. The clan's head has already abandoned you, yet you still shamelessly call yourself the second young master. The person who spoke was called Lin Ji, Lin Ray's clan's younger brother. When a young man heard Lin Ray's words, his face instantly turned gloomy, and a thick murderous aura burst out. It seemed that he had the impulse to immediately go up and kill Lin Ray. Haha, Lin Ji, I won't say anything else. Let's just talk about my bloodline. Regardless of whether the clan's head recognizes me or not, no matter what, I'm still his son. Do you think that he would allow his son to be humiliated and bullied by a servant of the clan? After hearing Lin Ray's words, Lin Ji choked back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The expression on his face was extremely rich. However, after listening to Lin Ray's words, Lin Ji calmed down and carefully thought about it. It really was the case. No matter what, Lin Ray was still the son of the clan's head. Thinking of this, Lin Ji suddenly revealed a cruel smile and stared at Lin Ray. Then, according to what you said, my servant can't teach you a lesson, but I, as the master, can teach you a lesson. After saying this, Lin Ji suddenly moved. Boom! The floor under Lin Ji's feet was shattered by the force that leaked out from Lin Ji's body. Ha, go to hell for me. I don't believe that the clan's head will punish me for a trash like you. Seeing that Lin Ji's fist was about to hit Lin Ray, Lin Tian, who was standing beside him, moved. In a flash, Lin Tian appeared in front of Lin Ray. Looking at Lin Ji's fist, Lin Tian didn't panic or fear. Instead, he had a determined expression that wholeheartedly wanted to protect Lin Ray. I won't allow you to hurt my young master. Lin Tian, who said this, looked at Lin Ji with a murderous gaze. Haha, so loyal. Since you want to die, then die. However, your young master will immediately come to find you. Don't worry. Ha! Looking at the murderous aura emitting from Lin Ji's fist, Lin Tian turned his head and smiled at Lin Ray. Young master, I'm sorry. I can't serve you anymore. After saying this, Lin Tian seemed to have accepted his fate. He closed his eyes and waited for Lin Ji's fist to come. However, after waiting for a while, he didn't feel anything. So he opened his eyes and saw a hand coming out from his face and grabbing Lin Ji's fist. Haha, little Tian, you want to die so much. But I, your young master, haven't made you strong yet. How can you die? Hearing Lin Ray's voice coming from behind, Lin Tian's figure slowly appeared in front of Lin Ray. Young master, Lin Tian cried. Seeing the scene play out in front of him again, it could be said that Lin Tian experienced that incident again. If it weren't for Lin Ray's protection, he would have become a ghost at Lin Ji's hands back then. If it weren't for Lin Ray's unwavering loyalty, how could there be the God Emperor Lin Tian today? How could there be his current glory? If it weren't for Lin Ray's teachings, how could there be Lin Tian leading the entire Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? If it weren't for Lin Ray's existence back then, he wouldn't have become the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a title that struck fear in the entire God Realm. Thinking about everything Lin Ray had given him, his heart was filled with gratitude. Young master, bastard, you bastards, you dare to attack my young master. Lin Tian's inner demons flourished more and more. because of the knot in his heart, because of his incompetence, and because of the past. What should we do? How about don't act recklessly? The inner demons aren't something we can interfere with. If we aren't careful and encourage the growth of Lin Tian's inner demons, I'm afraid Lin Tian will be in danger. Upon hearing Bing's words, Ing didn't wait for him to finish his sentence and quickly interrupted. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch? Bing was anxious. With the spatial storm in front of them, Lin Tian was in such a situation. This was the first time such a situation had happened. At that moment, the two of them really hoped that their husband, Lin Ray, would appear. Sigh, if only our husband was here. He has the most solutions. Perhaps he can solve this problem. Yeah, it's a pity. Thinking about how their husband was nowhere to be found, they became even more anxious. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad. I didn't expect you to hold on for so long. Just as Lin Tian glared at the mirror image in front of him, a provocative and mocking voice sounded from behind. Lin Tian was very familiar with that voice. Wasn't that his own voice? Turning around, Lin Tian lifted his head with blood-red eyes. The moment he saw the person behind him, he froze on the spot, looking at the person in front of him with a doubtful and puzzled gaze. Knowing what Lin Tian was thinking, the man who looked exactly like Lin Tian sneered. What's wrong? You don't recognize me? That's true. I've always lived in the deepest part of your heart. Of course, you shouldn't know of my existence. The man was mocking himself and also seemed to be telling Lin Tian his pain. I am you, and you are me. But, seeing Lin Tian's hesitation, the young man who looked exactly like Lin Tian changed his expression and a cold, murderous intent flashed across his face. Immediately, as long as I kill you, I can immediately become Lin Tian, a Lin Tian that belongs to me, and not the cowardly and weak Lin Tian who has always lived under Lin Ray's wings. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Tian knitted his brows, and a look of displeasure flashed across his face. After hearing the other party's words, he also understood what the other party was. An inner demon. Yo, you're not stupid. But soon you won't be. The inner demon didn't seem surprised that Lin Tian guessed his identity. I didn't expect that the emperor would have an inner demon at this time. Looking at the inner demon, he couldn't help but think of what Lin Ray once said to him. Little Tian, although the cultivation method I gave you is top-notch, and you won't have an inner demon for a while, nor will you have some powerful lightning tribulations, but once the cultivation method breaks through to the divine realm at any time. Remember, an inner demon will be born at any time, and the power of the inner demon is very strong. At the same time, there is also a heavenly tribulation accompanying the inner demon. After the inner demon comes the heavenly tribulation of breaking through to the divine realm. Only after you get rid of all of them will your future cultivation path be smooth and unobstructed. These words rang in Lin Tian's heart. It seemed that what Lin Ray said at that time was the current situation, but he didn't expect it to be at this time and in this state. Sigh, it's because I'm not determined enough. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Thinking of the mirror image that appeared in front of him just now, Lin Tian felt nothing but self-blame. I'll give you two choices. The inner demon spoke. First, I kill you and let the emperor inherit everything you have. Then, you will disappear completely. Second, you give up your physical body and let the emperor merge with me. What do you think? No matter which of these two choices Lin Tian chose, he would disappear from this world completely. Faced with this choice, Lin Tian snorted with disdain. He looked up at the inner demon and said, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Do you think that you, the inner demon, can defeat the emperor? Oh, you don't think so? I don't think it's possible. You're living in the gutter, and you want to inherit the emperor's physical body. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Chapter 1035. In response to Lin Tian's words, the inner demon snorted and didn't reply. However, its expression was even more cold-blooded than before. It could even be said that it was hideous. The inner demon was the other side of a person. It represented evil, murderous, and ruthless. After being suppressed by the good side of a person for a long time, one's heart would become distorted. Now, after hearing Lin Tian's words, the inner demon's desire to kill Lin Tian became even stronger. Let's wait and see. The inner demon's cold voice entered Lin Tian's ears. All of a sudden, Lin Tian's body shook. He was stunned and quickly retreated. He held the spear in front of his chest and looked at the inner demon with vigilance. He circulated his martial arts and secretly activated the universal spear art. As long as the inner demon dared to make a move, he would definitely kill it with thunderous means without hesitation. He had to admit that today's idea wasn't bad. Unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten that eliminating the inner demon wasn't something that could be done with words. It required a person with great perseverance to do so. Even if Lin Rei was here, he wouldn't dare to say that he could eliminate the inner demon. Even the ancient sages didn't think of eliminating the inner demon when they faced it. They knew the price of eliminating the inner demon. Therefore, they only thought of suppressing it. Swish, the inner demon moved. In a flash, it disappeared from the spot and turned into a black ray of light like a black meteor streaking across the sky. Universal Spear Art. One spear to break all spells. Since the inner demon moved, Lin Tian naturally moved as well. He activated the universal spear art that was brewing in his mind. Numerous shadows of spears appeared in front of Lin Tian. They were densely packed, and there was a huge number of them. You might have forgotten that I am your inner demon. What you replied to me, I can do too. Universal spear art. One spear to break all spells. In the distance, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the inner demon's words and the scene of the inner demon displaying the universal spear art. He had forgotten about this. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Lin Tian was pulled back to reality by this rumbling sound. He raised his head and saw that the inner demons were right in front of him. The universe spear art that the two of them had used collided, and a pressure that was even stronger than a nuclear explosion surged out in all directions from the two of them. Retreat, quickly. Lin Tian's expression changed when he sensed a terrifying pressure coming from the direction where Lin Tian was. He said to Bing, who was beside him, and retreated. This guy. As a sage, Bing's reaction speed was surprisingly fast. When he heard Ying's reminder, he quickly retreated while complaining to Lin Tian. However, when he thought about what Lin Tian was going through, he felt relieved. After all, when facing a disgusting existence like the inner demon, if he didn't use all his strength and focus, he might really die. Bang! Clang! The sound of weapons colliding rang out. The spear shadows of the universal spear art that Lin Tian and the inner demon had used before had all disappeared. The two of them were now close to each other. The two spears collided, and another wave of battle swept out in all directions with the two of them as the center. You are very strong. Looking at the inner demon, Lin Tian had the guts to praise him. Truth, he didn't lie to him. Lin Tian really felt that the inner demon was very strong. Although they had only exchanged one blow, Lin Tian could feel that if he didn't use all his strength, he would only be devoured by the inner demon and become a complete killing machine. You don't have to tell me. The inner demon seemed to be in a good mood after hearing Lin Tian's praise. At the same time, his murderous aura became stronger, and his desire to kill Lin Tian became stronger. Go to hell. Since you admit that I am strong, why don't you give me your body so that I can replace you and become the supreme expert? Isn't that good? With that, the inner demon waved the spear in his hand and constantly bombarded Lin Tian. His hand speed also became faster and faster as time passed. Hey, come on. Let me see how strong you are. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to have become a battle maniac. He had completely entered a state of madness. At this moment, both of them increased their hand speed. In an instant, their figures began to become dreamy and illusory. On the side, watching the battle between Lin Tian and the inner demon enter such a state, Ing and Bing were speechless. They couldn't help but admire this battle state. In a trance, Ing and Bing saw the figure of their husband in Lin Tian. Of course, this thought didn't last long. In comparison, Linley's battle state was more berserk. In comparison, Linley was like a berserk demon, while Lin Tian was only on the verge of going berserk. He hadn't gone completely berserk yet. I don't know who will win in the end. Of course it will be Lin Tian. Ing responded to Bing's doubts without thinking. Lin Tian was personally taught by her husband. Do you think the inner demon can defeat him? In Ying's heart, Lin Rei was omnipotent, just like Lin Tian at this moment. She didn't admit that the inner demon could defeat Lin Tian. That's true. Although Ying's statement was a little far-fetched, she accepted it happily in the end. Third, while the children were focused on the battle, Lin Tian and Bing were immersed in the battle. Neither of them realized that while Lin Tian and the inner demon were fighting, the aftermath of their battle had affected the space-time storm in the distance. Under the impact of Lin Tian and Bing's battle, the space-time storm, which was originally quiet, became more and more violent. Unfortunately, neither of them paid attention to the storm, as if they had forgotten about the space-time storm. Again. They collided again and again and parted again and again. The speed of the two became faster and faster. Even though Shadow and Ice had already entered the Saint Realm, only Brother Meng was able to keep up with them. Moreover, Lin Tian and Ice's figures were still a bit blurry in their eyes. One could imagine how fast their speed was to make the Saints feel blurry. Time passed little by little. The battle between the two had entered a white-hot state. Obviously, their physical strength had begun to decline slowly. Now, how many tricks do they have? I'm afraid such a battle is rare in the world. Watching the battle between the two becoming more and more crazy, Bing no longer regarded Lin Tian and Bing as human beings. In Bing's eyes, Lin Tian and Bing were lunatics and demons because this battle had exceeded Lin Tian's current cultivation level. Oh, maybe. Ing smiled at Bing's words. However, my husband's battle alchemy skills are stronger than this. But every time the opponent is weak, in the end, Ing didn't continue because there was no need to. Boom! Suddenly, just as Lin Tian and Bing's battle was getting white-hot, a roar sounded in the distance. Suddenly, the two stopped fighting and turned to look. As for Ing and Bing, they naturally couldn't miss the sound. However, the next moment, the four of them were stunned and their faces became dignified. Oh no, it must be the aftermath of Lin Tian and Bing's battle. It inadvertently triggered the space-time storm. Now the storm is completely out of control. Looking at the space-time storm spinning rapidly, it came in front of Ing in the blink of an eye. Bastard. Looking at the space-time storm, Lin Tian cursed. Now that the two of them were fighting vigorously, such a thing happened. At this moment, the two of them had no choice but to separate and find a way to escape. Of course, although he thought so, he still waved the long spear in his hand. Oh no, quickly dodge. Lin Tian, who was in the midst of a battle with his inner demon, sensed the arrival of the space-time storm. The person closest to the space-time storm was his young madam. For a moment, Lin Tian couldn't care less about his inner demon. Whale Swallow. Using all his strength, he used all his cultivation to break free from the battle. His figure rushed to the front of Ing and Bing at an extremely fast speed. He used a secret technique similar to Lin Rei's heaven-devouring art. A terrifying devouring force emerged from Lin Tian's mouth. The surrounding space force seemed to have encountered something terrible and quickly retreated. Bastard, you're crazy. Seeing Lin Tian use a secret technique, as Lin Tian's inner demon, how could he not know the power of this secret technique? However, there were always disadvantages. Although this secret technique was powerful, the side effects were also very terrifying. You bastard, don't you know that if you use Whale Swallow, you will fall into eternal damnation? At that time, not only you, but even I will be implicated by you. Whale Swallow. Hearing Lin Tian's inner demon's roar, Ing and Bing were stunned. Although they didn't understand what whale swallow was, they understood that there must be a risk in using this secret technique. Quickly, little Tion, quickly stop. You said something happened. Our husband will be addicted. Yes, little Tion, quickly stop. They understood Lin Tion's thoughts, but the two girls didn't want to see Lin Tion die in front of them. Lin Tion didn't seem to hear the dissuasion behind him. A smile flashed across his face. A young lady, if you can't wipe out Xinyang today, remember, return to young master's side. You have to take good care of young master. After saying that, Whale Swallow continued and didn't stop because of the dissuasion behind him. In the next moment, what shocked the two women was that the previously ferocious space-time storm was now approaching Lin Tion's spatial energy. Under the whale's devouring power, Lin Tion directly swallowed some of the scattered spatial energy. Boom! A muffled sound came. Looking inside, the original meridians were now under the effect of the space-time storm. The meridians were fake. However, as the protagonist, he didn't know what happened in the space. In the Divine Valley, Lin Ray was sitting cross-legged on a stone. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Ray and Lin Tion's mood was very bad. A scream sounded. With a puzzled face, he covered his chest with his right hand. What? Their hearts were connected. Now that his heart was aching, it meant that the person he cared about was in a life-threatening situation. Who could it be? Zero regarding this matter. He could feel that something happened to his family. Little Tion? Ing and Bing? Or was it his son? Faced with so many choices, he didn't know which one he should feel heartache for. You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? If you do, just say it. Don't hold it in. Seeing that Lin Tion was awake, Lin Ray immediately went up and asked with concern. He didn't want his first friend in this world to die in front of him. Yes, young master, I feel much better. After saying that, Lin Tion was about to get off the bed. However, before he could do so, Lin Ray stopped him. Little Tion, it seems like even you don't listen to me. Lin Ray quickly put on an unhappy face and looked at Lin Tion. No, young master. It's just that this is young master's bed. As a servant, how can you sleep on your master's bed? Hearing Lin Tion's words, Lin Ray was instantly unhappy. What servant or master? When mother was still alive, she wanted to take you in as a foster son. However, she passed away before she could do so. Furthermore, I have never seen you as a servant. In my heart, you have always been my little brother and my only family. Young master, it's enough to hear your words. Even if I die now, I will be satisfied. What death? We still have a long way to go. Along the way, I want you to be the witness of me becoming strong. Moreover, it's not just me. You have to become strong too. This way, you can always follow me, right? Seeing that Lin Tion was crying again, Lin Ray quickly comforted him. Yes, I won't cry. I will definitely follow in young master's footsteps and become strong. This way, I can always follow young master. Thinking about what happened in the past, Lin Ray couldn't help but think of little Tion. To be honest, the one he didn't want anything to happen to was Lin Tion. From Lin Ray's point of view, little Tion had suffered too much all these years. Little Tion, the pain in my heart is not because of you. After saying that, Lin Ray closed his eyes again and entered into cultivation. In the starry sky, Lin Tion was still continuing. However, after absorbing so much energy, Lin Tion felt that he had reached the barrier of breaking through to the divine master level. Damn, it can't be, right? Breaking through at this time? Seeing the barrier becoming more and more obvious, Lin Tion thought of the illusion he was in now and felt a headache coming on. How could he make a breakthrough in his current state? If he rashly made a breakthrough in this state, the final result would be unpredictable. Lin Tion, back off. If there's anything, let's do it together. You'll die. Behind him, Ying's voice came into Lin Tion's ears. Hearing this, Lin Tion's body trembled. He squeezed out a smile and said, "A young lady, quickly get out of here. Hurry up and find a way to get out of here." She still wanted to say something. However, Ying found that she didn't know what to say. It was as if there was a fishbone stuck in her throat. She wanted to say something, but couldn't. Sister, what do you think we should do now? Looking at Bing asked, what do you think? This question was exactly what she was thinking. Where else could they go now? There was a space-time storm blocking the way in front, and the back was also blocked. Thinking about the current situation, Ying's heart was full of regret. If she had known this would happen, she would have called CF phone. If they had been together, the current situation might have been better. Chapter 1036. Alas, karma has reincarnation. Let's just follow fate. As for the rest, forget it. Lin Tian listened carefully to the two behind him, but if they were to make a move, danger would follow them. This was not something he wanted to see. Although I can't completely destroy the uncontrollable storm, if I use all my strength to tear a hole in it, I can still do it. Regarding this, a young lady, the two of you should return to the divine realm and wait for the young master's return. Although it might take a long time to wait, I believe in the young master's ability. He must be thinking of a way to return. But, vaguely, she seemed to have sensed Lin Tian's thoughts. Just as she was about to persuade him, she heard Lin Tian's interruption. All right, there's no need to say anything about this. It's settled. After all, my life belongs to the young master. So, a young lady, remember, you must rush out as fast as you can. Otherwise, everything I've done will be in vain. After saying that, Lin Tian did not listen to the two anymore and threw it to him. He used the secret art of swallowing whale to the extreme. Not enough. Why is it still not enough? Originally, Lin Tian thought that with his current strength, he could slightly destroy the uncontrollable storm. However, in the end, he was wrong. Alas, it seems that I still have to use that method. Thinking of this, a flash of determination appeared. Bloodline, reverse. Lin Tian also had a bloodline in his body. However, this bloodline was not the kind that could increase one's cultivation. On the contrary, although Lin Tian's bloodline could increase one's cultivation, the price to pay was fatal. As long as one's own bloodline could increase one's cultivation, one could only use one's bloodline to increase one's cultivation. Moreover, this bloodline could only be used once in one's life. Because the person who used it once would die, how could it be used again? This bloodline had a general name, Bright Moon Reverse Blood Burning Vein. Perhaps only Lin Tian himself knew this name. Moreover, he was familiar with this kind of unpopular bloodline when he was in charge of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. When he first learned of the characteristics of the reverse bloodline ignition, Lin Tian was very shocked. He secretly tested the power of his own bloodline. In the end, the answer was that Lin Tian, really did have the reverse bloodline ignition. Even Lin Ray didn't know about this matter. But Lin Tian had already made a plan in his heart after knowing that he had this bloodline. It wasn't for anything else but to be able to use this bloodline to help Lin Ray when Lin Ray was in danger. That was all. Boom! With a loud bang, a terrifying aura rushed out from Lin Tian's body. This aura was filled with coldness, terror, brutality, and cruelty. How is that possible? Little Tian, this energy, sensing the aura emanating from Lin Tian's body, Ice and Shadow were shocked. They had never felt such an aura before. This aura gave them the feeling of death. Bastard, you're crazy, quickly stop. However, behind him, the heart demon saw that Lin Tian had still opened the reverse bloodline ignition despite his dissuasion. He was startled and roared. Unfortunately, no matter how he roared, it was useless. The reverse bloodline ignition had already been opened, and it was impossible to close it. A wild laughter came out from Lin Tian's mouth. There was depression, melancholy, but more than that, he could finally protect the people he wanted to protect. Open for me. Without waiting for a long time, when the reverse bloodline ignition was completely opened, Lin Tian's aura reached its peak. He fiercely turned around, and using his spear as a medium to drive the aura in his body, he directly pointed at the place behind him. Boom! With a tearing sound, a crack the size of a person appeared in the originally empty space. A young lady, quickly leave. I can't hold on any longer. Puff. As soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood gushed out. His complexion became pale, and his aura became sluggish. He was like an old man with a candle in the wind, and could die at any time. But seeing Lin Tian like this, Ing wanted to say something, but just as she opened her mouth, a cold voice came from the front. Hurry up and get out of here, or Lin Tian, this bastard, will completely waste what he did for you. There was no doubt that this voice came from Lin Tian's heart demon. Sister, let's listen to Lin Tian. Otherwise, as he spoke, it was as if there was something stuck in his throat. Bing wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. Hesitation flashed across her face. Thinking of all that Lin Tian had done for her, Ying's original hesitation disappeared in an instant and was replaced by decisiveness and firmness. Hurry up and leave. Seeing that the two still didn't understand, Lin Tian was anxious. Others might not understand, but he was very clear about his current situation. Given his current situation, he could only last for a few dozen breaths at most. After this time, the crack would close up again. At that time, if the two didn't leave, his sacrifice would really be in vain. In the divine valley of the heavenly fate realm, Lin Rei's closed eyes opened, and a trace of sadness flashed across them. No, someone must have encountered danger, must. Otherwise, why will my Tao heart tremble? Feeling that something was wrong, he couldn't care less about those meaningless things at this moment. Closing his eyes, he activated the heavenly strategy art and his cultivation and began to deduce things related to himself. Slowly, as Lin Rei continued to deduce things, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Rei didn't wake up, but he did, and only frowned. 1 hour, 6 hours, PFFF. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and his face instantly paled, filled with sorrow. Little Tian, you, how could you? Just then, Linley had risked damaging his own cultivation base in his divinations. Finally, he was able to divine that Lin Tian's life force was rapidly fading away, and even his faded star was growing dim and lusterless. In the long river of time, each cultivator had their own fate star, and when the fate star changed, it represented their fate. If the fate star completely lost its light, it meant that the cultivator was completely powerless to reverse the situation. At this moment, Lin Tian's situation was heading towards that situation. So how could Lin Rei remain calm? For a moment, memories of Lin Tian involuntarily flooded Lin Rei's mind from the depths of his mind. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that from now on, I, Lin Rei, and Lin Tian are no longer part of the Lin family. From now on, we have nothing to do with you. And you, Lin Batian, are no longer my father. Everything about you has nothing to do with me. What? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Rei to do such a thing. Linley, it's all my fault. Don't worry, even if you don't have a cultivation base, I'll make sure you have a good life in the future. Lin Batian didn't know what to do with Linley's actions. Haha, father, don't you think that's a joke? I worked so hard to improve my strength, but because of one sentence from you, everything I've done in the past will go down the drain. What right do you have? You didn't care about me in the past, but now you want to care about me? Don't you think it's too late? Besides, I've never treated you as my father, so save it. As for my future, you don't have to worry about it. As Linley spoke, he was somewhat agitated. His eyes were red, and his body was trembling nonstop. Those red eyes of his were very frightening. PFFF. Lin Batian was about to say something when he heard a strange sound. He raised his head and saw Lin Rei's hand on his dantian. Blood was flowing from his mouth, and his chi was gradually weakening. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They hadn't thought that a 14-year-old boy could be so decisive. Cough, cough. Haha. I have nothing to do with you anymore. As for my servant, my mother used her own money to buy him when she was still alive, so he doesn't belong to the Lin family. After saying this, Lin Rei limped out. Of course, this was all faked by Lin Rei's system. Brother Lei, what's wrong? Lin Rei heard someone call out to him when he was about to leave the hall. The person's voice sounded very intimate. Who are you? Lin Ray turned around and looked at the person. He didn't recognize him. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find anything related to this young man. Haha, I forgot. You've never seen me before. So how could you know me? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the young man smiled self-deprecatingly. Excuse me, may I know why you stopped me? Linley saw that the young man's expression was somewhat baffled and immediately became impatient. He didn't have much time left, and if he didn't leave now, his plan would be exposed, and at that time, he might really have to cripple his cultivation. I just wanted to say that you shouldn't hate Father. He has his own difficulties. So, Lin Ray was furious. He thought that the young man had something to say, but Lin Ray didn't expect him to just be a lobbyist. That's enough. Don't talk to me about your difficulties. Even if you have any, they don't mean anything to me right now. They have nothing to do with me anymore. So goodbye. After speaking, Linley didn't even look back as he headed towards his own courtyard. Sigh, it seems like I'm too late. Looking at the situation now, it seems that Brother Lay already hates Father, the young man said helplessly when he saw Lin Ray walk away, without looking back. Phew, I better hurry up. I've already wasted so much time. If I don't hurry up, I won't be able to make it in time. Lin Ray quickened his pace and soon arrived at his courtyard. Ah, young master, are you all right? Lin Tian, who was waiting for Lin Ray in the courtyard, ran over to support Lin Ray when he saw that his master's breath was weak. Lin Ray was touched by his servant's concern for him. He smiled at Lin Tian and said, Haha, silly boy. Do I look like I'm not all right? But the most important thing now is to leave Marshall City as soon as possible or we'll be done for. Oh, Lin Tian didn't ask why. After hearing Lin Ray's words, he quickly helped Lin Ray out of the courtyard. At this moment, only Lin Ray and Lin Batian were left in the hall. Father, how can you do this? Brother Lay has finally been able to cultivate. Why do you have to cripple his cultivation? You're destroying his hope. Don't you think it's cruel? The young man stood up and shouted at Lin Batian. Haha, how can I not know? But Ray is right. I've never cared about him for so many years. When my disciple reported to me just now, I almost forgot about his existence. Don't you think it's ironic? Lin Batian stood up and walked out with a lonely expression. Lin Fong fell silent. He didn't know what to say. No matter what he said, it was too late. On the other side, Lin Tian helped Lin Ray out of Marshall City. Looking at the main road in front of him, Lin Ray was lost. He didn't know where to go. Young master, where are we going now? At this moment, the nearby Lin Tian asked Linley. Let's go to Wang Xinjian. That place isn't too far from the Forest Sky mountain range. We can go there for some training. As he spoke, Linley's gaze fell upon Lin Tian's face. Right. Young master, I'll go wherever you go. After speaking, Lin Tian supported Linley as they walked towards Wang Xinjian. At this moment, Lin Tian's innocent, childlike smile appeared in Linley's mind. This memory was still fresh in Linley's mind. This was where they had started off. Back then, Lin Tian had sworn to follow him to his death, not in a hurry at all. How could Linley not be anxious? But when he thought about how Lin Tian was about to die, he couldn't stay calm. But what could he do? He was just a small cultivator who hadn't even reached nascent soul. He couldn't leave this godforsaken place with just a teleportation formation. Thinking about how he neglected Lin Tian after entering the immortal world and God world, Lin Ray regretted it. If he could do it all over again, he wouldn't do it. Although he didn't know why Lin Tian would do this, with Lin Tian's God Emperor cultivation and the Xuanzong Sect, he couldn't figure out what kind of person would dare to do this. However, if Ruo Lin knew that Lin Tian was doing this to save his wife, he would probably go crazy. Because all of this was because of him. Because of him, Lin Tian had made such a decision. What should I do? What should I do? Little Tian, nothing must happen to you. Feeling Lin Tian's faded star dim, Lin Ray panicked. Yes, system. That's right, there's still system. Just as Lin Ray was in despair, the word system suddenly appeared in Lin Ray's mind. System, little dragon, I don't know if you can hear me, but the situation is urgent. Little Tian is in danger. Quickly go save him. As if afraid that the two wouldn't help, he said, You brought me here, so you have to take responsibility. If it weren't for you, I might have a chance to save him. So, you have to take responsibility. If Ruo Lin Tian dies, I'm afraid I won't be able to do what you want me to do. You can find another Hongmeng sovereign bloodline, but you know you don't have much time, and there aren't many people in the world with Hongmeng sovereign bloodline. You should know this. In the ancient, desolate realm of the gods, just as Lin Ray thought, the system and little dragon heard it clearly. This bastard boy, he dares to threaten me. Looking at the screen in front of him, the little dragon laughed and scolded. That's right, it was laughing. It wasn't angry because of Lin Ray's threat. Chapter 1037. Tisk, isn't it because you've always spoiled this kid? How would he speak to you like that? The system suddenly added a stab, and these words left little dragon speechless and even less angry. You can do that. Without waiting for little dragon to finish speaking, the system interrupted. This matter has already come to this. Just like what that brat said, if he gets up, I'm afraid it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find a Hongmeng supreme Taoist physique. You must know that the supreme Taoist physique of Hongmeng is 1 in 10,000. The probability of this physique appearing is 1 in 100 million, so promise Lin Ray that you want to save Lin Tian? As if guessing the system's intentions, little dragon spoke. Yes, the system responded. There's no other way. This brat has already said so. If you don't do anything, I can't guarantee that he will do something crazy. You know his personality. If he really goes crazy, even you won't be able to stop him, much less me. The little dragon subconsciously wanted to refute the system's words, but as soon as the words reached his mouth, he choked and couldn't speak. There was no other reason. The system was right. He understood Lin Ray's personality. In Lin Ray's eyes, Lin Tian was his reverse scale. My reverse scale, those who touch it die, this was Lin Ray's creed, and it was also the thing he valued most in his life. All right, if that's the case, then let's go. The little dragon didn't even need to think. The system's existence was almost like a fantasy, and the only one who could really make a move was him. So, as long as you understand. F***CK. In response to the system's words, the little dragon laughed and cursed, and then his figure became illusory, until he finally turned into a ray of light and entered the soulless Lin Ray's body. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, a miraculous scene appeared. Lin Ray, whose eyes were originally closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A bloody light flashed through them, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a soul-stirring smile. Not bad. Lin Ray's body is pretty good. But if I can refine a body that belongs to me as soon as possible, that would be perfect. Feeling the physical body without Lin Ray's soul, he was both excited and excited. However, under this complicated expression, there was also a trace of disappointment. Yeah, what a pity. He sighed and fell silent. Haha, you rascal. The system was very clear about the little dragon's words and feelings. Don't worry. Although Lin Ray is usually sloppy, he's very sad about what happened to you. I believe that you'll regain your physical body soon after we enter the Saint's world. At that time, you won't be bound by the system anymore. You'll be picked up by a human again and live a new life. AI. Hearing the system's words, the little dragon sighed. I hope so. I hope this will happen soon and don't disappoint me. Otherwise, as a person who had already died, to be able to be reborn was a very exciting and frightening thing for him. He was excited because Montgomery came back to life and returned to his hometown, to his family's side. As for fear, if one had to say, the little dragon was more afraid than excited because he was afraid that the hope that had originally been ignited would suddenly be extinguished. Therefore, he didn't dare to think about it, but he couldn't help but think about it. Don't be emotional. According to the speed of the space-time storm, if you don't hurry up, I'm afraid that when you arrive, only the endless void will be left for you. The system reminded. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? The little dragon was no longer calm. He raised his hand and instantly released a terrifying power. The originally solid space was cut like tofu in the little dragon's hand, easily tearing a spatial crack. Huff, huff. With the appearance of a spatial crack, the astral winds that were trapped in the endless void seemed to have seen the light of hope. They rushed madly towards the god realm. This noble one is still so presumptuous. The little dragon was very clear about the horror of the battle. Of course, this level of astral winds was nothing to him, but to the god realm, it was destructive. He raised his hand, and with a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind stronger than the astral winds appeared. In an instant, it rushed towards the astral winds like a tidal wave. Huff, huff. At this moment, the two types of wind collided. In an instant, the world seemed to have lost its original color, and the entire chaos realm of the gods began to shake under the collision of the two types of wind, as if it would collapse at any time. Damn, can you take it easy? The system seemed to have felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the outside world, and for a moment, it couldn't help but remind him. Don't you have any idea what your cultivation is? The system had no intention of hiding anything from the little dragon. Lin Rei's physical body is only at the level of a sage. If you use it a few more times like this, I'm afraid that what awaits Lin Rei's physical body is only collapse until it turns into ashes in the end. At that time, even if that stinking brat can successfully return, he will still have to start from scratch without a physical body. Hearing the system's words, the little dragon couldn't help but shiver, and his face was filled with fear. If it was really as the system said, then, thinking of that scene, the little dragon felt a chill run down his spine. Then, he hurriedly restrained his wife and adjusted the aura to a cultivation that Lin Rei's physical body could withstand. That's more like it. Seeing the little dragon's cultivation drop, and Lin Rei's physical body that was on the verge of collapse returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Break for me. After dealing with the system, in order to avoid wasting time, the little dragon fully unleashed his domineering aura, and with a chop of his hand, his large cultivation rushed out. With a muffled boom, the astral wind that rushed out of the crack was instantly annihilated and turned into nothingness. It's finally quiet now. Looking at the calm crack, a smile appeared on his face. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and in the next moment, the little dragon disappeared from the origin desolate realm of gods. Destiny realm. After roaring to the sky, Lin Rei returned to normal. He understood that no matter how much he roared, it wouldn't have the slightest bit of meaning to save Lin Tian. The only thing he could do now was to use divination to observe the movements of Lin Tian's fated star at any time. Of course, Lin Rei had to pay a huge price for this. Because of his insufficient cultivation, every time Lin Rei used divination, his lifespan would sharply decrease. Fortunately, Lin Rei's cultivation was now on the right track. Otherwise, his pitiful little lifespan wouldn't be enough for him to squander. Little Tian, please don't let anything happen to you. He prayed silently in his heart. At the same time, for the people, things that hurt Lin Tian, Lin Rei completely bore a grudge against them. In the void, where Lin Tian was, Ying and Bing had already escaped through the crack that Lin Tian had torn open. Finally left. The departure of Ying and Bing made Lin Tian's heart relax a lot. At least, he didn't have to worry about them anymore. Lin Tian, you should leave quickly too, although your cultivation will be greatly weakened because you can't reach my physical body, at least you can survive. The departure of the two women calmed Lin Tian's heart, and he turned to look at the inner demon. At this moment, Lin Tian no longer had the same feelings toward the inner demon as before. His killing intent was also gone. What did you say? However, Lin Tian's words made the inner demon jump. At the same time, a strange emotion appeared in his heart. You should leave quickly. The inner demon is like a dream now. I think the space-time storm here can't stop you. Although you will be a little injured, it's good that you can survive. Hearing Lin Tian's words again, the inner demon was stunned and then fell silent. Lin Tian was right. The inner demon was formed by a person's negative emotions. so he wasn't afraid of the space-time storm at all. Of course, injuries were inevitable. Hurry up and leave. I, I can't hold on much longer. At that moment, Lin Tian's voice grew softer and softer. His black hair had turned snow white, and his aura was extremely weak. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave, and he could die at any moment. The inner demon was speechless. The inner demon didn't speak, but its eyes were fixed on Lin Tian as though trying to figure out what was on his mind. However, to the inner demon's disappointment, after staring at Lin Tian for so long, all it saw in his eyes was sincerity and nothing else. Are you serious? The inner demon confirmed once again. Yes, I'm serious. More real than real gold. Lin Tian replied without hesitation. Boom! As soon as the two of them confirmed, a loud explosion shook the void. All of a sudden, the spatial crack that Lin Tian tore was closing rapidly. Hurry up, or it'll be too late. Upon feeling his strength disappearing, Lin Tian couldn't help but yell at the inner demon. Lin Tian's heart turned ice cold as he stared at the spatial crack disappearing bit by bit. As for the inner demon, it didn't move at all. Time passed quietly in the silence between the two of them. As time passed, the spatial crack that was torn closed sighed. There's no other way. I can't help you. Looking at the inner demon, Lin Tian felt apologetic. Seeing that the space-time storm was about to engulf him and the inner demon, a smile appeared on his face. He closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Young master, farewell. I won't be able to follow you anymore. At that moment, the only person Lin Tian could think of was Lin Ray. Only Lin Ray. He was an orphan from a young age. Later on, he was bought and placed by Lin Ray's side. He was very lucky. That was because his master Lin Ray didn't treat him like a servant. Instead, he treated him like a brother. With a master like that, what more could he ask for? He only felt a little regretful that he wouldn't be able to serve Lin Ray in the future. Closing his eyes, he waited for death to come. Time passed slowly. He didn't know how much time had passed. A day, a year, or even an eternity. However, in the end, Lin Tian, who was waiting for death, didn't feel any pain. And what's going on? Confusion welled up in his heart. Could it be that the space-time storm is too powerful and I didn't even have the time to feel pain before my soul returned to the nine heavens? With such doubts, he slowly opened his eyes. It was as if he wanted to investigate the nine heavens in his heart. He opened his eyes and raised his head to look ahead. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian was stunned. He stood there like a wooden chicken. He didn't move at all. Looking at the back of the man before him, Lin Tian's heart trembled. A familiar feeling welled up in his heart. That shouldn't be the case. The back of the man before him made Lin Tian feel very strange. He was about to blurt out the name in his heart. However, in the next moment, this thought was rejected. No, that's impossible. Young master is in a lower plane right now. It's impossible for him to appear here. After saying that, as if he was comforting himself, he turned his head to look around. Not dead. The familiar surroundings caused Lin Tian to be both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Good things happen one after another. Little fellow, isn't it good that you're not dead? At this moment, the man standing before him spoke. An aged voice entered Lin Tian's ears. At this moment, he realized that the person before him wasn't the person he thought he was. Senior, dare I ask if Senior is a person? Why did you save me? According to my understanding, there shouldn't be any divine awareness between the two of us. We've never met before. May I know why Senior did this? Lin Tian asked with confusion. This bastard. However, at the back, after hearing Lin Tian's answer, the inner demon was stunned. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes as he cursed. Bastard, this is the first time. I don't want to see it happen again. Since you didn't kill me and were considerate of me, I'll let you go this time. If you do this again next time, don't blame me for being merciless. You. The inner demon's actions stunned Lin Ray. He didn't know why, but at this moment, He didn't have any mood to deal with these things. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, the internal struggle should be put aside, slowed down, and turned to face the enemy. Boom! The roar sounded again. Lin Ray and the inner demon's eyes were attracted by this loud noise. Oomph! The person I want to protect is not someone you can touch. Looking at the completely out-of-control storm, a look of disdain flashed across his face. He raised his hand and rushed toward the space-time storm with a shocking sword will. The speed was so fast that it was almost beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge. Rip! The sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang in the ears of the brothers. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw that wherever the sword will passed, the space along the way was filled with cracks. What happened suddenly stunned all the ferocious people present. They had never thought of this kind of strength. It was too strong. Just that blow, just now. They probably wouldn't be able to achieve this even if they used all their strength. Boom! With a loud rumble, the originally ferocious returning storm, which seemed to want to engulf all existences, suddenly stopped as if space had been sealed. The advancing space-time storm stopped its encroaching action. It seemed to be afraid of something and didn't dare to be happy. It's not too late to retreat now. Otherwise, you'll ruin my heartless cultivation. Ignoring the exclamations and reverence behind him, the little dragon looked up at the space-time storm and reminded, "Oh, what is this scene you're doing?" Chapter 1038. Still not retreating? After stopping for a while, the space-time storm was still wreaking havoc without any signs of retreating. At this moment, the little dragon frowned and snorted coldly. "I originally wanted to let you go. Since that's the case, then die." Everyone listened to the little dragon's words and were very puzzled. They did not understand what the little dragon who possessed Lin Ray's body was doing. Was he talking to the space-time storm? Was the space-time storm alive? Or could the space-time storm understand his words? In this regard, Lin Tian did not speak and was in a state of observing. He felt a dangerous aura towards the Lin Ray in front of him. As for the young master in front of him, he did not feel a trace of familiar aura. It was as if the young master in front of him was someone he did not know. Although the body was Lin Ray's, Lin Tian felt that the soul in Lin Ray's body was not his young master's. Sigh. Forget it. I'll ask him later. Thousand Wind Blade. Suddenly, the little dragon moved. He raised his hand, and a strange incantation flashed. A bright light appeared in front of him. Slowly, the incantation slowly materialized until the last word, heaven, floated in front of the little dragon. "Ha! It's been a long time since I used you, old friend." A touch of tenderness and nostalgia flashed in his eyes, as if he was facing an old friend he had not seen for many years. Wong, a miracle appeared. Hearing the little dragon's words, the heaven word suddenly vibrated, as if it understood the little dragon's words and was using this method to respond to the little dragon. "Heh, it's good that you still remember me. I thought that you had forgotten me after not seeing me for so long." Seeing the Thousand Wind Blade's response, a smile spread across the little dragon's face. "Wong, yes, I understand. Since you came out, then let me see what you're capable of. Since you haven't come out for so long, let's see if you can't retreat." Towards the Thousand Wind Blade, the little dragon acted as if he was chatting with a normal person. Lin Tian, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a magical scene before. Lin Tian could feel that the Thousand Wind Blades were a kind of magic or battle technique, but when had there ever been a battle technique that had a mind of its own? It could be said that such a miraculous thing had never happened since ancient times. It seemed that this matter had exceeded his previous knowledge. Boom! The word heaven vibrated violently, and a golden sword condensed from the word heaven. Ooh, sword chi. A shocking sword chi suddenly appeared and soared into the sky. The long sword was like a king descending to the world. A king's chi gushed out. Hiss! Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Lin Tian was completely shocked. He swore that Lin Tian's surprise was beyond his imagination. Swish! The long sword moved, and a golden light flashed. It was so fast that it seemed like a startled swan. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared in front of the little dragon. Because it was so fast, Lin Tian couldn't keep up with the speed of the long sword. He could only see a golden sword shadow flash by. However, when he saw the long sword again, it was in front of the space-time storm. The long sword stood in the sky, and a shocking sword chi soared into the sky. Gather! A dull sound rang out. At the place where the long sword was, a golden figure suddenly appeared. The figure kept growing until it reached a height of 300 meters. The long sword was held in the hand of a person that was 300 meters tall. Heaven's punishment! A shocking roar rang out. The long sword was quickly swung by the golden figure. It slashed down at the space-time storm from top to bottom. Damn, this mother of Asterisk-Cur! Lin Tian exclaimed. At this moment, his worldview was refreshed. He felt that his previous life was like a dog's body. In a battle of this level, not to mention him, even Lin Ray, before he went missing, might not be this powerful. He might even be destroyed before he could get close to the golden figure. Rip! A tearing sound rang out. The appearance of this sound attracted the attention of Lin Tian and the little dragon. They looked up, and in the next moment, their gazes were fixed on the spot. That's it? The inner demon spoke. His tone was filled with shock. In the distance, the raging storm was torn in half by the long sword. In the next moment, the two halves of the storm seemed to have lost their main axis and dissipated in the air. Don't let me out of this kind of small fry in the future. Otherwise, even if you are the master of the 1,000 wind blades, I will not show you any mercy. You should know my character. I know that you are very strong, and I know even more that I can't defeat you. However, you have to understand the words of a swordsman. A swordsman's words cannot be changed. After saying that, the golden figure glared at the little dragon. Remember what I said just now. There will be no next time. After saying that, his figure flashed, and the golden light disappeared. The long sword also dissipated along with the golden figure. The shocking sword aura also completely disappeared in the air with the dissipation of the long sword. However, the ruler's aura that appeared on the long sword did not dissipate immediately. Lin Tian and the inner demon understood what the golden figure said before he left. He was saying it to the little dragon. Although it seemed to be a warning to the little dragon was still smiling. It did not seem to be affected by the golden figure's words. Tisk, it's that again. It seems that you also said the same thing when you left last time. Looking at the place where the golden figure left, the little dragon was speechless. That, young master. A weak voice came from behind. In response, the little dragon came back to his senses and turned to look. Lin Tian's figure appeared in the little dragon's line of sight. The little dragon was as familiar with Lin Tian as Lin Ray. Although Lin Tian did not know the little dragon had watched Lin Tian grow to where he was today. Young master, previously, the divination pavilion calculated that you were not in the realm of the gods. Why are you now? At this point, Lin Tian did not continue. The little dragon understood Lin Tian's words. A smile appeared on his face as he said, I know what you want to say, but you don't have to worry about this. Obediently take Ing and Bing back to the realm of the gods. As for Lin, my matters, you don't have to worry about them. He instinctively wanted to say Lin Ray's name, but when he remembered that he was currently using Lin Ray's body, he hurriedly changed his words. Let's forget about Lin Tian. Don't do this again. Remember, when you go back, cultivate properly. His gaze swept over Lin Tian's body from the inside out several times. His brows furrowed tightly. Although Lin Tian looked like he was injured at the very most, it was only after a thorough examination that he realized that Lin Tian was already at the end of his life. Any god emperor would be able to kill him easily. When you go back, cultivate properly. With your current body, you should be able to barely make it back to the realm of the gods. As for what happens after that, you don't have to worry about it. When we return to the sect, use all the resources available to this little general to recover from his injuries. As for As he spoke, his gaze swept over the inner demon. Looking at him, the little dragon fell into deep thought. Little dragon didn't know what to say to this inner demon. Although he had helped in the space-time storm, at the last moment, he had sent Ing and Bing out. Just based on this point alone, the little dragon had the thought of showing mercy. On the other hand, when he felt the little dragon's gaze on the inner demon, Lin Tian panicked. He knew all about the inner demon's actions when the space-time storm came. Young master, although the inner demon is the other side of me, you saw his actions just now. Lin Tian pleaded. He was different. The inner demon was suppressed by Lin Ray. At least in Lin Tian's heart, the inner demon wasn't unforgivable. What do you mean? Little Dragon wasn't surprised by Lin Tian's actions. After all, he knew Lin Tian's character very well. I want to let him go. Let the queen, if possible, help him find a physical body. Let him live in that way. Is that so? Hearing Lin Tian's thoughts, the little dragon fell silent. It had to be said that Lin Tian's suggestion wasn't a bad idea. However, it required a huge amount of strength. Generally, no one would waste their time on the inner demon. Yes, young master, you can help. Although the inner demon represents killing, but yes. Before Lin Tian could finish, little Tian nodded in agreement. We'll do as you say. After all, he saved Ing and Bing. I won't sit by and do nothing. Saying that, his gaze fell on the inner demon. Are you willing to live in the way you mentioned today? Although that way won't be as fast as Lin Tian's cultivation, but if you are willing, I can choose a physical body with excellent talent for you. I wonder, are you willing? I'm willing. I'm willing. The inner demon was excited. Originally, she thought that she could obtain Lin Tian's physical body. However, it seemed that this was just wishful thinking. However, now that she had Little Dragon's assurance, the inner demon's heart was at peace. 0-inch, yes, in that case, let's go. Perhaps because he understood Lin Tian's current situation, Little Dragon directly waved his hand and forcibly created a crack in space. Then he stuffed Lin Tian and the inner demon into it. Remember, when you get back, hurry up and go cultivate. If I find out that you haven't cultivated after you get back, you know what I'll do. After saying that, before Lin Tian could say anything, the crack closed. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and the inner demon's vision turned black. When they opened their eyes again, they were back in the divine realm. Furthermore, they were in the secret realm of the Xuanzong Sect. What kind of power is this? Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Lin Tian was shocked. Very strong, very strong. At the very least, if I'm in front of him now, I won't be able to withstand even one move. My body will be destroyed, and I will never be reincarnated. So strong. Lin Tian was once again shocked by the inner demon's words. He knew that Lin Ray was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. He also knew the inner demon's strength. However, now that the inner demon had said so, it meant that Lin Ray's strength was really very strong. He was so strong that he could defy the natural order. Yes, the inner demon responded. Then, she turned around and found a clean and quiet place. She sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lin Tian didn't disturb the inner demon. He smiled awkwardly and then found a place to cultivate like the inner demon. In the realm of destiny, on the peak of the divine valley, Lin Ray, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Phew! It seems that the little dragon has taken action. Otherwise, Lin Tian would have been doomed. After finding out that Lin Tian and the others were safe, Lin Ray felt a lot more at ease. At the same time, through today's events, he understood one thing. Everything he was doing now could be seen by Xiaolong, and it was extremely clear. Otherwise, Lin Tian and the others wouldn't have been saved. Thinking of this, Lin Ray understood that the reason he was here was definitely related to the little dragon. However, he didn't understand why the little dragon was doing this. He didn't understand the meaning of the little dragon's actions. Thinking about it made his head hurt. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Forget it. Since it's the little dragon's arrangement, then so be it. After thinking it through, Lin Ray didn't think about it anymore. Because of this, his mind became clearer and clearer. In the Sword Sect, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian and Lu Changtian had taken action. The time left for the Sword Sect had just passed, and he was about to take action. As for the choice of the Sword Sect, it was up to them. Of course, he didn't care about this at all. After all, he had already done everything he could. As for whether he could seize the opportunity, it was up to Ling Jianzi to do it. He got up and walked out of the room. When the door opened, a ray of dazzling sunlight shone on Lu Changtian's face. The warmth made Lu Changtian feel much better. Although this weather isn't suitable for killing, but I can't care that much. I've been here for too long. I can't continue like this. Otherwise, the Lin family might change their mind. He thought to himself. Then, he stepped forward and disappeared from the spot. In the Sword Sect's main hall, a group of elders had gathered. The atmosphere was very gloomy. Everyone's face was more or less filled with sadness. After all, today was the day they had to make a choice. Wang Yu, as an existence of virtue and prestige in the sect, his words were usually highly valued by everyone. He lifted his head and looked at Huang Zhong. Then, he looked at Ling Jianzi and said, "Senior brother sect leader, what do you think we should do about this? Although we can end this by handing over Huang Zhong, this would be letting junior brother Huang Zhong down. But if we don't hand him over, the sect will be implicated. What do you think?" As soon as he said that, everyone started to speak. After all, this was a very sensitive topic. That's right, Headmaster Senior Martial Brother. Junior Martial Brother Huang Zhong is the youngest among us. If we were to hand him over just like that, then wouldn't our Swords Gate become the kind of despicable people that betray their own brothers to survive? Senior Lu is right. If that is the case, then our Sword Sect will not be able to lift our heads up in front of the Fire Country and all the other countries. If that happens, how will our Sword Sect be able to hold our heads up high? This side, only size could express everyone's feelings. After all, both sides were flesh and blood. However, everyone forgot that they couldn't have their cake and eat it too. Chapter 1039. Tendo reincarnated, who will be spared by the heavens. In the main hall of the Sword Sect, there was a deathly silence. Suddenly, a very prominent voice entered everyone's ears. "He's here." Everyone was very familiar with this voice. Their hearts trembled, and they all understood that Lu Changtian, the killing star, had arrived. As for Lu Changtian, he was very clear about the situation in the main hall. "So, have you made a decision? Are you going to give up your entire Sword Sect or hand over the culprit, Huang Zhong?" The words that Ling Jianzi and the others didn't want to hear the most had appeared. They were full of fear towards Lu Changtian because they couldn't hear the slightest emotion from Lu Changtian's mouth. It was as if he wasn't talking about a human, but an animal. Remember, this is the last deadline, and also your last chance. You should understand that if you don't hand it over, your entire Sword Sect will be completely destroyed because of an elder. Of course, you can summon experts, but the final result will be the same. There will always be someone who wants to solve this matter, and a touch of interest appeared. "How strong do you think the experts you can summon will be? Are you sure they can kill me? Or should I say, kill my master?" When he said this, the corner of Lu Changtian's mouth twitched slightly. Others might not know, but he was very clear about his master's age. How could a teenager be called an elder? Of course, he had struggled at the beginning. After all, there was a gap in age between them. However, when he thought of the strength of the other party, he ignored these red tape. As the old saying goes, the one who reaches the top is the first. Since the other party came, it wasn't a big deal to say this. In any case, he was his master, so he wouldn't lose out. Lu Changtian's words choked Ling Jianzi and the others. Indeed, even if they invited experts, so what? According to Wang Yun's description, Lin Ray was a very strong super expert. Even if they defeated Lu Changtian now, so what? What about Lin Ray? Who would defeat Lin Ray? This was also the problem that Ling Jianzi and the others had been worrying about. They were most afraid that Lin Rei would personally take action. Although Ling Jianzi had never seen Lin Rei before, he could guess from Wang Yun's description that Lin Rei was the kind of person who killed people without batting an eyelid. He was a transcendent existence who treated all living beings as ants. So, what's your decision? Seeing that no one spoke, he knew that Ling Jianzi must be afraid of his master. Otherwise, he would not have acted like this. But only he knew that with his current level of power, although he was not as good as Lin Li, but at the very least, no one in the Fire Country or the surrounding countries would be a match for him. Even if there were, no one would be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Not long ago, Lu Chantian had finally learned the butterfly steps from Lin Rei. Although he had only cultivated the butterfly steps to the initial stage of minute subtlety, he was certain that even if a martial saint came personally, he would not be able to catch him. Looking at Lu Chantian, Ling Jianzi stuttered. It was really difficult for him to make a choice. Both of them were his own flesh and blood. He really did not know how to choose. Rationally, he chose to protect the Sword Sect. However, in terms of brotherhood, he chose his brother of many years. This made Ling Jianzi feel very conflicted. He swore that he would never want such a thing to happen again in the future. It was too uncomfortable. He did not want to bear such a thing. Senior brother sect leader, you don't have to be so embarrassed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice resounded throughout the hall. At this moment, everyone in the hall seemed to have been stared at by this voice. Everyone was stunned and looked at the person who spoke. Wasn't this person Huang Zhong, who did not want to follow Lu Chantian? Huang Zhong walked out of the crowd slowly and looked at the senior brothers present with an apologetic look. He was very clear in his heart. Today's incident happened because of him. He understood that his senior brothers were in a difficult position. Ling Jianzi and the others wanted to protect him, but now the enemy they were facing was too strong, so strong that they were powerless. Junior brother. Seeing Huang Zhong walking out, Ling Jianzi came back to his senses. With an unsightly expression, he wanted to stop Huang Zhong. Unfortunately, it was too late. It was too late. Head senior brother, you don't have to be like this. This is all because of me. The sect has been passed down for thousands of years. I can't just watch it be destroyed like this. I also won't allow the sect to be implicated because of my personal reasons. As he spoke, his gaze once again fell on Lu Chantian, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. I know that you are very strong, and I also know that your master is very strong, but it's impossible for me to surrender without a fight. There's a saying, 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 this matter is my own fault. It has nothing to do with the sect. Just as you said, once I come out, you let the sect go. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing. I wonder if this still counts? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that their junior brother would do such a thing. Even Lu Chantian had a trace of admiration for Huang Zhong at this moment. He didn't expect Huang Zhong to take the initiative to come out and take the blame. This alone was worthy of his respect. Looking at Huang Zhong, Lu Chantian said, "You are very good. If this incident didn't happen, perhaps we could become friends. Well, perhaps. But now, it's obvious that we can't be friends. But does your promise still count?" Huang Zhong confirmed again. He had to ensure that Lu Chantian wouldn't harm the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame, even if he died 100 times. I promise. Lu Chantian nodded solemnly. I promise that as long as you take responsibility, I will let the entire sword sect go, and even your disciples go. Of course, the person who recommended Huang Fujing must also be punished. After all, without that person's recommendation, you wouldn't be in this situation today. Without that person's recommendation, the sword sect wouldn't be in such danger. Without that person's recommendation, innocent people wouldn't have lost their lives because of this. What do you think is right? After speaking, he stared at Huang Zhong, as if waiting for an answer. However, Huang Zhong didn't deny Lu Chantian's words. Indeed, If no one had recommended Huang Fu's Huang Fu Jing, this scene wouldn't have happened. The Sword Sect wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. The source of all this was that person's fault. But thinking about it carefully, if he hadn't nodded, this matter wouldn't have ended up like this. So, Huang Zhong fell silent. He didn't speak. One had to know that the person who recommended Huang Fu Jing was his disciple. Although this matter was mostly caused by that disciple. But, forget it, it's useless to say this. You won't say it? Seeing that Huang Zhong didn't speak, Lu Chantian frowned. His face was so cold that it made people tremble. This, Brother Lu, you see, my junior brother has already stood up for this matter. You see, this matter is settled like this. Wang Yin stepped forward and spoke to ease the situation. Yes, let's just forget about this matter. My junior brother has already stood up for this matter. For a moment, Ling Jianzi also spoke. However, in their hearts, they wanted to mention that person, but they understood what their junior brother meant. Looking at them one by one, Lu Chantian glanced at everyone. His originally frowning brows relaxed. Since you all want to do this, then forget it. But his originally relaxed face suddenly burst with killing intent. This matter is over. However, if I know that person's name in the future, I will hunt him down to the end. Even if the sky is broken, I will still pursue him. Although the result was not satisfactory, this matter was finally over today. Thinking of this, he looked at Guanzhou. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. I'll give you a chance. Make your move. As long as you can defeat me, I can make the decision to let you go. Really? Hearing this, Huang Zhong was shocked. However, his face turned pale. He could feel the kind of pressure coming from Lu Changtian's body. He knew that he was no match for him. Yes, as long as you can defeat me, I will let you go. But, as he spoke, he paused. His killing intent soared to the sky. If you can't defeat me, you know the consequences. Yes, I understand. Huang Zhong nodded. Huang Zhong was very clear about the current situation. There was no worse situation than now. Since that's the case, let's start. Let's end this quickly. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with. He raised his hand and circulated his yuan force. His whole body was like an arrow on a bow, ready to shoot. Junior brother, don't panic. As long as you can defeat Brother Lu, you can live. Yes, junior brother. Although Brother Lu's cultivation is amazing, there is always a possibility. Ling Jianzi spoke. The others began to cheer for Huang Zhong. The whole scene was very comical. One could imagine the scene of a group of old men raising their fists and cheering at the side. I hope you all will still be in this mood later. Looking at them, Lu Chantian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sorry for offending you. For Huang Zhong, with the encouragement of the brothers beside him, although there was not much change in his cultivation, he was motivated. Mysterious heaven palm, earth-shattering palm. In order to survive, Huang Zhong went all out. He used all of his cultivation, which was even more powerful than usual. His figure rushed out like an arrow and arrived in front of Lu Changtian in the blink of an eye. I must hit, I must. Huang Zhong prayed in his heart. Facing Lu Changtian, he did not have much confidence. Mysterious heaven palm. He had heard of the mysterious heaven palm. It was said to be created by a genius of the Tianyin kingdom. Its power was not to be underestimated. However, he heard that when the Tianyin kingdom was destroyed, the whereabouts of this martial technique were unknown. He did not expect it to appear here today. Oh good. Lu Changtian's thoughts came in an instant and disappeared in an instant. He looked up at Huang Zhong, coming and going. Lu Changtian didn't panic at all. Raising his hand, he unhurriedly slapped towards the palm prints that filled the sky. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of origin energy was emitted from his palm. Boom! A roar resounded. Suddenly, the aftermath of the battle was so strong that the surrounding onlookers could not help but retreat quickly. Boom! Kacha! Kacha! Although the two of them were gone, the entire hall suffered a calamity. The large pillar that the two of them were hugging was shattered by the shock waves of their battle. Rumble! The hall trembled like a dilapidated house, trembling in the wind. It was as if a gust of wind could blow it away. Mysterious heaven palm. its power is indeed not bad. It seems that what was recorded in the ancient book is not completely wrong. In the smoke, Lu Chantian's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Just a moment ago, Lu Chantian took Huang Zhong's attack head-on. From the attack, he experienced the mystery and power of the mysterious heaven palm. It was indeed as powerful as what was recorded in the book. You actually took the mysterious heaven palm's earth-shattering palm with your bare hands? Huang Zhong spoke. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. He did not expect that his all-out attack would be so easily broken by Lu Changtian. He raised his head and looked over in shock. Lu Changtian looked at him with an amused expression. It was as if nothing had happened. Your mysterious heaven palm is indeed very powerful. I have to say that it surprised me. To be honest, Lu Changtian did not have any doubts about the mysterious heaven palm. If it was not for Huang Zhong's cultivation not being able to keep up, even he would have been at a disadvantage. But it's a pity, Lu Changtian continued. It's a pity that your cultivation is not able to keep up. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to escape unscathed. Lu Changtian's words were sarcastic to Huang Zhong. His cultivation was not good enough. Damn, is this what I think? If my cultivation was strong enough, you would not be able to do anything. This thought appeared in Huang Zhong's mind. However, he remained calm on the surface. How could he say such words out loud? Let's continue. After saying that, Lu Changtian moved. He wanted to end the battle quickly. After all, there were still important things waiting for him. Although I don't know the specific method of your mysterious heaven palm, I have comprehended a little from its form. Let's see how powerful my mysterious heaven palm is. He raised his hand and used a method similar to Huang Zhong's mysterious heaven palm. It was similar, but there were some differences. What? Raising his head and looking at the familiar scene, Huang Zhong was shocked. His heart was in turmoil. He had only seen it once, and now he could tell that it was extremely similar. If he continued to fight, then, thinking of this, Huang Zhong did not dare to think about it anymore. At the same time, he did not have the time to think about it, because the palm prince that filled the sky had arrived. Let me see how strong your cultivation is. Let's see if you can take this move. After saying that, the palm prince rushed towards Huang Zhong, without the slightest intention of showing any mercy. Boom, bang, bang, bang. At the next moment, a series of muffled sounds echoed in the hall. This sound was very familiar to everyone. Damn it. Hearing this sound, Ling Jianzi and the others' expressions changed. They felt that something was wrong. Immediately, they released their perception to explore the ruins. This, in their minds, the previous junior brother Huang Zhong was no longer there. Only his own blood was left. His aura was weak, and he was lying on the ground. His appearance was so miserable that it was unbearable to look at. Chapter 1040. Looking at Huang Zhong's tragic appearance at this moment, everyone knew in their hearts that he was defeated, thoroughly defeated, and there was no room for him to reverse the situation. However, they did not expect this result. Originally, they thought that Huang Zhong would be able to hold on for a while under Lu Changtian's attack. Unexpectedly, he was defeated in just one move, and he was so seriously injured. Boom! With a rumbling sound, Lu Changtian pushed a huge rock away and walked out of the ruins. As he walked, he patted the dust off his body, looking disdainful of his clothes. TSK, what a pity. It's a pity that your previous wrong decision has brought you such a price. Looking at Huang Zhong, Lu Changtian spoke slowly. It could be heard that Lu Changtian felt that it was a pity for Huang Zhong to die like this. Do you regret it? Cough, cough. In the ruins, hearing Lu Changtian's words, Huang Zhong, who was pressed down by a huge rock, coughed violently, as if he wanted to open his mouth to respond. Cough, Perhaps because of his serious injuries, Huang Zhong coughed violently when he opened his mouth, and his face was red because of the violent coughing. I regret it. Hearing this sentence, everyone present was stunned. That's right, Huang Zhong did regret it. He regretted that he listened to other people's recommendations and did not accept a disciple based on his own feelings. He regretted that he accepted Huang Fujing as his disciple, which led to the current situation. He regretted that he ignored these senior brothers of his in the past. He regretted that he had done all the wrong things in the past. Unfortunately, it was too late now. He could vaguely see the grim Reaper waving at him with a smile. This feeling was the most unpleasant feeling he had ever experienced in his life. Well, it's good that you know regret. Lu Chantian appreciated Huang Zhong's frankness very much. After all, some people would find excuses before death in order to save their own lives. Oh, that's good? Lu Chantian's words were so sarcastic to Huang Zhong. What did he mean by that? If he had a choice, if he had known that it would be so difficult, he would have carefully reviewed the Huangfu family's character and not carelessly accepted it just because it was recommended by his disciple. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed careless, and it was because of his carelessness that he became like this. Unfortunately, it was too late. So what if he regretted it? Could it be that he could survive? Too naive. He understood his current situation. He understood that he had been defeated, and what awaited him was only death. Only death would be the best ending for him. Only then would he be able to repay the people he had indirectly killed. All right, let's cut the crap. Since you regret it, remember to be a good person in your next life. Don't be a fool like you are now. As he spoke, he raised his hand and the spear floated into the air. Go! The spear moved under Lu Chantian's command. The spear rushed out instantly like a spear, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to pierce Huang Zhong's body. Bang! There was the sound of weapons colliding, and the spear was bounced away. A figure quickly retreated, and a deep hook appeared on the ground. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Lu Chantian frowned and turned his head to look. Wang Yun, what are you doing? That's right, the person who retreated was Wang Yun, and in front of Huang Zhong, there were already people standing. Everyone looked nervous. They were also afraid that they would lose their lives here, but when they thought of their brother's situation, it was not a big deal. Wang Yun, who was retreating, felt the powerful impact, but his body still did not stop. For a moment, Wang Yun waved his hands, and the long sword was inserted into the ground to stop his retreat. Brother Lu, for the sake of our friendship, let go of my junior brother. After understanding Lu Chantian's situation, Wang Yun did not wait for Lu Chantian to speak. You said it yourself. Regarding the Lin family, if you let my junior brother go, I guarantee that he will stay in the Lin family for the rest of his life and protect the Lin family. With the Lin family as the center, he will not let anyone have the chance to destroy the Lin family. At this point, he was afraid that Lu Chantian would not agree, so he looked at him suspiciously. Silence. Lu Chantian was silent about Wang Yun's suggestion. However, this idea was still very good. It was actually not a bad thing to let Huang Zhong guard the Lin family. Indeed, Wang Yun's idea stopped in everyone's ears. This kind of person was excited because this idea might be able to save his brother's life. Brother Lu, why don't we just let this matter go? Let my junior brother go to the Lin family to atone for his sins. What do you think? Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. They were very much looking forward to Lu Chantian stopping here. Looking at everyone's current expressions, Lu Chantian flashed a smile. To be honest, he did not want to make a move on Huang Zhong either. However, he did not have a good excuse. However, it was different now. Now that he had an excuse to take the initiative to come to him, it meant that Huang Zhong did not need to be killed. Furthermore, he could complete the task given to him. Thinking of this, how could he not be happy? How could he not be excited? He raised his head and looked at the half-dead Huang Zhong. Sigh, Huang Zhong, since so many people are pleading for you, I will do my master a favor and let you go. However, you must enter the Lin family and forever protect the Lin family. You must follow the Lin family blindly and never do anything that betrays the Lin family. I wonder if you are willing? Once those words were said, everyone present was startled. After thinking for a while, smiles appeared on their faces. They nodded repeatedly. Agreed, agreed. Dragging his tired and aching body, he came before Lu Changtian. With a plop, he directly knelt on the ground. I, Huang Zhong, swear in this lifetime that as long as I, Huang Zhong, am alive, I will protect the Lin family and never betray them. Boom! Once Huang Zhong made his vow, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Of course, this scene only lasted for an instant. It was as if the sky was responding to Huang Zhong's vow. Amen. If that's the case, then this matter is over. You can keep your life for now. Thank you. Knowing that he was fine now, Huang Zhong was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Amen, that's enough. Hurry back and get treated. I'll give you 2 days. After 2 days, we'll go to the Lin family. Looking at everyone, he left these words and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Plop, plop, Lu Changtian's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone seemed to have lost all their strength and fell to the ground one by one. He allowed a long breath of turbid air. His face was full of smiles as if he had just survived a great disaster. Finally, this matter is finally over. In the Divine Valley, Lin Ray, whose eyes were tightly shut, opened his eyes. A glint flashed through his eyes. It seems that this little guy really didn't take my words seriously. Perhaps even Lu Changtian himself didn't know that when he left, Lin Ray had placed a 10,000 miles talisman on his body. Everything that happened to Lu Changtian could be recorded in Lin Ray's mind. Master. Seeing Lin Ray's arrival, Lu Changtian's expression changed. His head immediately drooped. Thinking about how he was tortured by Lin Ray in the past year, just thinking about it made him shudder. Looking at the two of them, Lin Ray responded and finally stood between them. I didn't expect the two of you to exchange pointers, but, turning his head, his gaze fell on Lu Changtian. Kid, are you injured? No. Lin Ray's words stunned Lu Changtian. He didn't expect Lin Ray to ask such a question. This was obviously very different from the usual Lin Ray. If he had seen such a thing happen before, he wouldn't have appeared. On the contrary, he would have stayed in the dark and waited until Lu Changtian was tortured beyond recognition. But now, that's good. Hearing that Lu Changtian was fine, Lin Ray let out a long breath. Since you're fine, pack up and leave the Divine Valley. What? Two shocked voices sounded at the same time. Obviously, it was Lu Changtian and Xueling Tian. Looking at the two of them, Lin Ray understood. I'm only letting you leave because of a promise from a year ago. A year ago? Hearing this, Lu Changtian recalled. That's right, a year ago, his master had personally said that he would only give the Sword Sect 1 year. Within 1 year, he would be sent to the Sword Sect to challenge and exterminate them. Now 1 year had passed. With his current strength, Lu Changtian was very confident that not a single person in the Sword Sect would be able to escape from him. However, he had some friendship with the Sword Sect, so Lu Changtian had always thought that this was a joke and didn't take it seriously. But now, it seemed that he had misunderstood Lin Ray's intentions. Seeing that Lu Changtian was deep in thought, Lin Ray spoke up. I think you've realized that a year ago, I wasn't joking when I told you to exterminate the Sword Sect. Of course, this is just one of your many missions. What else is there, Master? Lu Changtian couldn't disobey Lin Ray's orders. When you return this time, the first thing you'll do is to exterminate the Sword Sect. As for the second thing, after pondering for a moment, he continued, it's very simple. After you return and deal with the Sword Sect, go to the Lin family and see how the Lin family is doing. If the Lin family encounters any trouble, just deal with them. However, you must remember that if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Just like the Lin family, if you encounter any other family that tries to harm the Lin family, you don't need to know who did it. Just exterminate them. Also, spread the word that if anyone dares to harm the Lin family, they will end up like the Sword Sect. Lin family? Are you really the Lin family member who was in a coma for 8 years? Although he had followed Lin Ray for more than a year, Lu Changtian didn't dare to ask too much about his affairs. Now that he heard him say this, he was confused. Ha! You can take it that way. Of course, this is only a temporary body that I'm living in. One day, I will return to my original body. Lin Ray didn't intend to hide anything from Lu Chantian. What? Lu Chantian was shocked. What did he mean by temporary body? What did he mean by returning to his original body in the future? This kind of method shocked him. Haha, that's enough. This matter isn't what you think now. When you reach a certain height, you will be like me. Seeing Lu Changtian's reaction, Lin Ray interrupted him. Remember my words. After you leave, go to the Sword Sect. I'll leave the Sword Sect matters to you. As for the specifics, you can do as you see fit. I trust that you won't make your master busy. As for the Lin family, tell my mother that I'm fine and don't let her worry. If they ask when I will return home, tell them that it will be 3 years. Only a little over a year has passed, so there are still 2 years left. I will definitely return home in 2 years. Then Lin Ray told Lu Chantian some things to pay attention to. Other than the Sword Sect matters, the rest were related to the Lin family. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Lin Ray finally stopped talking. Plop! Suddenly, Lu Chantian knelt on the ground and kowtowed twice. He looked at Lin Ray with gratitude. Master, thank you for accepting me as your disciple. If it wasn't for you, I would still be a frog at the bottom of a well. If it wasn't for you, how would I know that the world of cultivation is so wonderful? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have the strength that I have today. Get up. This is just the beginning. With a wave of his hand, a majestic spirit energy rushed out. A hand formed from spirit energy lifted Lu Chantian up from the ground. Okay, go quickly. He waved to Lu Chantian and then turned to Shui Lingtian. Go and send Chantian out of the Divine Valley. Why me? Shui Lingtian looked at Lin Ray and asked. Because I'm strong. You don't want to accept it? A look of if you don't accept it, come and fight me. Bastard. Seeing Lin Ray like this, Shui Lingtian felt depressed. He cursed inwardly, but then agreed. Okay, I'm most willing to do this. PFFF. Seeing Shui Lingtian like this, Lu Chantian directly laughed without caring about his image. It wasn't that Lu Chantian was easily amused. It was just that this was the first time he saw Shui Lingtian being humiliated like this. It was hard for him not to be unhappy. Are you still going or not? Perhaps it was because Lin Ray was beside him or something, but Shui Lingtian roared at Lu Changtian's laughter. Then he twisted his huge body and rushed toward the exit of the Divine Valley. Enough. Hurry up and follow him. Sensing Shui Lingtian's current expression, Lin Ray smiled and didn't mind. He said to Lu Changtian, Amen, I understand, Master. Thinking of what that cheap disciple of his told him before leaving, he didn't take it to heart at all. TCH, isn't this what you wanted to see? Shui Lingtian's voice entered Lin Ray's ears. That's true. Thinking of what that cheap disciple of his did, he couldn't deny that this was the best result he could give. However, he only thought that Lu Chantian wouldn't be so ruthless as to exterminate his family. However, he didn't think that even the main culprit wasn't stupid. Thinking of that Huang Zhong, Lin Ray wanted nothing more than to kill him. However, thinking that he would be protecting the Lin family, his hatred for Huang Zhong lessened a lot. Forget it. Since it's your decision, I'll respect it. However, I hope that you won't disappoint me. Chapter 1041. Liansheng, the Lin family. Now, the Lin family was shrouded in dark clouds. Their days were filled with silence. It was as if something had happened, causing the entire Lin family to sink into silence. Sigh, could it be that the heavens really want our Lin family to perish? Now, almost all of the direct descendants are gone, and those from the side branches are almost completely wiped out. If the situation continues to develop at this rate, I'm afraid it won't be long before our Lin family is completely wiped out in the Fire Country. What should we do? Master Lin, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked haggard. His hair was white, and he seemed to have lost his vitality. Logically speaking, With the old man's current cultivation and age, this should not have happened. The old man, who was supposed to be in the prime of his life, had become like this. Father, don't think about that matter anymore. After all, it's not what you want to happen. Off to the side, Linley's mother, Firecloud, watched as her grandfather slowly grew more and more haggard. She felt unbearably guilty, but she could only watch helplessly. During this period of time, the descendants of the clan had died one after another. Not only the old master, but even she was mentally and physically exhausted by this matter. If it wasn't for her son who was away, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold on. How can you not blame me? In front of the old man, sadness gushed out. I'm the head of the Lin family. I am supposed to protect the Lin family in this life. Not to say that I am rich, but at least I am not worried about my life. But now, the clan's disciples are either dead or injured. Furthermore, the clan's business has been destroyed by my hands. 3 out of 4 of my sons have died. This scene has caused me to be ashamed to face my ancestors. A tear flashed, flowing from the corner of his eye to his cheek. He was even more sad. Who said that a man of steel wasn't gentle? As the old saying goes, men don't cry easily. It's just that they haven't been hurt to the core. Now that the old man's heart was broken, he was powerless to stop everything that was happening in front of him. He was tired. Father, seeing the old man so sad, Huiyun wanted to say something to dissuade him. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt as if he was choked by something and couldn't say what he wanted to say. She could not say what she wanted to say. In the end, she could only sigh and end the conversation. Sigh if Ray was here, maybe the family's difficulties could be resolved. A glimmer of hope flashed through the old man's lifeless eyes. However, it was only a glimmer of hope, and it was gone in a flash. Then, it returned to normal. No, Huiyun hurriedly refused the old man's suggestion. This was the second time she had heard the old man say this. Previously, she had refused once. Although she had seen how powerful her son was, as a mother, she didn't want her son to return to such a dangerous place at such a time. Although she had some inkling of how powerful Linley was, she still couldn't accept it. Sigh, don't be so agitated. Hearing his daughter-in-law's roaring voice, the old man froze awkwardly and hurriedly tried to dissuade her. I was just thinking about it. It was just a casual remark. Ray is the Lin family's only hope. How can I bear to let him return at this time? Indeed, as the only son of the 3rd generation, Lin Ray, the old man would not let him return at this time. I understand. After she said that, the two of them looked at each other and stopped talking. The scene fell into silence again. Lu Changtian and his group arrived at the city gate. 5 days. For 5 days, Lu Changtian and his group traveled day and night. Finally, on the 5th day, Lu Changtian and his group arrived at the city gate where the Lin family lived. Beat him up. Beat him to death. Let's see if he dares to disobey our city lord again. A loud noise came from the city gate and entered the ears of Lu Changtian and his group. What's going on? Hearing the noise coming from the front, Lu Changtian frowned and his face darkened. As the former city lord, he knew that the control of Lian City belonged to the Lin family, but he didn't remember the Lin family being so arrogant and despotic. Sigh, what a sin. A good young man, because he didn't pay the entrance fee. In the end, at this time, 2 people passed by Lu Changtian. One of them sighed, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the other person who made a gesture to keep quiet. You can't say that. His face was filled with fear as he looked around. He was afraid that someone would hear what he was about to say. He was especially vigilant. Times have changed. The era of the Lin family is over. The Long family entered the city, and the Lin family hid in the Lin family. Now, the Long family is the emperor of Lian City. As the saying goes, the mountain is high and the emperor is far away. Even if the emperor knows, he won't say anything. Officials protect each other. Moreover, the Long family offers many rare treasures to the royal family every year. Sigh. When these words were said, the two shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were filled with anger. The two of them did not know that their conversation brought a huge amount of information to Lu Chantian. Long family. Lu Chantian was filled with doubts about this unfamiliar family. He had never heard of this Long family. However, just in case, when Lu Chantian heard about this family, he searched through his mind. He wanted to see who exactly this Long family was. Similarly, if the Long family was in control of Lian City, then what about the Lin family? When he heard the conversation between the two people, Lu Chantian was even more puzzled when he heard that the Lin family hid in their home and did not come out. The Lin family used to be an existence that no one dared to offend. They were a family that could make the entire Yin country tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, now Lu Chantian's expression changed again and again. Each time, it was uglier and gloomier than the last. Wang Yun and the others understood Lu Chantian's expression. Their hearts skipped a beat. They understood that the Lin family was in trouble. In that case, they had something to do next. "Brother Lu, Wang Yun said, "Let's go into the city." After saying that, he walked towards the city gate. Lu Chantian decided that this time, he had to completely clear the obstacles in front of the Lin family. It did not matter if there were experts in front of them. He could not do it. Lin Rei was still around. He believed that if Lin Rei made a move, no one in the entire continent would be a match for him. Moreover, he also believed that with his current strength, even if he could not conquer the entire continent, he could still do it in a place like the Yin country in Lian City. "Let's go." Looking at Lu Chantian's back, Wang Yun felt pity for those troublemakers. "I hope you don't go too far." Otherwise, Lu Chantian did not know what Wang Yun was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely laugh. It was not because of anything else, but because Wang Yun thought too simply. The reason why he tolerated the Sword Sect again and again was because although the Sword Sect was wrong, they did not deserve death. However, now that the Lin family was in trouble, this was Lin Rei's home. Anyone who offended the Lin family would definitely be killed. Even if it was just verbally insulting the Lin family, Lu Chantian would also be killed. His thoughts represented Lin Rei's thoughts. However, if it was Lin Rei, he would probably do something even more terrifying than Lu Chantian. If one person insulted, the entire family would be exterminated. If one person from the Lin family was injured, the entire Lian city and even the forces behind them would be destroyed. Even if some people did not know about this, they would still have to die. There was no other reason other than that they were familiar with the person who insulted and hurt the Lin family. That was all. A group of people lined up. Lu Chantian talked a lot about beating, insulting, and humiliating the people who entered the city. Some of the city guards even wanted to forcefully drag the young girls into their rooms to humiliate them physically. Regarding this scene, the people present could be said to be angry but did not dare to say anything. "Bastard, you have really disgraced the Yin country soldiers." Just when the vicious man was feeling aggrieved, a loud shout was heard. The murderous intent in the voice was imprinted in everyone's heart. The loud voice attracted everyone's attention, including the city guards who were about to drag the young girls into their rooms. At this moment, everyone was stunned on the spot, especially the passers-by who were next to Lu Chantian and the others. The shock on their faces was shocking to the eye. "Who is it? Who is speaking? Do you not want to live anymore? How dare you speak so arrogantly to the guards of the Long family?" The guard who had been sitting on a chair at the city gate, like an official, was the first to regain his senses. His expression was gloomy as he swept his gaze over the crowd. His gaze immediately fell on Lu Chantian. The moment the guard's gaze fell on Lu Chantian also looked at him. After the two pairs of eyes met, Lu Chantian's murderous intent completely erupted. "It's you." Looking at Lu Chantian, the guard's tone was cold and sinister. "Oh, that's right, it's me." Looking at the guard, a murderous intent flashed. He said, "As a soldier of the Yin country, how dare you treat the people of the Yin country like this? Don't you know that the people are the foundation of the country?" Looking at him, Lu Chantian said word by word, looking like a superior who was reprimanding his subordinates. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for acting so rashly? Everyone at the side was completely stunned. As people who had lived under oppression for a long time, they had long had enough of those days where they were neither human nor ghost and were like animals. However, because they had no strength to truss up a chicken, they were powerless and could only be bullied by others. Now, hearing someone reprimand these evil people, the passers-by were very excited. However, when they thought of the other party's strength, some of them couldn't bear to speak and tried to dissuade him. Young man, you should leave quickly. These people are not to be trifled with. The Long family is very powerful in the entire Lien city and even the entire Yin country. You are still young and have many days ahead of you. Don't get into danger because of this matter. Yes, yes, young man, leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. Leave quickly. Dissuading laughter rang out one after another. Lu Changtian's heart tightened. After all, he used to be the city lord and hated these people the most. Humph, leave. With a cold snort, he ignored the crowd and looked at the leading officer. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Today, the entire Lien city will return to the Lin family. No one can change this. It's useless to just come to the Yin country. Lu Changtian said it. Boom! The moment these words came out, the crowd exploded, especially the soldiers who were guarding the city. Their faces were all red and looked very funny. Is it possible? When the people of Lien City heard Lu Changtian's words, they only had these 3 words in their hearts. Is it possible? Yes, is it possible? Is it possible to liberate the entire Lien City? With the existence of the Long family, is it possible to return it to the Lin family? Boom! A shocking murderous intent flashed. The officer who was looking at Lu Changtian released his cultivation. The old man, Lu Changtian, had a long sword in his hand. The sword was pointed in the direction of Lu Changtian. This aura was so strong that ordinary people couldn't get close to him. Of course, it was only ordinary people. In Lu Changtian's eyes, this officer in front of him was just a clown trying to please the crowd. Heh, you are very courageous. Looking at the officer holding the sword, a devilish expression appeared on Lu Changtian's face. Since that's the case, then die for me. Xiao! After finishing his words, Lu Changtian's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. No one could react to this. Even Wang Yun and the others couldn't react, let alone some ordinary people who didn't know how to cultivate. Puffed. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard, and a figure flew out. With such little strength, you still dare to commit crimes. I really don't know who your Long family is to dare to cause trouble in Lien City. Plop! The figure that flew out fell. His body was soft and powerless, as if all the bones in his body had been broken. There was no vitality in his body at all. This, Wang Yun exclaimed. He was the first person to come back to his senses. In Wang Yun's vision, the officer from before was lying on the ground in the distance. His body was lifeless, and at the place where the officer's heart was, a fist-sized blood dragon appeared. Scarlet and boiling blood flowed out continuously like a fountain. This, after an unknown period of time, the sound of someone sucking in a cold breath sounded in the field. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses and understood the officer's situation. Today, Lien City will once again belong to the Lin family. This cannot be changed for thousands of generations. If you're not convinced, you can give it a try. As soon as he said this, the spies from all over the country began to get busy. After saying this, he ignored the shock and excitement in everyone's hearts and turned his head to look at Wang Yun and the other martial cultivators from the Sword Sect. Before I enter the Lin family, I don't want to see the Long family again, and I don't want to hear any news of their existence. Remember, I don't want a single one of them to be left alive. Even if it's a servant in the Long family, or even the livestock raised by the Long family, I don't want them to be alive. If I find out that you secretly let a person and an animal go, then I'll take your lives. Do you understand? Chapter 1042. As soon as these words were spoken, The surrounding people felt a chill run down their spines. A terrifying thought arose in their hearts. They must not become enemies with this person, and they must not offend the person in front of them. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. However, in the face of Lu Changtian's order, although Wang Yun and the others felt a little uncomfortable, when they thought of his kindness to the Sword Sect and his leniency towards the Sword Sect, their dissatisfaction disappeared. Of course, more importantly, the place that was in trouble was the hometown of that expert, Lin Ray. Moreover, the Lin family was being bullied by the Long family. Just this point alone was enough reason for them to take action. Looking up at Lu Changtian, Wang Yun and the others cupped their hands and nodded. Yes, we understand what to do. After saying that, he turned around and said to the people behind him, "Did you all hear it clearly? The Long family will kill everyone, no matter who they are or what they say. Leave no one alive. Yes, we will follow the elders' orders." As members of the Sword Sect, they naturally had no reason to resist the elders' orders. "Go!" Waving his hand to everyone, he walked towards the guards at the door. Since he was going to kill, he had to kill all of them. It was not his style to leave behind future troubles. As the saying goes, a wildfire can't burn it down, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Just like an enemy, if you don't kill them all, then what's left for you in the end is only regret, death, and despair. Swish! More than 20 figures flashed. In the next moment, when everyone regained their senses, those people from before were gone. These people, when the guards who had not been killed saw this scene, their hearts trembled. They understood that these people were all martial cultivators. Their cultivation was not weak, especially the young man who killed their leader in one move. His cultivation was even stronger. "No, don't." Seeing Lu Changtian approaching them step by step, the guards were afraid. They were really afraid. They didn't want to die. Who didn't have a mother who was 70 years old and a child who was 4 or 5 years old at home? Moreover, they had a beautiful wife at home. Who would want to die? It was a pity that they had done too many bad things in the past. As the saying goes, the heavens will punish those who commit sins. If the heavens don't punish them now, they can only wait for Lu Changtian to do it. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain. I won't torture those old, weak ordinary people like you. What do you think? Am I merciful? Murderous chi flashed in Lu Changtian's eyes when he saw those guards. Immediately after, his fist turned into a palm and a blade appeared in his hand. He didn't care about those guards begging for mercy. Lu Changtian didn't see them as human beings. Die. Remember, be a good person in your next life. Don't be like this life, or else. Pooch, a bloody light flashed. In an instant, a bloody light flashed across the throats of more than 10 city gate guards. Scarlet blood spurted out from their throats. The scene was extremely horrifying. A scream rang out from the crowd. From the sound of it, one could tell that the girl and the child were frightened by the scene of the murder. Sigh, I hope that this time, I'll be able to completely wipe out the scourge of the Lin family. Otherwise, if Master finds out, I'm afraid. Thinking of Lin Ray's strength and his vengeful nature, the entire Lian city would probably be reduced to a living hell. That scene, even Lu Changtian found it terrifying when he imagined it. Forget it. Let's settle this quickly and go back. As he thought about it, he turned his head to look at the ordinary people behind him. A smile appeared on his face, and his tone became very gentle. He was completely different from the martial cultivator who killed without batting an eyelid. You heard what I said just now. From today onwards, there is no more Long family in Lian City. You will return to your old days and do what you should do. You will be protected by the Lin family. Everyone, the scene was silent. No one spoke. It was as if time had stopped. Everyone was frozen in place. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Changtian was taken aback. Then he snapped out of his daze and stepped into the city. Is this true? Are we really free? Not long after Lu Changtian left, he looked at the city gate with tears in his eyes. His voice trembled as he looked at the city gate and muttered to himself, "Is this true? I hope so. After being suppressed for so long, they still didn't dare to believe that they were truly free. It could even be said that they didn't believe that this matter was real. Lu Chantian stepped into the city. It was completely different from what he had imagined. There was no bustling scene in the city. There were no people coming and going. There was no endless traffic. There were only silent streets and empty city. How could this be? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Chantian was stunned. He had heard of Lian City before. Although it was a remote city, it shouldn't be so desolate. What kind of existence is the Long family? To be able to turn a bustling city into such a state. In the center of the city, there was a grand mansion. Two large jade lions stood at the entrance. They were like two guardian deities. They were ferocious, terrifying, and filled with deterrence. In the center of the mansion, two large golden words were printed on the plaque. The words were particularly generous and filled with the aura of a great family. Long Mansion, this is it. At this moment, Wang Yun and the others arrived at the entrance of the Long Mansion. Looking at the grand courtyard, they were stunned and speechless. I didn't expect the Long Mansion to be so extravagant. It's not inferior to the Imperial Palace in the capital at all. If he compared the Imperial Palace to this courtyard, other than the difference in size, the decorations were not inferior to the Imperial Palace at all. Huang Zhong, who was following behind Wang Yun, saw that they stopped. His heart jumped, and he hurriedly urged, "Senior brother, since we've come to the Long Mansion, let's directly take action." He was now deeply grateful to Lu Changtian. Moreover, he was now in the time to curry favor with him. Therefore, doing things was the only way he could curry favor with him. All right. Wang Yin understood Huang Zhong's thoughts. A wry smile flashed across his face as he nodded in agreement. Let's go. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can finish this. All right. After receiving Wang Yun's order, Huang Zhong and the others did not just watch. With a wave of their hands, a sword beam rushed out. The moment the sword beam collided with the door of the Long Mansion, the door of the Long Mansion exploded with a bang, and a passage appeared in front of everyone. Who is it? Who dares to barge in my Long Mansion? At this moment, an explosive shout came from within the Long Mansion. It turned out that just now, the young man guarding the door was sitting in the room listening to a tune and drinking wine. However, the sudden explosion gave him a fright, and his mood instantly turned bad. He stood up and went to the door. When he saw that the door had become tattered, he was shocked. He was just a guard. Now that the door had been destroyed, he could not bear the responsibility. However, the person who destroyed the door had to pay the price. He raised his head and looked out of the hole. Wang Yun and the others were looking at him aggressively. You, who are you? Why did you destroy my Long Mansion's door? Looking at the terrifying aura emitted by the group of people, the imposing manner that was originally looking for trouble instantly disappeared. Kill. Without saying anything, Wang Yun only had one word for the people who appeared in his field of vision. What? You. The young man guarding the door was afraid. As the Long family's guard, he was usually arrogant and bullied others. But now, the other party had not only barged into the Lin family, but also wanted to kill them. This made his brain not listen to him. What the hell is going on? Poochie. Just as the young man thought that, he felt pain in his chest. The vitality in his body quickly receded, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Soon, he felt that the ground in front of him was limp on the ground. Kill them. Leave no one from the Long family alive. Seeing that the killing had begun, he immediately spoke. He took the lead and rushed into the Long family and started wantonly killing. Who are you? Why, no. Father, save me. I don't want to die. Father, at this moment, the Long family could be said to be endlessly screaming and begging for mercy. Even the streets could hear the voices coming from the Long family. Who is this? They dare to do this to the Long family. Don't they know how powerful the Long family is? TCH, the Long family. I think the Long family is in trouble today. I don't know who the Long family offended. They actually have such powerful strength and dared to kill their way into the Long family. They're too powerful. Yeah. Although there were screams coming from the Long family, in the eyes of the passers-by, the Long family was an existence that could not be shaken. No one thought highly of the people who had barged in. Similarly, the Lin family also received the news of the Long family's actions. This news could be said to be a pleasant surprise to the Lin family. Master Lin, who was originally worried about this matter, jumped up happily like a child when he heard this news. However, he was puzzled by this mysterious power that suddenly appeared to protect the Lin family. According to the information sent back by the spies, the old man was certain that he and even the entire Lin family did not have the slightest bit of friendship with this power. It could even be said that they did not know this power. What's going on? Where did this power come from? Why are they protecting my Lin family? This question occupied the old man's thoughts. On the other side, Wang Yun and the others were completely bloodshot. No matter who it was, as long as they were in the Long family, they could not avoid the fate of being slaughtered by Wang Yun and the others. And in the depths of the Long family, the head of the Long family, Long Ming, received the news that his family had been breached. He also knew how powerful and how many people had come. Bang! Long Ming raised his hand and slammed it on the table in front of him with elemental energy. His entire face was bone-chillingly cold, and his killing intent was exposed without any concealment. Who is it? Has the other party identified themselves? Do you know which power they are from? With a cold face, he asked the subordinate kneeling below. In his opinion, with the existence of a power behind the Long family, no one should be so reckless. In his guess, he had automatically filtered out the sections. After all, in the secular world, people from sects were not allowed to participate. However, if it was not a sect, he really could not think of who could be so rampant inside. I don't know. His body trembled, and his face was filled with fear. As a subordinate, he was very clear about his family head's character. Moreover, Long Ming's character was famous in the entire circle for being irritable, bloodthirsty, narrow-minded, and vengeful. Even his own family members might not be able to obtain Long Ming's trust. You don't know. After getting this answer, Long Ming narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent became even more vigorous. You want to dismiss me with just a you don't know? Then what did I raise you for? Although he was not afraid, he was still a little curious about the person who had suddenly barged into the Long family. Since they were not afraid of the power behind him, the other party must be a very powerful organization. Thinking about this, he got up and glared at the person kneeling on the ground. He snorted coldly and said, "Get up. I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, you don't have to come back. Just kill yourself to apologize." Yes, yes, yes. When the subordinate heard Long Ming's words, he felt as if he had been pardoned. Tears almost fell from his eyes as he hurriedly kowtowed to express his gratitude. Thank you for staying. Thank you for staying. That's enough. Follow me out to take a look. Since you've come to my Long family, don't even think about leaving. Otherwise, how will my Long family lead Lian City in the future? After saying that, he ignored the subordinate and walked out of the room, heading towards the front yard. Wang Yin had no idea about what was going on with Long Ming. At this moment, he was taking the lead to obtain Lin Rei's trust for Montgomery. I didn't expect that a small Long family would have so many subordinates. I wonder how the Long family's residence is. Just as Wang Yun was lamenting about the large number of people in the Long family, suddenly, an oppressive aura emerged from the depths of the Long family. TSK, this oppressive feeling was rapidly approaching. Regarding this, Wang Yun frowned. He raised his head, and a vigilant expression appeared on his face. The origin energy in his body quickly circulated and became vigilant. As an expert, if Wang Yun could feel it, Huang Zhong could naturally feel it as well. The moment the oppressive feeling appeared, Huang Zhong came to Wang Yun's side with a solemn expression. Expert, it should be the Long family's patriarch. This was the only thing Wang Yun could think of. After all, there were very few people in the Yin country who could possess such a powerful cultivation. He's here. Huang Zhong suddenly raised his head and saw Long Ming's figure walking out from the depths of the Long family's residence. Beside him was the servant who was kneeling earlier. You are the Long family's patriarch? Looking at Long Ming, without waiting for him to speak, Huang Zhong asked. His battle-intent soared. He was looking forward to a battle with an expert. You are the people who barged into my Long family's residence. He looked at Huang Zhong and the others with a puzzled expression. Huang Zhong felt particularly stupid about Long Ming's question. Wasn't it obvious? He still asked. There was no response. The origin energy in his body circulated quickly, preparing for battle at any time. However, Wang Yun was speechless about the situation between the two of them. He understood this junior brother of his. He was a battle maniac. His gaze fell upon Long Ming, and the seriousness in his eyes increased. The Long family has never existed in the Fire Country before. Where did all of you come from? Who is the power behind you? Why have you come to such a barren place like Lian City? And why are you going against the Lin family at every turn? He went straight to the point. He was too lazy to waste time on the Long family. Chapter 1043. Tell me, is it your idea to target the Lin family, or is it the power behind you? Towards Long Ming, Wang Yun did not have the slightest bit of patience. Even though he knew that the other party had a formidable cultivation base, so what? As someone who had seen experts like Lin Li, Long Ming of Annihilation before him was nothing more than an ant compared to Lin Li. You broke into my Long family because of the Lin family? Long Ming was startled when he saw Wang Yun. He looked at Wang Yun in surprise. Just now, he was still thinking about how he had offended these people in front of him. Now that he heard Wang Yun's words, he finally understood that it wasn't him who had offended them. It was because he had dealt with the Lin family that they were provoked. However, since when did the Lin family have such a powerhouse holding the fort? Wasn't the most powerful person in the Lin family that old man, Master Lin? When this doubt arose, Long Ming suddenly felt that it was a mistake for him to target the Lin family. This feeling flashed through his mind. When he thought of the Lin family's current situation, he immediately denied that feeling. Forget it. Since I've already targeted them, why should I be afraid? Besides, this isn't my own wish. If it weren't for that guy, I would still be a comfortable young master in the Guanyin Empire. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? I'm asking you. Is it you or the power behind you that wants to deal with the Lin family? Seeing that Long Ming didn't speak, Wang Yun spoke again impatiently. The sudden voice pulled Long Ming, who was in deep thought, back to reality. He frowned, and his displeasure was vividly displayed. He looked up at Long Ming with even more killing intent. He didn't care who the other party was. As long as they provoked him, as long as they were the Lin family's helpers, they would be the target of his destruction. After thinking it through, his mood improved a lot, and he didn't care about those trivial thoughts from before. Do you know how to write the word death? Oh, from what you're saying, do you want to kill me now? Long Ming's decision shocked Wang Yun. In the face of such a situation, Long Ming's expression did not change, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. It could be seen that he was not an ordinary person. Moreover, the aura that Long Ming emitted was full of nobility. It could be seen that the other party's identity was not simple. But with such a status, why was he related to the Lin family? Besides Lin Rei, what else did the Lin family have? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. Now was not the time to think about such things. Although he said he was not afraid of Long Ming, the other party's strength was there for all to see. In response to Wang Yun's words, Long Ming smiled. That's right. I'll kill you. As long as it's related to the Lin family, everything will die. So, how do you want to die? As for the information you want to get out of me, I'm not afraid to tell you that I was indeed sent here by someone. Moreover, that person is very powerful. Not to mention you, even I am at most a cannon fodder in their hands. Of course, you won't be able to see this because you will die today. Moreover, you will also die with the people behind you. Hiss! Hearing Long Ming's words, Wang Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that the force behind the other party was very strong, but when he heard Long Ming's words, he hesitated. With Long Ming's strength, he was only cannon fodder in the eyes of the other party. How strong was that force? On the other side, Lu Chantian, who had entered the city, did not have the intention to meet up with Wang Yun. Instead, after entering the city, he chose the opposite direction from Wang Yun and walked away. Along the way, Lu Chantian saw only emptiness, emptiness, and emptiness. There was no sign of life here at all. On both sides of the street, there should have been a lively atmosphere, but at this moment, there was no sign of it at all. It was even very rare to see a figure on the street. Along the way, Lu Chantian was extremely shocked. He did not expect the Long family to control Yin City to such an extent. As for the Lin family, Lu Chantian was even more worried. At this moment, Lu Chantian could not help but pray in his heart. He prayed that nothing would happen to the Lin family. Otherwise, not only would the world suffer, but even she would not be spared. After all, he should have been able to arrive at Lin City a little later. It was because he could not bear it that he indulged the sword sect again and again, causing such a long delay. As he prayed, he could not help but walk faster and faster. He was already very close, so it did not take long for Lu Chantian to arrive in front of the Lin family's gate. At this moment, the Lin family's gate was tightly shut, and the gate was a little dilapidated. It did not have the grandeur of a big family like before. When Lu Chantian saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. His hanging heart instantly sank. Looking at the state of the Lin family, he could imagine what had happened to the Lin family during this period of time. It's over. If Master sees his family in such a state, then... Thinking of Lin Rei's violent temper, Lu Chantian could even imagine Lin Rei's reaction after seeing this scene. Only by killing could he offset the anger and dissatisfaction in Lin Rei's heart. Only by killing could he find the guilt he felt towards his family. So it looks like there's really a big reshuffle this time. If this goes on, even if I leave, I will still think about the past and the future. Thinking about this, Lu Chantian moved his body and walked to the gate. He reached out his hand and pressed the doorknob. Dong dong dong, the door was knocked. I am Lu Chantian. I have been asked by someone to visit the Lin family. Would you please open the door for a chat? Time passed little by little. After waiting for a long time, Lu Chantian still didn't hear any sound coming from the Lin family. It was as if his voice didn't even reach the ears of the gatekeeper. Dong dong dong, I am Lu Chantian. I have been asked by someone to visit the Lin family. Would you please open the door for a chat? As if afraid that no one would be able to hear his voice, he raised his voice several times. Even Master Lin, who was in the depths of the Lin family, could hear his voice. In the depths of the Lin family's meeting hall, an old man stood in front of Master Lin with a respectful expression. Lu Chantian. Master Lin was deep in thought about the voice just now. He was familiar with the name Lu Chantian, but he just couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Lu Chantian. It seems like he is a strong martial artist, but I can't sense his aura. At this moment, the old man in front of Master Lin spoke up. Oh, you can't sense his aura? Master Lin was shocked. Others might not be able to sense Lu Chantian's cultivation base, but he knew very well. If even the old man couldn't sense Lu Chantian's aura, then, tell me, should I invite him in or not? Invite him in. I can't sense any dangerous aura from that person, so his words can be trusted. Is that so? Hearing the old man's suggestion, Master Lin was stunned and fell into deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Not long after, Master Lin, who had fallen into deep thought, came back to his senses. He raised his head and said, Go invite Lu Chantian in. I want to see just which old friend could invite someone stronger than you. Yes. Receiving the order, he left. Lu Chantian waited in front of the door for a long time, but the person who opened the door still hadn't arrived. His heart sank, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. F***CK. Could it be that the Lin family is in danger? He was very afraid. He was afraid that the Lin family and the people related to Lin Rei were in danger. If that happened, what awaited him would be a punishment worse than death. The more he thought about it, the colder Lu Chantian's heart became. He didn't want this to happen. Jia. The sound of the door opening entered Lu Chantian's ears. Suddenly, a sense of happiness crept into Lu Chantian's heart. In Lu Chantian's eyes, if the door could be opened, it meant that the Lin family was fine. Turning his head, he saw the door open. An old man entered Lu Chantian's line of sight. Looking at him, Lu Chantian narrowed his eyes. With his current strength, he could clearly see the old man's cultivation base. Peak late-stage martial king? Lu Chantian was very surprised by the old man in front of him. One had to know that there weren't many martial kings in the entire Yin country. They could be counted on one hand, and these martial kings were basically all controlled by the imperial family. My master invites you in for a chat. It was a simple sentence, and he did not say anything else. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Lu Chantian didn't care about the old man's behavior. After all, this was the Lin family. Of course, if it had been someone else, Lu Chantian would have slapped them. In the Lin family, he didn't dare to be impudent. He followed the old man without looking around. When he reached the meeting hall and saw Master Lin, Lu Chantian's hanging heart finally relaxed. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Old Master Lin was stunned by Lin Yiqian's sudden words. That, young man, may I know who you are? Looking at Lu Chantian, Master Lin asked. Me? Looking at the old man, Lu Chantian was stunned and said directly, that old master, Junior Lu Chantian, is his Lin-raised disciple. This time, I came back on my master's orders to see if the Lin family has any difficulties. As he spoke, a murderous look flashed across his originally gentle face. This trip really surprised me. At the same time, I'm very glad to be back. If anything happened to the Lin family, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Ray? Lu Chantian said a lot, but the old man only heard the two words Lin Ray. Yes, my master asked me to come back. Hearing the old man's way of addressing Lin Ray, he really did know his master's age this time. How is Ray doing now? Is he eating well? Is he living well? Is he being bullied? Where is he now? A series of questions, all of them concerned about Lin Ray. Lu Chantian also had a headache. How was he supposed to answer? One must know that Lin Ray was currently in the Divine Valley. The Divine Valley was a forbidden area in the Divine Territory. If he knew, the old man naturally knew as well. Thinking of this, Lu Chantian's heart was in a dilemma. Should he say it, or should he not say it? What's wrong? Did something happen to Ray? Seeing that Lu Chantian didn't respond, Master Lin became anxious. With a bang, his body shot up from the chair. In the next moment, he was in front of Lu Chantian. He reached out and grabbed Lu Chantian excitedly. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been bounced away by Lu Chantian's elemental energy. Unfortunately, in front of Master Lin, he could only let Master Lin grab him indifferently. No, old master, you're overthinking it. Lu Chantian hurriedly shook his head in response to the old man's reaction. With my master's current strength, there aren't many people in the entire continent who can hurt him. My master is currently cultivating in seclusion in a secluded place. This time, my master asked me to come back and see if the Lin family needs anything. However, when I returned, I discovered that the Lin family has been targeted. Moreover, Lian City is being controlled by someone called the Long family. Sigh. Hearing that his grandson was fine, Master Lin relaxed. However, when he heard Lu Chantian's words, sadness welled up in his heart. That's right. The Lin family is now. Now it could be said that they're on the verge of collapse. They could disappear into the river of time at any time. Lu Chantian was stunned by the old man's reaction. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry. The first thing I did when I returned was to send people to destroy the Long family. I think it's done by now." What? You sent people to the Long family? The old man, who was originally sad, was shocked when he heard this news. Yes. What? What's wrong? You're muddle-headed. Looking at Lu Chantian, the old man looked as if he expected better from Lu Chantian. He didn't treat Lu Changtian as an expert at all. Instead, he treated him as a junior. What's the cultivation level of the people you sent? Peak late stage Marshal General. What? Marshal General? This time, the old man was so angry that he fainted. If peak late stage Marshal General could solve this problem, then the Lin family wouldn't be in such a state. What? What's wrong? Seeing the old man like this, an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. What's wrong? Looking at Lu Changtian, the old man opened his mouth. You've seen the cultivation of the person beside me. If a general's cultivation could solve this problem, do you think I would still allow them to commit crimes in Lian City? Looking at the old man beside the old man, Lu Changtian was stunned. That's right, there was a martial king in front of him. If martial generals could solve this problem, then why would the Lin family be in such a state? You figured out? Knowing that Lu Changtian was aware of the situation, the old man rolled his eyes and let him figure out himself. The head of the Long family, Long Ming, is a perfected martial king expert. That's why I've been delaying making a move. Why don't you think about it? A person who can invite a martial king expert must be very powerful. The old man continued. At this moment, Lu Changtian finally understood. If the head of the Long family was a perfected martial king, then wouldn't the person he sent be like a lamb in a tiger's den? Not good. Thinking of this, Lu Changtian's expression changed abruptly. Ignoring the old man's gaze, the origin energy in his body reached its peak in an instant. A powerful aura flashed, and his figure disappeared in front of the old man and the old man. After a while, the old man came back to his senses and asked the old man beside him, "Did you see how Lu Changtian left?" "No, he's too powerful. With my current cultivation level, it's hard to say if I can even take one move from him." Chapter 1044. So powerful. Master Lin was shocked. As someone who knew how powerful the old man was, how could he not be shocked when he heard these words from his mouth? Even though he had always been in power, he could not help but be shocked to the point that he could not control himself. Yes, very powerful. Looking at the old man, Master Lin was stunned. In his heart, he was even more familiar with his grandson. According to his observation of Lu Changtian, his grandson's cultivation was at least at the martial sage realm. However, how did his grandson cultivate? He could not figure it out. Master Lin could not understand how powerful Lin Rei was. Logically speaking, after lying in bed for 8 years, even if he did not die, he should be weak and powerless when he woke up. He might even need to recuperate for a few years to recover his vitality. However, his grandson did not panic when he woke up. Moreover, after he woke up, the child's peerless appearance obliterated the Huangfu old man. Now, he had left for a year. Although he had not returned, he had returned with a powerful disciple. So I forget it. As long as Ray is still a descendant of the Lin family, he is still my grandson. Everything else is not important. After thinking it through, he no longer thought about those messy things. As for Lu Changtian's comfort, after sensing that Lu Changtian's cultivation was powerful, he was no longer worried. All right, since little Lu has gone to deal with it, go and inform the kitchen to prepare dinner. Let's welcome little Lu and the others tonight. Yes, I'll go now. After receiving the order, the old man did not say much. He nodded in response and then left the hall and walked towards the backyard. I hope this matter can be completely resolved this time. Otherwise, thinking of the powerful force behind the Long family, to be honest, he did not understand how he had offended them to the point that they would spare no effort. At the same time, he also understood that if this matter could not be resolved this time, what awaited him would be the destruction of the Lin family. Unless Lin Rei personally took action, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the existence of the Lin family was unknown. On the other side, the Long family was in chaos. Just as the old man had said, Long Ming was a martial king realm expert. Wang Yin did not have the slightest ability to fight back against such an expert. At this moment, in the depths of the Long family's courtyard, Wang Yun and more than 20 people were lying on the ground. All of their faces were pale, and their auras were scattered. There were countless wounds on their bodies, and scarlet blood could not stop flowing. One by one, they looked at Long Ming in front of them with ashen faces. In their eyes, Long Ming was like an insurmountable mountain, and they were like ants that they could only look up to at the foot of the mountain. How? How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Looking at Long Ming, Wang Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, her face full of disbelief. Previously, he only felt that Long Ming's body carried a sense of oppression, but he didn't expect that after exchanging blows, he would understand that the gap between them and Long Ming was like a chasm that could never be crossed. Above the martial general was the martial king. He had seen martial kings before, but he had never fought with a martial king. He had never even heard of the name Long Ming in the Yin country. Am I strong? Long Ming didn't think much of it. Perhaps. At the martial general level, he was indeed very strong, but at his level, he would understand that martial general was just the beginning. There were many realms above it, and every realm was like a critical point. Even every small realm would reflect the huge gap between two martial cultivators. Looking at Wang Yun, the disdain in Long Ming's eyes was not concealed in the slightest. My level might seem very strong to you, but have you ever thought about it? There are many people who are more powerful than me. Even in this tiny little fire country, there are people who are more powerful than me. So, don't impose your own vision on others. You think that I'm stronger than you, but that's just because your vision is short. He wanted to refute, but was Long Ming wrong? No, Long Ming wasn't wrong. He hadn't seen a stronger existence. His vision was indeed very short, but he knew that Lu Changtian was stronger than him. As for how strong he was, he didn't know. All right, since it's already like this, let's go. As for the Lin family. As he spoke, a murderous intent flashed. The Lin family will accompany you soon, but now is not the time, so walk slowly on the Yellow Springs Road, where you won't be able to see them. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Yun and the others to refute, he stepped in front of Wang Yun and stretched out his hand. The origin energy in his body surged. Go in peace. On the ground, Wang Yun, who felt the aura of death, closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. Just like that? In the face of death, he was unwilling and afraid. However, when he became a martial cultivator, death had become a matter of the next day. As a martial cultivator, he had to be prepared to die at any time when he stepped on this path. That's good too. In this way, perhaps, you're touched by my people. I really didn't know that a mere martial king like you would be so arrogant. Just as Wang Yun was facing death, a voice that rekindled Wang Yun's hope entered everyone's ears. Lu Changtian? That's right, it was Lu Changtian, who had suddenly left the Lin family. Along the way, he had sensed Wang Yun's aura and could not be negligent in the slightest. Facing a martial king, he understood the disadvantage of a general. Who is it? Long Ming, who was about to make a move, stopped his palm less than an arm's length away from Wang Yun. He started to look around, as if he wanted to listen to the voice to find the person who spoke. However, unfortunately, after looking around, Long Ming was disappointed because he did not feel anyone approaching. He did not even feel the shadow of a stranger. However, the more it was like this, the more uneasy Long Ming felt. There were usually two kinds of situations like this. The first was that the other party's cultivation was so strong that even he could not sense it. The second was that the other party had a very good concealment technique that could conceal one's aura. As for these two, Long Ming subconsciously imposed his thoughts on the second case because he did not believe that he would encounter the first case in this place. A chuckle came from Wang Yun, who was waiting for death. Hearing this chuckle, Long Ming frowned, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. He still remembered Wang Yun's expression just now. Just now, he was prepared to die. But now, when he heard the voice that suddenly appeared, his originally lifeless expression disappeared. This was too strange. Long Ming could not help but feel nervous. Now, what was the situation? What was going on? Are you looking for me? The same voice as before appeared, but the difference was that Lu Chantian, who came from the voice, appeared in front of Long Ming. He walked slowly, and a look of contempt appeared in Long Ming's line of sight. "Who are you?" It was not an illusion, but he felt a sense of oppression from Lu Chantian. However, what made him feel strange was that there was no sign of origin energy flowing from his body. Long Ming could not help but withdraw his hand that was about to kill Wang Yun. He took a step back and became vigilant. In his opinion, it was obviously very irrational to make a move now without figuring out who the other party was and what his cultivation level was. Lu Chantian obviously had no intention of answering Long Ming's question. He looked at Wang Yun on the ground and looked at the people Wang Yun brought. At this moment, they were in a sorry state. He could not help but feel annoyed. In his opinion, these were all his people. Now that these people had been put down, it was obvious that this had hurt his reputation. This was something that Lu Chantian would not allow. He looked away from Wang Yun and the others and looked at Long Ming. He said coldly, "You've done well. Now, there's nothing for you to do here. Take them back to the Lin family." Obviously, these words were directed at Wang Yun. Wang Yun did not refuse. As someone who had experienced it personally, he understood the seriousness of his injuries. At most, he would be a burden to Lu Chantian if he stayed here. In that case, he might as well leave. "You? Did you ask me?" Long Ming's face darkened when he saw the actions of Wang Yun and the others. Although he felt the pressure from Lu Chantian, he felt that his dignity was being trampled on and he was being ignored. "I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this in my territory," Long Ming said as he looked at Lu Chantian. "Oh, not good." Lu Chantian, who had been staring at Long Ming, said, "You hit my subordinates. Don't you think it's inappropriate?" "You," looking at Lu Chantian, Long Ming choked on his words. Indeed, his question just now was a little stupid. However, he could not tolerate Lu Chantian's disregard. From the beginning to the end, Lu Chantian's expression did not show the slightest hint of joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. He understood that, so what if Long Ming was angry? If it was a year ago, he would have been afraid. Perhaps he would have turned around and fled without hesitation after knowing that the other party was a martial king expert. But now tell me, Lu Chantian did not intend to kill Long Ming yet. After all, he had not gotten the answer he wanted from Long Ming. Why are you targeting the Lin family? Who is the force behind you? How powerful is the force behind you? Looking at Long Ming, Lu Chantian opened his mouth and told him everything he wanted to know in one breath. "Don't be full of hope. You don't have that chance in front of me. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. I have many tricks up my sleeve. If you don't tell me, I can only take action by force." Seriously, if Long Ming didn't want to talk, Lin Fan wouldn't mind making him talk. After all, he was already at the Lin family. Although he wanted to resolve the situation here as soon as possible, since Long Ming didn't want to talk, Lin Fan didn't mind staying here a little longer. After all, the thing he didn't lack the most was time. "You are also a helper of the Lin family?" Long Ming was very surprised by Lu Chantian's identity. It was not because of anything else, but because the report he received said that the Lin family did not have these experts who appeared today. But now, there was an error in the report given to him. This made him very unhappy. However, what he did not expect was that not only was the information given to him wrong, but his life now did not belong to him. It was just that he did not know it yet. "Answer my question. Who sent you?" Long Ming did not answer. Instead, he spoke again. At this moment, Wang Yun and the others had already left. In the entire Long residence, other than Lu Chantian, there was only Long Ming and his subordinates. Do you think I will tell you?" A cold smile appeared on his face. The Yuan energy in his body surged. He held his sword in his hand and prepared for battle. "Are you sure?" Lu Chantian also admired Long Ming's courage. He didn't expect the other party to be so tactless. "Cut the crap. Defeat me if you can. Of course, even if you defeat me, I will not tell you. Just give up." "Oh." Lu Chantian was very dissatisfied with Long Ming's answer. He narrowed his eyes, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, Wang Yun was not here. If she was, she would understand that Lu Chantian was really angry when she saw Lu Chantian's expression. This was something that could kill someone. Die. Long Ming moved. It was not Lu Chantian, but Long Ming. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage. Long Ming obviously wanted to take the initiative. I have to say, you are very courageous. Unfortunately, looking at Long Ming who was rushing towards him, Lu Chantian shook his head helplessly. He did not open his eyes to look at Long Ming. Since that is the case, then prepare to die. Since Long Ming was so stubborn, Lu Chantian didn't mind using some extreme methods and doing extreme things. Swoosh! Just as Long Ming's figure was about to arrive in front of Lu Chantian's figure suddenly disappeared. It was the kind of disappearance that happened without any warning. What? At this moment, Long Ming was shocked, and his body stopped abruptly. It was not that he wanted to, but that he could not. He could not find Lu Chantian's figure. His attack was completely useless. Ow! He stopped and looked around, trying to find Lu Chantian's figure. However, just as he turned around, a chill suddenly flashed behind him. Tiskakisa, really? Do you have to make me do it? Can't you speak up yourself? Behind Long Ming, Lu Chantian's figure suddenly appeared inside. What? Long Ming was shocked and wanted to turn around. However, the moment he turned around, he saw the origin energy that he could not resist suddenly appear and imprint on his face without any mercy. Pa! A clear and resounding sound rang out. Long Ming's figure turned into a perfect parabola as he flew backward. In midair, scarlet blood spurted out from Long Ming's mouth. A very obvious palm print appeared on Long Ming's face. Especially the face that was slapped. It was swollen. Bang! Long Ming's figure landed more than 10 meters away. If it were not for the wall blocking him, he would not have stopped. Looking at Long Ming, who was lying on the ground in the distance, Lu Changtian's voice rang out again. How is it? Now, do you want to talk? Puffed. Long Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with shock. With frightened eyes, he endured the pain and raised his head to look at Lu Changtian. At this moment, Long Ming no longer had the arrogance from before. In Long Ming's eyes, Lu Changtian was a monster. Seeing that Lu Changtian was about the same age as him, he completely understood that the other party was very strong. He was injured to the point where he could not fight back. At this moment, when he thought of Wang Yun's smile, he finally understood why the other party was so fearless. It turned out that there was such a powerful person behind him. No wonder. Chapter 1045. Now, are you going to tell me? Lu Chantian asked again. Lu Chantian didn't know that Lu Chantian didn't know who the power behind Long Ming was. Otherwise, Long Ming would have become a cold corpse by now. Long Ming laughed as he looked at Lu Changtian. However, his laughter was filled with bitterness. However, this bitter laugh was a different sight in Lu Changtian's eyes because there was still hope in Long Ming's eyes. This guy, could it be that the power behind him is able to go against a martial emperor? Or could it be that the power behind him is not weaker than a martial emperor? This possibility was very likely. This kind of power usually wouldn't appear in duchies. Above duchies was the imperial court, because only the imperial court would have martial emperors or even experts like ancestors. As for martial king level cultivators like Long Ming, they were not as numerous as the hairs on an ox in the dynasty, but every city would have a martial king expert overseeing it. However, so what if it was the imperial court? If the power behind Long Ming was really the imperial court, then Lu Changtian wouldn't mind going to the imperial court behind Long Ming. Of course, if it was really the imperial court, then he wouldn't mind being the devil in the eyes of the world, the Azura in hell, the killing machine that everyone feared. On the Tianming continent, it was very normal for the imperial court and duchies to be replaced. Of course, it wasn't always like this, and the imperial court didn't change at any time. After all, every imperial court had its own destiny, and when its destiny dissipated, it would naturally be destroyed. Looking at Long Ming, Lu Changtian's killing intent increased. Looking at Long Ming, his desire to kill grew even stronger. Do you really think that the power behind you can protect you? Oomph. A cold snort came out of Long Ming's mouth. Obviously, he didn't take Lu Changtian's words seriously. After all, he had seen how powerful that power was, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. This was what Long Ming had mentioned before. His vision was only the vision of his current cultivation. In Lu Changtian's eyes, the power behind Long Ming was just an ant. He knew that it had been a long time since a martial god had appeared on the Tianming continent. Of course, this didn't mean that there wasn't a martial god in the Tianming continent. It was just that experts of this level didn't come out and were in seclusion. There were martial saints on the Tianming continent as well. There were 14 recorded in the heavenly scripture. 5 of them were ancestors of the Tianming continent. They were founders of the Tianming continent. Cultivators of this level rarely appeared in the world. Every one of them was the living signboard of the Holy Lands, and every saint had countless experts under them. Lu Changtian did not believe that the martial cultivator behind Long Ming was a martial sage or even a martial god. This kind of martial cultivator would not care about worldly affairs. As for those below the martial saint realm, no matter who it was, Lu Changtian wasn't afraid of them. So what if a martial saint realm cultivator came? He believed that even if a martial saint realm cultivator came, with Lin Rei's strength, he would definitely be able to deal with or even kill him. As sure, Lu Changtian's patience was completely worn out by Long Ming's determination. Time was limited. If he really couldn't do it, then inhuman methods were often the most effective at this time. Since you're so determined, then don't blame me for being rude. So what if the power behind you is powerful? Do you think he can appear in front of me now and save you? As he spoke, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Lu Changtian's face. He took a step forward, and in an instant, he was in front of Long Ming. What do you want to do? Feeling Lu Changtian's strong killing intent, he was afraid. Yes, Long Ming was afraid. Just like Lu Changtian said, no matter how powerful the power behind him was now that those people were not around, even if Lu Changtian killed him now, those people on the other side would not know immediately. And by the time those people on the other side found out, the Lin family would have already run away. Hell, what do you want to do? He looked at Long Ming with a smile. He understood Long Ming's current mood. Long Ming was just like him before he became Lin Rei's disciple. It was as if the strong person standing in front of him was an insurmountable mountain. In his life, he could only look up, not climb, not to mention climb to the top of the mountain. Since you don't want to tell me, then I can only use my own method. After all, my time is very precious. You don't come over. In the face of death, who would be afraid? Even the strong martial god was no exception. Even a martial god could not escape the fate of death. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were human nature. Even with the cultivation of a sage like Lin Rei, there would be a day when his lifespan would come to an end. It was just that his cultivation was strong, and his lifespan would also become longer along with his cultivation. That was all. Don't worry, I will be very gentle. After saying that, Lu Changtian's demonic claw came in front of Long Ming, who could not resist at all. Just when Long Ming thought that he would be finished off, the demonic claw suddenly turned around and grabbed his shoulder. A cold smile flashed across Long Ming's face. Crack! Lu Changtian exerted a little force, and the sound of bones breaking resounded through the entire space. In the distance, seeing his master in such a sorry state, he wanted to lead the crowd to rescue him. However, just when he was about to move and had already taken a step forward, a cold gaze was cast on him. If you move again, I will make you die even more miserably than Long Ming. Of course, you can choose not to believe me, but I, Lu Changtian, am a man of my words. I will definitely do what I say. As soon as he said that, the young man who was about to take a step forward trembled. thinking of how powerful the other party was. Even his master could not withstand one move from him. He subconsciously retracted his foot. You are teachable. Seeing that the crowd did not understand, Lu Changtian flashed a satisfied smile and then turned his attention back to Long Ming. Now there are no more flies. Crack! As he said that, he exerted more force on the broken bone. This time, the broken bone was completely shattered. Yes, it was shattered, and it was the kind that was crushed. For this kind of crushed bone, Lu Changtian could guarantee that even a genius doctor would not be able to repair it. This was the internal force that Lin Ray had taught him before. Although the effect was only 10 or 20% of the initial stage, it was still a method for cultivators. If it was a cultivator like Lin Ray, there might be a chance to cure Long Ming. Unfortunately, in the entire Destiny realm, except for Lin Ray and Lu Changtian, only Tendo had this kind of power. But would Tendo come out to help someone who was regarded as an ant in his eyes? Obviously, this was impossible. The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by a dragon's roar and a bestial howl of pain. Shoo! Don't scream, or I will break your arm like this. Oh, by the way, except for my master, only I can cure this kind of fracture. The smile on Lu Changtian's face did not fade at all. In Long Ming's eyes, this smile was the grim smile of the Grim Reaper. No, it was a smile that was more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. This feeling was hard to describe. It had to be said that this rough method was very useful. The moment Lu Zhantian said that, Long Ming, who was originally crying out in pain, immediately shut up. However, because of the pain, Long Ming's expression was fierce and his face was as pale as paper. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks and finally fell to the ground. Well, good boy. As soon as these words came out, the crowd in the distance trembled violently. The way they looked at Lu Changtian changed again. Devil, this person is a devil. This kind of thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. This was the thought that everyone wanted to express, but couldn't. As for these people, Lu Changtian had no intention of paying attention to them. He stared at Long Ming and asked the same question again. Tell me, where are you from? Who is the power behind you? Why are you targeting the Lin family? What benefits do you get from doing this? As far as I know, the Lin family has never offended you. In fact, the Lin family has never offended the Imperial Dynasty or even the Imperial Dynasty. How did they offend you to make you do this? Yes, this was not only a question that the Lin family wanted to know, but also a question that he was very curious about. As a native family, how did they offend such a powerful existence? He couldn't figure out. Long Ming was speechless. Wasn't there a saying that silence is golden? But when you leave, silence will kill you. Especially in this situation, it will make you feel worse than death. You want to die? Sorry, maybe you're thinking too much. Lu Changtian frowned at Long Ming's silence. He couldn't figure out what kind of power could make this ant keep his mouth shut in the face of death. But did he think that Lu Changtian couldn't do anything about it? Good. You've got guts, Lu Changtian said to Long Ming's silence to express his anger. Since that's the case, let's slowly enjoy the feast. Lu Changtian decided that this time, he would make Long Ming doubt his life. As for the answer? Sorry, even if you tell me the answer now, you can't escape the fact that you're being tortured. Not for anything else, but because Lu Changtian was really angry at this moment. Yes, angry. This was the angriest he had ever been. It was also the first time he lost his temper because of Long Ming's courage. Aren't you cheap? Fine, I'll let you know that you have to pay a price for being cheap, and this price is something you can't afford. Gotcha! Just like before, his right hand grabbed Long Ming's intact shoulder and squeezed hard. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Long Ming screamed as if he was weeping and complaining. The same feeling had already occupied all of his consciousness and perception. No, don't, Long Ming mumbled incoherently, but would Lu Changtian listen to him at this moment? It was obviously impossible because Lu Changtian's actions were still continuing, increasing his strength bit by bit. An inhuman roar came out of Long Ming's mouth. At this moment, He was really regretting it. If he knew this was the case, why did he accept such a mission in the first place? Wasn't this seeking his own death and being cheap? At the same time, Long Ming sighed at the misinformation and became even more ruthless. If it weren't for the spy's wrong information, he wouldn't be in this state now. Little by little, his hands moved down and crushed the intact bones in his arm bit by bit. There was no intact part. At this moment, Long Ming's arms became bloody and there was no intact part. Blood kept dripping down his arms. In the distance, the subordinate who had been following Long Ming saw his master in this state, and an impulse flashed in his heart. As a subordinate of the Long family, the patriarch of the Long family had kept a close eye on him when he came to the Fire Country, telling him that he must protect Long Ming. But now, Long Ming's life was in danger, and he was powerless to do anything about it. What should I do? What should I do? Immediately, if this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before his master was tortured to death by the devil in front of him. Yes, what he wants to know is only the power behind master. Yes, yes. Thinking of this, the man seemed to have caught a life-saving straw. The despair in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by hope. I'll talk. The sudden voice made Lu Changtian's hands freeze, and he didn't continue. With a plop, Lu Changtian let go, and Long Ming fell to the ground, making a sound. Lu Changtian didn't care and turned to look at the person behind him. This person was none other than the man who wanted to make a move earlier. Looking at him, an interesting smile flashed, and he said, "You said, you know the question I want to ask." "No, don't." On the ground, Long Ming, who was like a roaring existence, saw himself in this state. He ignored the pain in his body and roared to stop him. Looking at his master, the man was stunned and then ignored him. In his opinion, the only chance to save Long Ming now was to tell him the power behind him. Unfortunately, he just happened to know the power behind him. "I know the question you want to know, but you have to promise to let my master go." The man's eyes were filled with determination. Lu Changtian's smile deepened at the man's request. "Do you think you can negotiate with me? Is this the answer you know?" Yes, in this situation, what bargaining chips did he have to negotiate with the other party? However, for Long Ming, he was going to go all out. I don't care. Since you want to know the power, you have to promise to let my master go. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. Lu Changtian was speechless at the man's determination. He had seen loyal subordinates, but he had never seen such a persistent and loyal subordinate. However, for the answer, Lu Changtian nodded. "Tell me first, and see if it's worth it for me to let go." Ignoring the man, he thought to himself, "Since you're not willing to tell me now, then tell me where you're from." Looking at Lu Changtian, the man frowned but didn't relax. As if he had thought it through, he said, "My master is from the Guanyun Empire." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.